the clock. And they're just kind of waiting out the smoke, and it does seem like this will be either an execute. Maybe if they're really hopeful, they can dive down vents, but I think it will just lead to a very brutal hit. 9-10 with a good timing on the smoke, and I think that might just give him enough space to work with and divide him at least a little bit. Snow comes in with one, but he doesn't clear out Techno. He's going to swing through the smoke, finds two as he sprays him down. It's not two, actually, and it's just Snow and Big Ozera left, and it was a vent dive. It was all a little bit of a switch, and Big Ozera is making his way up through ramp, and they might meet face to face here.
Might in a moment. Big Ozera has the timing in the back. Snow only able to secure himself a single one. Last round of the half. He doesn't hold his trigger any longer. Secures himself the first kill, but such low HP, and Techno all by himself. Bomb already refused. That's all she wrote.
You would think there's like 200 people over there. Oh, first time. It ends off with a 2-round lead.
Mongols put themselves in a good position to try to close this map out. This will be an important map, you know, especially as you go further down. It's essentially even matchups for these last two maps. I think Pain do hold the slight advantage, at least statistically, on Nuke. It's a very close matchup all around. Both teams so much to prove. Both teams trying to avoid elimination within the last day of the group stages here at the Esports World Cup in lovely, beautiful Paris.
Lovely indeed. Beautiful as well. Again, we saw that last night. Paris is honestly an astounding city. I really, really like it. Tikuak apparently likes to speed things up as he's already out on ace amongst 3 other teammates here, and they're at bombs down, and this is a 5v5 retake in the first 20 seconds, give or take. Safe Snow up from heaven, and maybe, just maybe, they can try and take a stab at this, but there is no defuse kit. There's smoke, there's flashes, there's dualies, but is there hope?
Hope maybe not. Darkmeister completely flashed off. It does allow the CTs to try to make headway, but as kills fall in favor of the Mongols, they have to drop him to the site. Techno dancing around the pillars. His teammate does good for one, trying to jump with the burst block. It's not needed, however. Blitz has his back, and Blitz secures them into an 8th round. Now with the money advantage, have to try to take the CT side down to the knees while you can. A 4-spy comes back in.
Well, over on A-Stream, it's currently 10-0 Vitality. I'm a little sad there for Lin Vision.
Spray through Big Ozera, just trying to evade. Period does a good job to at least keep his leader alive. Does wind up with him losing his life, however, only going 1 for 1. As all the space taken outside for the Mongols gives them very good entryway to play this round out whatever way they may like. Safe playing behind the AC. Not able to spot Blitz out yet. But he does eventually. Time shot to the back. Will keep us even. And slow down the Mongols just a little bit. Techno is still creeping his way around Secret. Big Ozera in main. Spots out 2. Molotov, flash, nades, everything being thrown at him. And it does allow the Mongols a window to slip down the vent. As the bomb gets planted, 9-10 watch the back line.
Bomb has been planted.
And Safe already on a quick flank on him. Maybe spotted out by Techno. He does. A goosh onto him. A second one finishes it out. And VSM Big Ozera, definitely no choice but to save. With no money going into the next round, you need something to work with, and that something may only be an SMG and a FAMAS, but at least it's better than pistols.
Yeah, I mean, you can still kind of... Oh, 9-10 took damage from someone. I don't even know who, but it is going to be now a 9th round here from Mongols, and that early first half trading of rounds now seems like a thing of the past. A 4-round lead. And the Mongols start stretching the feet. They start maybe calming down a little bit, not as worrisome as where the money will lead them, and right now it's leading them to the promised land of double digits potentially here, because Pain are going to be in a very peculiar position. The saved SMG and FAMAS may all really be brought to the table. It's going to be P250, a Deagle, and Safe will be just fine with the USP and a Flash.
I wouldn't say just fine, but not much of a choice besides that, so.
Yeah, you need money for ops. Ops are a little pricey.
Bigazera aggressive. Should have heard that drop down on top of main from Darkmeister. Does eventually spot the head. Not before Darkmeister gets one of his own, however. Oh, a tap through the smoke. Allows Bigazera to continue to flow. 3 already on the round. 9-10. Tikuak. Space on the upper bomb site. Bomb needs to get picked up. Again by the youngest member of the team. Keeps his way around lobby. Pain not taking much space off of this. Just playing with the player advantage. Leaving the A-bomb site completely open. Just going for a retake once the situation does come, which coming a bit sooner than they might have thought. A missed smoke.
Oh.
That leaves a huge window for Bigazera. Forces the plant behind the silo. 9-10, at least Molly's out. Needs to be ready for the potential of a push behind him. Sprays through. IGL taken care of, and now Tikuak, glue in his hand, not ready for VSM close by. Doesn't see it. The aspect ratio might have killed him, but instead, it's just an elimination from behind. 9-6. Pain not out of the fight yet. Do good with those saved weapons, and a huge play from the IGL. Keeps the map close.
I mean, Bigazera, great map, I think, overall right now, 13-8, but it's also, those 13 kills aren't just, obviously one of the best in the servers right now. It's not the best, currently tied with 9-10, who also, fantastic game. It's the impact he's brought out with it. Obviously, with the FAMAS alone on the outside getting that initial burst, the double kill, put his team in prime conditioning to take a round that they needed. That was kind of a make or break, not only like financially, but I think momentum wise. It would have gave Mongols double digits. They'd still be down 5, and it would just all start feeling like it slipped through their hands already on map 1.
Well, maybe a chance to slip through Mongols' hands as they're not able to fully invest. They put all the money they got into the round, but still 2 players stuck on pistols. Plenty of utility to crash over towards outside. Snow worried about where these players could be. Bigazera. Hope he's going to be ready for the close fight. He has a Molotov out. That's perfect time for Blitz to strike. Hasn't spotted the elbow of Snow quite yet. Behind Blue Box. Another trade. IGL for IGL. Last time it was Bigazera, but now it's Blitz. A 3K. Trying to stop Pain dead in their tracks. I think Furia spotted him for just a moment. And the same could be said for Blitz. 35 seconds. A bit of time for movement still. Furia not ready for Darkmeister, and that leaves just Safe. And he better keep that op safe. Because as soon as that bomb gets planted, he could kiss all his hopes of winning this round away. A chance to maybe stop the cross, but it still should easily be able to be recovered. Or maybe just a push in through lobby to close it out. Double digits now secured for the Mongols.
And Pain are in a, again, rough spot here. Furia, the only one with money at 6.3. I mean, he can drop some deagles to the boys. They can maybe buy some armor, keep it pretty steady, kind of work with maybe Bigazera to make a play again to win a round they don't really have too much invested in. And that's kind of like the potential hope here if you are Pain. But instead, Donnie, they will drop a hero op to Safe instead. I'm not sure how I feel about that play. I know how Vitality fans are feeling, though.
I mean, it keeps the money even across the team, so maybe a bit more risky than your ordinary hero rifle, but faith in your opper is one of the most important things you can have as a team.
And I feel like Safe is kind of not comfortable where he's at right now.
Well, far from the performance of yesterday, but still far from this series being over. Again, this is just map 1. Next up, Inferno. After that, Mirage if needed. And this op is safe. It is pushed up. Curious towards lobby, not fully investigating. But inching closer. Huge information play. Should allow Pain a lot of breathing room towards the A-bomb site, especially as smokes are thrown outside. Where the cross, a full lobby clear coming in from the CTs. And one player does dance around the bottom of B. BSM, a Deagle. May not be tested as Mongols look to double back.
They seem unsure with what they want to do.
And overplay of their hand, perhaps.
Up a little bit of an about face to go back above ground here. 9-10 looked around, peering around, but he spots absolutely nothing. Big Ozera going for more information. Pyria walking outside red, and the timing here couldn't be probably better for Pain or worse, depending on how this kill goes. He waits his time. He spots 2, maybe even 3 of these players out here. And now you can kind of direct the team where to go. Pyria with a strike from behind. Takes out 9-10 here. Finds one dink, but it is going to be Tikuak with a quick trade. And if you're safe now, might be the time to save that op preemptively. Let the Deagles and the, P250s do what they got to do here to get something else rolling. But that op being saved is now prime condition.
Yeah, I mean, this whole round anchored around either the op going crazy or the op getting saved into the next. Plenty of money to buy afterwards for this. Each player will have right below 5 grand, so with the op being purchased already, Safe could drop if he wants to. Oh, and Biggie's arrow won't need a drop because he picked up an AK after a bit of a knife kill. A lot of knives this tournament, a few Zeuses,
and
a lot of good times. And you know what? I think that's what's most important.
The friends and moments we created and made along the way.
Maybe the World Cup was the friends along the way,
I mean, I feel like I've made some new friends around here.
Biggie's arrow feels like he made it quite a pretty penny in that previous round. But buys back for both sides, as previously mentioned.
That actually, him getting that knife kill allowed him to drop a rifle and Pierre to actually have utility in armor and a kit. So actually that knife, probably a pretty huge, obvious financial play.
Oh, VSM, only good for 1. Biggie's arrow, of course, is there for the trade. His nade misses the target. Instead, he throws a Molotov to just block the T's from pushing into his position. Snow dropped down to the B bomb side already. 9-10 tags down Biggie's arrow. The Mongols don't have to strike off of this. Still plenty of time to work with. Although being down a player does sour the mood a little bit. Techno does good to correct that wrong. And Snow knows a player could be coming from Secret. Unbeknownst to him, though, the B bomb site behind him is fully taken. Planting in the smoke. Not going to be an easy retake for Pain, but one that they most definitely have to go for. Safe already close range. Might have to use the op as a shotgun. Quick scope if he's lucky.
Are they saving?
Holds the door. No, they're not going to save. They have to go for this. 11-6, player advantage. Util out, 9-10 flashed off. Snow meets up with him. The line being held. Contiguac, do it. He shoots the first. Low HP on one. Snow brought down. It's up versus AK. And a pistol is the way to finish it out, but I don't know if there's time. I don't know if he has it safe. The last possible second gets the defuse. Nicely done from the South Americans, and they stay alive.
That couldn't have been any closer. That is the safe we love and know from the matchup versus Wildcard. Great performance and obviously very quiet this time around, but it seems like the energy sure is still in the bloodstream, especially after a round like that. A very clutch 1v1. And that's such a hard shot to hit too. Hits the jumping headshot from below with a USP and brings this one a little closer for themselves before it all goes away.
4 rounds is not too big of a task to ask by any means. 4 rounds, very doable. Who can capitalize, however, though? A MAC-10 having to be brought out for the side of Mongols. Safe loves to push forward. It might not come in perfect timing, however, so many kills fall for Blitz. And even though he is also one to bite the dust, it doesn't matter. He's put his team in such a good position. They've been able to fully take the A-bomb site. And Pain can't afford to go for this. Pain has no money in the bank. Their loss bonus has been reset. You desperately need something to work with when you're staring down at your opposing team having map point on your own map pick at that.
It's kind of crazy. This matchup has not necessarily come down to the names we were speaking of and saying high things for. It's come down to the battle of the IGLs, Nani. Blitz, 18 and 14, a triple in this round. Yeah. Big Ozera, 16 and 10, having monumental impact as well.
I mean, listen, man, if we're talking about IGLs that can kill, and we're looking at all the teams in this tournament, Big Ozera and Blitz, 2 of the top names there.
Proving it, too.
Yeah.
Mongols needing one more round to take this map. And again, this was Pain's map pick, if I do remember vaguely correctly. It was. And we're on to Inferno after that, obviously. Mongols pick. And that one's going to be a very interesting matchup as well, especially with what we've seen from the Oppers on these teams thus far.
Oh, one last chance to push it further. Otherwise, wipe the mine, go on to map 2. Great damage done on the Blitz. Because there, a wild spray through the smoke does pay off. Flash in, Furia dodges the op shot, gains the information of player positioning. And Mongols are reset now.
BSM making his way up towards heaven, shifting around over to that Mustang corner. Maybe he might have something a little later to do, but for the meantime, Mongols have made their way progressively more and more outside. Blitz jiggling around, thinking about it. Big Ozera should spot something here.
He's calling it.
He is. It's a great call, too. Finds one off towards Techno. Reposition, swings wide, does some good damage. Can't net the kill, but maybe enough. 9-10 spots out the foot of VSM as he shifts over. He gets cleared by none other than Blitz. Snow and Furia finds themselves some kills as it starts trading out, and Pain aren't out yet. They find another round on the board, but it has to be perfection from here on out just for overtime.
4 rounds, plenty of time for Mongols to play around to make sure they're able to secure this first map. As bites do eventually come through. Techno. Full util, only a Glock. The woes of being a support player. Molotov into Squeaky. Stops Mongols for a moment. Snow drops down. He's not even able to find one. Instead, it's Big Ozera and Mariah. Very nicely done all around, and now it's just 9-10.
Counter-terrorists win.
Pyria, Big Azera, VSM, all very, very good to stop that flow very early on.
That Mongols money. They're going to have to take this one on the chin. No bomb plant. Just completely push them down. It's a great play, like you said, from Big Azera and Pyria right there. That spray down was fantastical. At range, gets them through the smoke there. Double headshot. Makes everything just look far too easy. Mongols going to be swinging into this one. Deagles and Glocks with a single flash, and it's going to go straight to ramp initially before safe. Oh, blitz. Casual stroll? Walking?
He just didn't expect himself to get stuck in the fire. Chose to push through, but the rest of his team evades. Reposition, go outside. Realistically, if you're the Mongols, I mean, most you're expecting out of this round is a bomb plant. You could be quite happy with that.
(9-10) hits the shot.
I think so.
Something in me is just afraid for Big Ozera.
Might have to worry about DSM instead.
Oh,
nope,
never
yeah,
mind.
Big Azera is actually more than comfortable to take that gunfight.
My bad, just get 20 then.
Nade goes out. Tickerag not affected.
As they spot each other and run away, VSM chimes for one of his own. Big Ozera. 21 for him now. 2 flat KD and Techno. Quincy quietly drops, but he drops nonetheless. Pyria finds that one, and it is nearly a flawless round. 5 alive, though, for Pain. But again, 2 more in a row they need just for that overtime to start up. Mongols, it's kind of now or never. Pain are starting to speed things up, and it's not feeling as comfortable for this T side if you're a Mongols.
No, it's definitely not. Things can slip away at any moment. Not quite all or nothing in this round, but if not converted, gonna be difficult in the next. Pyria wants to get so aggressive. That's exactly what happens. Lobby crunch from elsewhere. Techno about face to readjust. And VSM, with his teammate falling, will decide to turtle back. Chance to breathe for a moment.
Mongols taking the Pain route here. Start walking up slowly. Map control next to none, but Blitz makes sure they can always find something going, as he has been the consistency of this roster on map 1, Snow. He's going to have to at least find a tradable kill, and he does. He finds one in that kind of outside lurk of Darkmeister.
Bomb's dropping around.
Comes to a close. 3 and 3. 40 seconds left. That bomb, again, going outside. Maybe it goes and wraps towards A, but I think it's a secret play. And they got to speed this up. Time is not their friend right now.
There's still something to work with. That's not able to spawn anyone. He's backed up by 9-10. They make their way down secret. 20 seconds left.
Oh,
Have to be loud
VSM.
at some point. A VSM standing on top of the silo. It's going to come down to very last second. How fast can you react? VSM up top. Can VSM play spoiler? And that's exactly what he tries to do, but he misses the spray! 9-10! Able to come around from the back. An absolute blunder. And now elsewhere, at least it's traded back to an even 2-on-2. Safe. Pulls the AK out. As he drops down, he's being loud about it. 9-10 from behind, and it leaves it all down to the young prodigy. Snow experience beyond his years, but a clutch may be insurmountable. Walks his way in, being quiet about it. Does have the kit, a little bit more time to work with. And it's going to come down to a ninja defuse. He's going to try to stick it, but 9-10 more than ready to deal with that. Mongols do find themselves up a map against their opponent's map pick as we head forward to the next.
valiant effort there in the attempted comeback from Pain. Kind of the same storyline we saw against Wildcard. This time, a little less success. Mongols stick the landing, take away the nuke, and now Pain are in a fair bit of trouble here.
And I mean, it's all off the facts of the IGLs for both squads, honestly. Blitz getting 22 kills, by far the best on his team. And not for anything, Big Ozera 21. It really was the battle of IGLs, not only in mind, but physically with guns as well. You kind of got to look at your oppers like, do I have to do it all?
And I mean, a nice maneuver in that final round for Blitz as well, right? Finding the space right after Snow gets the kill outside, immediately recognizing that that's going to be a gap created as he discounts it, sliding down Secret, playing the time perfectly. Masterful call coming through from the chess master Blitz. Look, Magnus left the building, so I think he's probably the best chess player in the building right now.
I think that's fair to say. It did get a little bit scary for a moment. VSM had the chance to play spoiler. He was in a very good position, just not able to fully land that spray, and
or even partially land it.
Yeah, actually, he didn't hit a single bullet at the end of the day. But no, very good from Mongols all around. 9-10 also not having too bad of a game. So it looks good going into map 2, which I think Mongols feel very confident about the expectation here.
Yeah, the Inferno is where we saw a lot of problems for Pain, where they went missing for big stretches yesterday. And it's, I mean, yes, as much as we love this Big Ozera performance, it is troubling that it's needed, because this is an elimination game. If there's anything to get your mustard up, it would be this. You want to see some firepower. And here's another narrative that we've kind of had so far with the new guys, Tikwok and Darkmeister on the other side. They take a little bit of time to settle into the stage, right? So getting a map where maybe we didn't see their best Counter-Strike, but now they've settled into the series, I think Tikwok in particular could be someone we're looking at in Inferno to be dangerous.
I mean, you have to, after only netting yourself 8 kills in this matchup that nearly went all the way down to OT. 8 kills just aren't going to cut it in a matchup like this, where
but
we
hey,
kind of quoted earlier.
Dub is a dub.
It is, but can you really consistently just go, 8's going to be just enough and my IGL can carry me? I think that's a little unreasonable.
Carry is a strong word. I mean, sure, in terms of just kills on the board, yes, but in terms of how the player plays within the map, how the player plays within the team, the impact that the player is still finding, it's not like he did nothing the entire time. You know? He was still a very vital point in just taking the control of the map, finding the information elsewhere. And again, I mean, 9-10 didn't need to get every kill possible, but when he did have the op, it was more than serviceable. He still ended up
always with the pick.
Always with the pick. You know, it felt like at least one around. So it's not all Blitz on the side of Mongols. On the side of Pain, that's where it kind of feels like it's a lot more just Big Ozera pulling a lot of the weight.
And it was Safe who was sort of the lightning rod yesterday in their game against Wildcard to make that nuke happen, to make the series happen as well. So if the lightning rod's not striking in the same way, could be trouble on for Pain. I think they're going to be pretty disappointed with themselves for that one. Just that they didn't give themselves more of a cushion in the early run of the second half to be able to make that comeback a bit more viable. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. And it might be the way the key is crumbling before too long.
Well, I mean, there's still hopes. We saw the first half. There was a really good trade back and forth up until I think 5, maybe 4-4, 5-5, something along those lines. And
6-7.
Dude,
certainly
you took the words out of my mouth.
I was avoiding that for a reason.
I just keep seeing the Big Ozera highlight in my mind and playing it back. I can't get away from it. But Mongols will be hoping that they can pull away from Pain here, as they did at the close of this map final round, which we're getting to in just a moment. Again, that Blitz masterstroke maneuver down in towards lower, and just no chance for Snow. He knew he was screwed. He knew there was no way out of it other than praying. They just chose not to check the stick.
Yeah, it's a fortunate way for Snow to end there, you know, put in a very difficult situation, just picks falling elsewhere. And I do hope on map 2 that Pain are able to find their form, especially on Inferno as a whole. I mean, it's a lot of question marks. Mongols going for a bit of a punish pick, and as it looks right now, I think it's going to be quite punishing.
I have one critical question for the Mongols.
Yeah.
I've seen the fashion shoots. I've seen the full spread pages. When are they breaking out the cashmere on stage? I want to see sweaters. I want to see scarves, maybe like a knit hat. Bit of sweat. They had those crazy, like, scaled up. I want to see it. I want to see it. Letting you know that right now, the Mongols. But what I am going to see is the other side of this break screen when we come back.
the jig is up. Just wants that headshot, wants that rifle, can't connect the bullet. There it is.
You might save this now, because next round you're not going to have anything. It would probably be in his best interest. Curiously, look at Starry's position already. He might be able to take him down after time, and this would actually be miserable for Rop. So the further he goes into what he thinks is a safe haven, potentially the closer he gets to Starry. Line drawn in the sand. Rop stays on these stairs, he should be safe. If he is in too far, Starry might peek him. Okay, so some decent damage, but the M4 saved. It is going to have to be an eco behind this, which will have some pretty tough flow-on effects. So I wouldn't even mind a tactical timeout from Xtaz early. I know that this isn't going to be a hefty-looking buy, but it's a weird spot to be in.
Yeah.
You know, next round, everyone else will be getting 2,400 as the loss. So action on Rops. Zywoo has been gifted that Tech 9. He's got some Kevlar around it, and Apex with a handful of flashes. They shouldn't be able to make this interesting.
Westmelon playing it aggressive, and oh, he lost track. Zywoo gets the headshot. That's awkward. You put a rifle into Zywoo's hands, and he's got Kevlar behind it. Then he gets another one because you peek on in. You give him what he wanted. That's the Zywoo effect. He did it on the pistol as well. Just decides he's going to claim B for himself. 2 kills. Round done.
Bomb being picked up T-stairs now. Amelia and Starry just consider themselves staying over towards A. And waltz into that empty bomb site. And all right, that's Shades of Dust 2 coming back with just how easy it looked. You have to factor a part of the play from Lin Vision being their mentality up against a team like Vitality. It's not that I think they look scared. I just feel like they're not confident in any of their choices.
Which, as we know in Counter-Strike, can be, is a condemnation. You're screwed if you don't have confidence or conviction in your fights.
How many can Flamesy get?
He could take it all away if he wanted to.
Played to contain. Mezzy, Apex, and Zywoo cleared out Boiler and Halls, so they know that they must be over towards T apartment somewhere. One spotted. Time to run at this.
Oh, he's keeping both of them looking his way. Then he starts to strike, and they lose it all. Wow, what was a saved M4, a dropped Tech 9, and a Kevlar vest.
That's it, right? The only real investment was that Kevlar vest. Because the Tech 9 was carried through from Robs. Now they've got themselves 3 M4s. And again, it's just too easy. And considering you find yourself in the lower bracket now as Vitality, chance that you draw a tougher opponent in that round of 16. Somewhat likely, as Starry wants some aggression.
Thinks
dips
twice.
In, dips out. That's their only gun.
Makes sense to not completely commit to the first fight available.
You'd expect more rounds for Lin Vision in this map as well because they're starting on the CT side.
Yeah.
On the T side, they look like headless chooks, right? They were
100%.
just drifting around the map. It felt very disconnected. On the CT side, they
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, trop de pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je sais pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vif, trop fort.
Welcome back to Counter-Strike at the Esports World Cup, where we are headed into our second map between the Mongols and Pain, and it's Inferno. And now, I have some good news for Pain Gaming, which is that the Mongols lost their last Inferno outing.
Okay.
Yep.
I have some bad news for Pain Gaming. That was against Na'Vi, pretty dang good Inferno team, and well, Pain lost it to Wildcard. So, if we're going by the transitive property, it's not so good for Pain Gaming here. And based on the eye test of what we've witnessed from them on the Inferno, I don't think it's so good either.
I mean, you have to go with the mindset of every dog has a fight, you know. There's a chance, there's a world where it happens.
Including
but
a Yorkshire Terrier.
Hey. Yeah, you got a...
Vicious little out.
You got like a Great Dane versus a Chihuahua.
Keep your toes away.
There is a world where it does come to fruition.
Hey, wait. You said Chihuahua. I will say Chihuahuas are ferocious. Let's give them their due. Big dogs are scared of Chihuahuas, man.
That's, you know what? Maybe I said the narrative perfectly then.
Yeah.
Maybe I said the big dog.
The big dog.
Come crumbling down to the underdog. Maybe that's what I believe now. Maybe I just changed my narrative and I think Mongols are going to lose. I didn't, by the way.
You just mentally convince yourself to switch your
Tried to
opinion
gaslight myself. It didn't work.
9-10, speaking of inexperience on stage, just had to remind his teammate to put the in-ears in. Tikwak, just 17 years old, getting used to it here. Slap those big boys on because it is time to get this game underway. The Mongols, key displayed in front of them, may live to fight in the playoffs if they can topple Pain and crush their own key here on Inferno. All the best series end on Inferno, but Pain will be hoping this isn't one of them.
And it might not. It might not. There might be a world where it can happen. But as I think as Mike put it best, Mongols step above wildcard. Pain lost the wildcard. I'm not sure how confident they're feeling. I'm not sure how confident anyone's feeling. But I will tell you, even though it's not the game we're playing, Mortal Kombat must be fought. A fatality to a key for one of these final teams in the group stages. And it all gets to be played out right in front of your eyes. 2 streams, 6 games, and 6 victors move forward. For Pain, I bet they hope it's them.
Well, they're just hoping to get across that board over to the round of 16. But there's still some CS left to be played for Pain. Hopefully more than just one map like you alluded to. There is still always a chance, no matter how small and Chihuahua-esque that dog is, against the great mighty Danes, even though they're not Danish. It's looking like an uphill battle, but it's not. It's a hill, right? It's not the mountain. It's very feasible to get over. It just has to be quick and efficient. Early on, we saw a good form of Pain in that first half of Nuke, and then it just died off suddenly. They can just absorb what Big Azera was doing on map 1. Mind you, pretty much nearly 100 ADR in a match loss. Then I think there's a chance. There's a pretty solid chance.
A chance, a will away. But also maybe not even a fatality, maybe a brutality.
Ooh.
So many different ways that this world can play out the situation, but there's only one way to find out, and that's to go into the game, which will be happening very, very soon. Anthony, while we have a moment to breathe still, I want a prediction out of you. We didn't get to talk about it on the desk. I stole too much time with the whole dog analogy. So what are you feeling?
I think this little dog's got some bite.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm thinking overtime.
Thinking overtime, that is a feisty bite. That might be a crunch. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, but you got to understand, to work your way up, you got to start with the toes. And little dogs bite the
I
toes
don't like
first.
this analogy.
That is a terrible analogy.
I don't like where we're going with this.
But in all honesty, I do think Pain still have a shot in this. Overtime is obviously like, I'm really grabbing at straws a little bit here, but I do have faith that they could pull this out. I really do. I think it's going to be a reverse 13-10.
All right, man. And in case there was any curiosity,
He's a Mongols
over on
choice.
A stream, it was a 13-2 victory map 1 for Vitality, and now they are up 6-2 on map 2, which is also Inferno. So hope you like Inferno, because you're trapped in Italy whether you like it or not.
Oh, this is France, actually.
I meant the map. That's fair. That's a fair point. We are all in France. And it does seem like, after a poor excuse to buy some time by the two of us, that we are going to get ready to get into the game. Potentially a dying breath for Pain. And just another mountain conquered for Mongolia. Players ready. Match starting. And here we go. Inferno. Do or die. Key on the line. And a whole hell of a lot of money on it, too.
More money than we're most likely to ever see, as it will be the opening pick going the way of a Techno. As he progresses forward here, almost takes a tap across over towards Big Ozera, the superstar of map 1 for the squad. Can he keep it going? Can he lead his team to success? At least one more time is what they're going to ask out of him. Bring it to Mirage if you can. If not, it dies out here, and the run dies off as well.
Well, you're still flung over to the A-bomb site. Down a player. The CTs need to try to hold on, and that's not a good way to start. Techno at least gets one more on the board. Swinging around, trying to live up to the 4K moniker, but instead gets stopped at 3 as his teammate Taquak has to finish it off. And Big Azera trying to revive some magic from previous days. Doesn't currently have a kit on him. Definitely a fighting chance, however. Circles back into the brackets. Might be able to catch Taquak off. Sorry for the timing. Tucked in towards the graveyard, though. Steady on that staircase. First few shots missed both ways, but it does end in a Mongols victory. 3K from Techno, 2K from Taquak, and 1 round for the Mongols.
Well, every good momentum starts with 1, and Mongols keeping that pace firm and steady is, oh, boy, do I miss seeing that screen. Oh, that splash screen. So many memories, Donnie. So many memories. But for now, Pain are looking to maybe get a few memories of their own by going to a map 3. Snow on this 5-7. It's 5-7 Deagles and a FAMAS on VSM. Good nade over top, falling a little short, though.
Plenty of utility dropped over for Snow, who is the sole defender of the B-bomb site. Spotting a shoulder, Blitz keeps the pressure up, pulls not a full rotate, but questioning from Big Azera. Ends his way back towards the arches as a smoke goes out to block him out. Mongols, they could walk straight into a stack right on this lane side. They do seem more curious about arches. Good news for them. It's going to be the easier side to attack through. Pain could have a great timing with a swing here. It's going to rely off the call of Big Azera, who's absolutely clinical with the 5-7! 3 kills immediately, 9-10 trades back, but it's no use! The master of puppets! Spitz pulls at the strings of Mongols. What a play for Big Azera.
That's exactly what I expected out of that man. It hasn't stopped. Map 1 energy just flowing through him still. A nice, smooth ace. Getting a couple with the 5.7. Getting a couple with the AK. It's everything you need out of this man that makes the calls for this squad. And early on Inferno, we're having that map 1 energy again. It's tied up.
And you know what? That definitely breeds a little bit of confidence into this matchup. That gives you something to grasp at. 910 doesn't have a gun?
What?
910 only, I mean, his whole team got sprayed down. Big Azera with another 3K for himself. Snow also chimes in for one. Eventually the Deagle gets picked up for 910.
What happened to his clock, I wonder?
I
just left it in spawn. Didn't think much of it, maybe. But I don't think there's much in this round he could have done anyway, regardless. Maybe it's a nice little dig here. VSM catches a 50 AE to the shoulder, but I don't think it's really going to matter in the long term. You see the blue outline swarming him, and he gets kneecaps as he crumples down those stairs. And Pain into a lead, but how much can they maintain this lead? They at least kind of broke that economy of the T's for now. But we've seen what can happen with the lesser weapons. We've seen what Big Azera has already brought to the board when it comes to just a pistol.
For 910's sake, at least he has a pistol this time around.
That usually helps.
Glocks all around, a bit of a nade stack looking to take place. Not before Mongols eat one themselves. Only a single point of damage through 3 nades. Snow, maybe it's your turn now. Maybe it's your turn to turn it up. 3 found for him. A chance at another ace. It's 4 rounds. It's 2 aces. It's Pain Gaming feeling so confident. Shooting crisp right now. Maybe we were wrong. This has completely...
Yeah. Maybe you were wrong. I wasn't.
This has completely flipped the emotions of this matchup.
I mean, it flipped your emotions, obviously. You see, look at them, dude. They're smiling. Snow knows what he's done right now. He's 7-1. He's feeling good. He's feeling clean. He's making it look like a little bit of a death match right now. But here come the rifles. Here comes the aggression. Techno leading this push-up banana one more time. But it's not with a pistol. It's with an AK instead.
No progress made. Molotov will continue to block Techno out. As this time, 2 CTs tasked to hold the B bomb site. Elsewhere, Archtrap is going to come in. Smoke goes down to block off the moto angle. Looks to head towards CT. Blitz. Opening kill. Still one dancing around the other side. Snow might be able to play spoiler, but not before 910 at least attempts a lurk. Caught out by Pyria. But Blitz and Taquak both still able to stay online, stay on the board. Safe. Pyria. 2 left, both on the right bomb site. The bomb dropped towards lane for now. Gets picked up, as well as a smoke dropped with it. Safe might have a timing on a Blitz, depending on the angle, but Blitz too sharp as well. Pyria, that's a save, my friend. That is a save.
And my 13-10 call not looking so stupid now, is it, Downey?
Clock closes.
It's again, I'm liking what I'm seeing from both sides. Obviously, right now, Pain are looking a little more crispier with the pair of aces already, but Mongols, they're never a team to go out quietly. You know, they're always going to put up a fight no matter what, whether it's individually or as a team. And right now, they might have to call on the individual performances at least a little bit to help guide them in the right direction in this first half.
Up out for safe. All AKs for the Mongols. Heavier stack towards B this time around. Snow getting close to that half wall. Moves to the left side just in time as Blitz tries to spray through. Dodges all the hellfire. That's going to be Mongols almost completely giving up Banana right off that. Techno will stick around just for a little bit at the bottom to not allow any sort of flanking through mid. This is just buying time. Buying time for an eventual full hit. Mongols walk their way up. Still a decent bit of utility to work with on this bomb site.
Oh, perfectly timed Molly. Gonna hold that push off for just a second more, but actually they're gonna waste a smoke. Then another Molly, another smoke goes down. Snow dividing these Ds perfectly, finds himself one, but Darkmeister strikes back onto Big Ozera. Snow playing the second artist position, biding his time for his teammates to rotate in. He just has to maybe find one more spot. The head sprays in, can do some good damage, but can't net the kill. He does do the damage, and a nade could seal the deal of a pair of these players.
Oh, that's exactly what happens, at least to Quack. Spots out the shoulder of safety, still tries to dance around, jump to the other side. Elsewhere, Blitz about to have his battle of Banana. Had the pre-fire, not ready for the shot. Nightdead stops shooting before the kill comes through.
Oh no.
Oh, and he's not happy about that. Hands on the head. Knows that it was in his hands.
We've all been there, man. Far too many times.
Doesn't make it feel any better. Wiping the sweat from the brow. Furia gets the defuse off. And what could have been a calamity of errors as Snow wasn't able to convert on the players pushing into the site, but saved by the rotations coming in. So much damage done. The nade was more than enough to net the kill.
And overall, it was a good position from Snow just to take that time, slow them down that extra 5 seconds. Really, really is good timing. Save comes up empty with that first op shot. 9-10 looks for a little bit of revenge from the round prior. Here's the jumping boy, go for the shot through a wall, though.
Oh, I can't give up his position. Well, he does with the sound of the scope.
Oh.
Blitz, the timing's perfect as well as Darkmeister. Now B's wide open. You wouldn't be surprised if Pain go for the save right away. At least want to collect the util first. It's exactly what happens. VSM falls back. Oh, the push-up from Safe. I mean, just giving his life up to the deep angle. Furia at least able to net himself a kill. That's a very nice shot from VSM as well. But the fallback does come in. The save will come to fruition unless the Mongols have anything to say about it. VSM almost giving up his life. And a nade almost finishes it out. Close range, not able to get the shot off. Furia might get hunted down too. Yeah.
I mean, the money's not that great. There's a level of confidence that I'm not seeing right now financially. So 3 alive is as good as you can ask for in this scenario. And thankfully, there wasn't like a quick no-scope on that library player. Or else Mongols would be in a tough position. Just like Pain are currently. They're going to have a buy, but this is the defining factor. Is Mongols going to tie it up, or are they going to reset Pain at that point, and then they can maybe net themselves a lead? Can they maintain the lead financially? Who knows? It all comes down to this round. Mongols not only need wins, they need to mitigate these losses, and the same could just about be said for Pain.
Slow start to the round. Boost up into the apartments. Part of the map that really hasn't been challenged by the Mongols yet. And Safe, trained on it. A peek from both sides. He gets away unscathed. Ball's netting his 3rd kill of the round. Or excuse me, of the map.
Does seem like this line up to be a pretty good take. See, Pain splitting this 3-2, giving up mid control, and Apps playing it a little turtled up here. VSM gonna have to find something here. Instead, he just finds information, which is just as valuable a lot of times. Mongols scurrying about. 35 seconds left on the clock. There's not much of a chance for a B ramp at this point. It's got to be A or nothing. Safe, fires off a shot, gets the shot on, but can't get the kill. Techno with a nice little trade there. Brings it to a 4-4. It's Pyria. He's posted up in Big Pit. Tapping away, finds 1, 9-10 with the op shot. Firing off and finding a quick kill. It's going to be VSM posted on the back corner. He finds one. He's buying the time. It's down to 10 seconds. 9-10. Blitz swings in for one of his own. It's a 1-on-1. 9-10. The opera point blank range versus Big Zera. And he does it. Shotgun range for him.
A nice quick scope to end that round out. A competitive start, just as we saw on map 1. And now, a financially brittle Pain. A Pain that definitely still has life to fight. A Pain that definitely still does not want to say goodbye to their time in France. Although 9-10 makes quick work of VSM in this round, not able to cross through mid. Darkmeister, the same could be said for Pyria. It's only pistols on this round. Not too much loss, not too much to worry about. And Mongols seemingly will soon realize that the B-bomb site is completely open. As no pressure hits them marching their way up.
What?
Quack and Darkmeister also not going to be pressured at all, so they should have the exact location of these players remaining pinned.
Little scavenged eagle there for Big Zera. But overall, Mongols grasping back that single round lead, and this is kind of what I was hinting at the round prior. It has big repercussions throughout the rest of this. We're coming into the latter half of first half, obviously coming into the 10th round after this one. Mongols will have a 1-round lead as they very safely clear out everything. Chicken. Will it survive the round, Donnie?
Poor Chicken. I don't know if the new blast mechanics work for the chickens as well.
Oh, like it just doesn't hurt them?
I don't know. I haven't really workshopped that one out, but it's an
important detail we need.
Good thing to do when I get home, I suppose. Big Zera
can't wait for the chicken sweaters.
Wants to test his luck with the Deagle. 9-10 does miss the shot, and I don't think Big Zera is really going to want to test that out again. All of the Mongolian players will stay alive within this round. All the 3 remaining CTs stay alive. A very, very easy and quick round. A little bit of fighting in the church. Not supposed to do that there, guys. Come on.
All is well in the camp of Mongols because Bane going to be taking a little bit of a timeout, discussing how they can stop really Mongols as a whole. I mean, collectively, they're looking a lot better. There's not that standout performance needed from players like Blitz. It's more just the collective unit working as it should, a well-oiled machine, and that machine is followed by a large Mongolian flag.
On the other side of Pain, I mean, still kind of the biggest era in Snow Show, right?
Yeah.
10-5,
Sadly.
8-5. They need to step up from someone.
Safe.
Credit to Safe. I mean, when he had the op, he did get, I think, all 3 of his kills are with the op.
Yeah.
But just nothing falling elsewhere to get back into play. Almost concluded with the first half of play on Inferno. And at least Pain with a chance to really fight within this round. Full buy all around. Almost full utility on everybody. And Pyria, a really good chance to catch this off. To Quack, now ready for the boost. Darkmeister avenges his fellow new sidekick on this team. No pressure elsewhere. Focus towards Banana. conceded. A walk back towards mid.
Maybe the right call if you're paying right now. Putting 3 of the 4 remaining players here. 2 up towards Arches are going to be met with a smoke. Safe might meet his very untimely demise as he should be swung from multiple angles here. 1 from Halls, 1 from Lane, but it's actually VSM to be the first to fall on site. Now just 2 left alive to fight off this Mongolian push. As Safe gonna just sit in the fire and the flames, but he will burn, but at least finds 1. The Big Ozera follows the trend as well of 1 and done. And it's the aforementioned Snow having a great performance. Nearly can find 1 more if he can, but no. Calls it quits on that try, but swings in 1 more, but only to meet his uncertainty of the op. 9-10 to close it out.
Sent to the afterlife. Really good for Blitz to be prepared for the smoke push from behind. Mongols players all look quite calm. Locked in.
Very calm.
I mean, as Mike was saying before, the very vocal players on the side of Mongols were the ones that did depart from the team. As elsewhere, Vitality just secured their spot in playoffs, rightfully so.
13-4.
Quack trades back. 1 HP for him. But Elise live, limping out. So much aggression from Pyria. So much space cleared out. A timing on the peak, though, just won't work in his favor. Looking the wrong angle, and 9-10 also can collect on the other side of the map. Not sure if they're aware that the B side is clear because Snow, one of the usual defenders there, is stationed elsewhere. He's stationed on A. And Mongols want to walk into the stack. It should be fine to do so. Only an SMG and a 5-7 to deal with, but we've seen what a 5-7 can do in the hands of this team. Smoke over to Moto. Molly into pit. A push onto the site. Snow nearby. Needs to try to click away, but he gets immediately cleared out. Good damage onto him, but secures himself a kill. 1 HP. Tries to go for another one, and this leaves VSM to lie in wait. Bomb still not planted. A chance to try to deny it, but 9-10, way too smart for that. 7-4, 1 more round in the half. As we potentially look forward to Payne's final half in the tournament.
Is this starting to feel like Nuke to you? It has this reminiscing, overarching, I think we're, you might be done for here. Yes. It's like, you know, that eerie feeling on the back of your neck that bad things are about to happen if you're Payne, and potentially if they can't get at least a 5th round here on the CT side, then I'm not really sure if they can just hold the Mongols back anymore at this point. They are playing good team CS, while Payne are playing with some individuals that are having good performances right now.
Well, bracket control being taken. Looking towards Arch. VSM does spot one out as the smoke fades. Molotov goes out to push him back. This tries to play them into Safe's arms. Scoped up with the op. Good for the first. Darkmeister trades back into a VSM that was trying to approach elsewhere. Snow lying on a line. Gives it up just in time for Darkmeister to slip through. 9-10 needs to be careful as well. Bomb all by its lonesome. The top of mid. Could be tragic if it is to be dropped, but doesn't seem like Pyria really wants to test it. He walks into it. An easy shot for 9-10. Molotov trade over to his teammate. Blitz also conquers the bomb site. Big Ozera, Snow, the 2B defenders. Needs to rotate their way on in. Smoke into Moto. Does block out Snow's vision. He has to wait for Big Azera's rotation. A kid on both the players. Either one good for the defuse. Molotov, nade, flash. Some utility to work with. Techno doesn't spot him, eventually does, misses the one tap, able to follow up on the spray and labored onto Snow. Doesn't connect, but 20 HP, maybe 15 seconds left. It was written in the stars that it would be over. It's an 8-4 half in favor of Mongols, who do very well to punish and pick into Inferno on a Pain that struggled on the map. It started out so hot. It started out an ace for Big Azera, a 3K and a 2K for Big Azera and Snow respectively, an ace for Snow, 3 rounds in a row where was so much impact from those two players. And what has been done since? 3 kills for Snow in all those rounds to follow.
It's what happens when you give 9-10 the ability to get opening picks again. We saw what that op can bring into play. Once you give 9-10 the ability to have a scope gun, he has the ability to give his team a man advantage early on, and that is what he has consistently done. 13-7 currently. I doubt that's the last we're going to see of him in this matchup. 8-4 coming into the second half. Pain need this pistol more than anything else right now.
Well, if they want it, they got to contest with mid-pressure in from the Mongolian side. Already 1 deleted with the USP, make it 2. A Paradual Beretta still way to top of Banana, but it doesn't even need to be aggressive anymore because of the kills elsewhere. Such an uncertainty in the side of Pain. And again, the 2 names that have only been called on this game, Big Azera and Snow, the only ones left to try to do something about this, to try to keep their team in it. Pissed around defeat here could spell doom. And Blitz wants to be the reason for it. He wants to be the reason why Pain drop out. 2 easy taps, 2 bullets, and 2 scalps. 9-4. Pain, so much pressure now. Your economy is ruined. You almost feel like you have to go for a force buy here, and that's what they're going to do. Pistols, utility, Tech 9s, Deagle.
I mean, it's a gamble.
And you know what? Credit to him. This is the exact round where we saw Big Azera get his ace.
And this is kind of exactly what we saw on Nuke as well. Dire Strains pushed into the corner there. It's now or never. And they started coming back into it. You know, it was a 13-10 end to it all in the favor of Mongols. But hopefully they can get something going here with these Tech 9s. Because if not, there really isn't anything else past this. Maybe one more rifle round. But overall, it would just probably amount to a little bit longer stretch of the inevitable.
Well, a boost up for Taquag, 9-10 down below. Should be a firing range. Smoke comes in. No flash to back it. It's just dry pistols peeking, and it's dry pistols getting eliminated.
Almost a 9-10
fast
ace.
end to that round. Almost a 9-10 ace. Not quite able to fully put it over. 17-7 for him. Even without the eco kills. Still a fantastic performance from the Opper. Again, the name that you really expect on this Mongols roster to be able to provide the consistency through whatever turmoil the team faces. You expect 9-10 to still fire on all cylinders. And maybe he'll be the reason that Mongols punch their ticket. P250s, Glocks. 1 singular Deagle and a nade stack.
Wow.
In Banana that only does about 50 to Techno. Instead, it's a spray down from Blitz. You know what he says? You know what he says to Big Azera? Anything you could do, I can do better. 11-4 off the back of another ace. 3 aces in this game.
The IGLs can do it apparently better than most on the team right now. 9-10, the only one really overpowering Blitz, but it is the consistency that is these IGLs that somehow is still letting their teams draw at least a little more breath, and that breath wants to push them over to a round of 16. To go on to the next day. Don't call it quits here just yet.
Can't. Fight with everything you got until the dying breath. Fight with everything you got until you're forced out. Good damage on a Techno once more. Forced to fall back along with Blitz. 3 players for this Pain side. Do concentrate their forces on Banana elsewhere. The apartments. Clean sweep of them. Push into Banana. Snow, I believe, caught Techno out for just a moment. Slowly approaches. Flash goes in. What a flick onto the head. Only 1 kill to find. 2 CTs still occupy Banana for now. A huge nade. So much damage. But this is just buying time. And Mongols have a perfect read of this. Both players rotating over. Blitz a Grandmaster in chess, and you can see why. An understanding of how to maneuver with space. Pain have to hit out now, 25 seconds. You have to try to take this site. You have 9-10 so close with the op. He's good for another one, although he falls. Sequoc, still good for it. And again, it's a massacre of Pain. Unless Safe can climb back in, but no, that's series point. That's 12-4. This is a Mongols with something to prove. This is a Mongols that wants to get rid of the question marks around them. A chance, potentially, to repeat as Esports World Cup champions.
We want to go back to their prior form, and they're showing why they still have something left in them to make that push. Looking to close this one out in a dominant 13-4. There was question marks for this map in general for us. You know, I might have touted Pain to be having a lot better performance. I claimed maybe a 13-10 scoreline that might have been a little over-ambitious, but we all learned lessons here today, and right now, Pain are learning a very painful lesson.
Second timeout taken for them. As they need to. Potentially the last round of play. Mac 10 out for VSM. Timer starts to tick down. It's time to go back into play. Biggest arrow pushed through the smoke, immediately answered by 9-10. It was biggest arrow going down so early. I mean, that's the player that had so much impact this whole time. Snow has no HP left. If those two fall so early, you almost feel like it's a certainty that the game is over. You almost feel like it's a matter of time. Mongols spell blood in the water. And only 3 players left for Pain. Molotov drops, and Snow just in the worst spot for it. Not even his fault. Darkmeister, good on a safe, and it's only 1 player left. It's only 1 player left. Darkmeister closes it out. What a performance from Mongols. 13-4 victory as they stampede their way into the playoffs. And unfortunately for Pain, they get to watch their dreams and their key get crushed.
Mongols stampeding right over Pain in their way. That T-Sod and Inferno again troubling the Pain roster. Still a lot of answers to find, but they will not come at the Esports World Cup. Instead, the Mongols have earned their way into that round of 16, earned their way into the playoffs. What a nice showing for the Mongols.
Not only just a nice showing, it's dominating at that. I mean, early on the first 5 or 6 rounds, we might have considered Pain to be a potential team that could have challenged them, and then it was just foot on the gas all the way to the end, a 13-4 close, and I don't think there's any question marks left for this roster, let alone 9-10 in an op.
13-4 victory and 11 straight at that. So it was absolute dominance once the game was actually fully into it. You get past the pistol round and all the, you know, fun little money rounds that you got to focus, prioritize there. As soon as the guns came out, as soon as it was actual game time, Mongols stampeded.
And again, across both maps, we're seeing that, you know, Big Uzera had some outsized impact, and without that, this one might have been even more brutal. I think there's definitely going to be a hard look in the mirror for the Pain roster, but I like the fact that we're talking about the questions being answered. All that being said, for the Mongols, again, in their campaign to reclaim their glory from last year, the trophy lift from last year, the road only gets that much more difficult, but they have taken that first step on the journey.
Yeah.
What did you like that you saw from the Mongols?
From Mongols, nearly everything, but specifically Blitz. Blitz, I mean, dropping 93 ADR, 37 and 25. Your IGL doing more than just anything you can ask from at that point. Being backed by 9-10 and his fantastic performance on this map as well. He didn't go out quiet. He was 20 and 8 as well. Again, once he got that op, the opening picks just came flooding in.
Behind Blitz, even just good individual performance, very good reading of the map. He seemed to basically know every single time where Pain wanted to go, especially on the short-lived CT side that they did get to play. Rotations were just perfect at every time. Wherever Pain wanted to go, Blitz knew there was a stack up on that site. Pain had no entryway.
That does make life rather difficult.
Yeah.
You got no entryway, you got to carve yourself a door, and they were not doing so much of the carving. I think it's nice to see 9-10 with this strong performance. We saw it in their earlier series as well here at the Esports World Cup, right? He is somebody who's having to step up as a difference maker right now without the likes of a Mizinho or a Senzu or a Cobra Zera alongside him. They're betting on the future firepower for the young guns, but for the time being, it's the slightly more experienced gun of 9-10 that's really having to pick up a lot of the slack here.
It was, but I don't think it was without unwarranted. I mean, he came in with an op and, like I said, got those initial picks, and that's kind of what you at least expect on. That's the bare minimum. And anything past that, he's doing more than you ask. And I think what he proved today was you can at least require him to get at least one.
Yeah, and even though a very lopsided victory, I mean, you can see the blueprints there, you know. Very serviceable work for Darkmeister and Tequak on the rifles. Techno being a great support player, as we know he always is. And 9-10, the key consistency through all the troubling times of Mongols needs to be him, and it has been him. And I have no fear that it won't continue to be him.
That's fair. That's reasonable. It should continue to be him indeed, because he is him.
Yeah, he is him.
How many times can we say him? That is the real question here. But look, I think we've now got a bit of a sample size for the young guns, for Tequak and Darkmeister. What do you think about them? What are you seeing? Are you seeing the flashes of what Mongols expect these players to become?
With Darkmeister, yeah. I mean, especially we saw towards the latter half of map 2. We saw Darkmeister just kind of make sure he's in a good position to at least get the trades through. And that's kind of what you got to put him in that position to. Let him do what he needs to do, get in that good spacing area where he can be optimized.
And Tequak, I feel like a lot of that might come down to still finding confidence in this level of play. I think that that's kind of where you can see that there's a bit of trouble, a little bit of uncertainty with questioning in the decision making. You know, it just feels like he's not fully comfortable in his role, but that's all going to come with time.
It all comes with time, but time is something that's run out, unfortunately, for Pain on stage. So we have some parting words from Big Uzera.
Yeah, sadly not to be for Pain as they do fall at the hands of the Mongols. Big Uzera, first of all, commiserations. I want to go back to map 1. Your pick of Nuke looked pretty competitive in the first half. Then the CT side happened. What went wrong from your perspective?
To be honest, I think I had a good reads about them. All the CT, we knew exactly what they're doing, but at the same time, we could not execute well. So I think was kind of little mistakes, little like spots that we were like positioning, and yeah, I think was more like this because about the read and about what they were doing. We could knew every round, so yeah.
I feel like it obviously goes without saying it makes life more difficult when you're not getting into the pistols either, particularly in MR12. What kind of effect did you see that having on the momentum of the game today?
Yeah. I mean, we like the whole season we were struggling a lot of pistol rounds, We were like losing a lot of pieces, and it's something that we have to work more. And of course, we are working, but at the same time, it's something that we have to learn how to deal with. So yeah, it's something that is not easy, but something that we have to improve.
Just as my final question, considering, you know, you've had 3 months now with your new AWPA, you've been playing events over the player break as well. Is this kind of result okay for Pain at this point in your team's growth?
No, because of course we want more. We all want, but at the same time we have to do more. It's not just talk. We have to show. So I think not just in Counter-Strike, everything that you want in your life. It's so easy to say that you want to be like a millionaire or something, and if you don't do something to be, you'll never like. Don't come from sky, you know. Yeah. So I think we have to work more than we usually, and yeah.
Actions, ultimately, they do speak louder than words. Thank you so much for your words here, Big Zero. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road for Pain here in Paris.
Wise words coming through from Big Azera. Sober words at that. Knows that there is a lot of work that stands between Pain and where they would like to be. And his words, it doesn't just come out of the sky. They need to put their actions, or their words rather, into action.
I really appreciate the honesty as well of just being honest and saying that at this point in this team's life, these results aren't acceptable. And, you know, they do strive to push further than this. And you know what? It is a crushing defeat, in all honesty. There was a lot of potential coming into the groups, and it's a shame to see them bow out early. Definitely some things to work on in the future, but hopefully the future won't be too long away for them.
Yeah, you know they're battling for it, but I think it is fair, right? Counter-Strike, 3 months feels like ages for a roster. We have expectations that catch up very quickly, and this is a Pain team that we expect more from.
Yeah, and I mean, again, yeah, it's good to have a leader that's not just delusional with the results you just had. I mean, you need someone to at least point you in the right direction and be like, this is what we did wrong. It wasn't just, hey, it was an off day, it was an off event. He's realistic, and that's what they need right now. They need that little slap in the face to say, this is the perspective we have, and this is what we expect out of you.
I think the thing that's frustrating for Pain, right, or from the outside perspective about Pain, is that we know so many pieces of this roster can succeed, have succeeded in the past, right? Big Uzera has commanded teams straight towards the playoffs, towards the trophies. Snow's been there right alongside him. Safe was in previous versions of these teams. These are proven quantities. VSM, the talent is there. Safe, the talent is there. We've seen him take over maps. But the question is just, how do you get all those pieces firing at once? How do you get that consistency here? How do you make the complete picture? And what is the gap between this and a Pain that can put together a full series?
In all honesty, that's a very, very hard question to answer, because it does seem like on paper that this roster should amount to a little bit more. Today specifically, firepower issues played a very big part into the game. Hopefully, you know, Big Azera, very smart individual, a very versed individual within the game. Hopefully he can pull through and find something out.
They'll have to search for those answers, but it won't be here at the Esports World Cup, because their time here has come to a close. And so we go to the Key Crush, where Tickwalk is ready to end their tournament life. Got that key positioned, ready for it. Let's see. Youngest member of the team now looking to crush that key.
You know,
Earned the right through victory here.
He's definitely pulling through with a little bit of swag that you were talking about.
Okay. Yeah.
I will say, you know, I saw the earrings, the glasses. I respect that.
Dripped up.
Yeah, dude.
Where's the cashmere, though?
True. But here comes the snap.
Ooh, good bend.
No, that
There's
was loud.
the pop.
That was
Okay.
You can always tell by how much it shakes everything around it.
That's the
Yesterday we
potential
saw
energy.
one of the best ones, I think.
Yeah.
This one, I'll give it like a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, you want to see shards flying out the top.
Yes, yes. I want to see so much more. But it's fine. We all love a little hydraulic press action.
We do indeed. We
I'm
love a
really
little key
excited.
crush. We love some white gloves.
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to be that guy. That guy's job looks so much fun.
Well, we'll see if we can get you a promotion, but for the time being, you're stuck on the desk with us. The White Glove Society, they're very discerning in who they'll take into their ranks.
Donnie's not good enough, you're saying?
Well, maybe if he does some like mime school, maybe if he gets himself a nice shiny black suit.
Ooh. Okay.
You'll get there one day.
That's not good enough.
Nah.
This Mongols roster, I got to say, I'm really excited to see in playoffs. I do put a lot of faith in this Mongols roster. I don't know if it's genuinely going to come to full fruition in this tournament. I don't know if they're going to be able to battle for back-to-back championships, but I do put faith in this roster to make a good go at it.
The embers of last year's championship team still burn bright, and they've earned their place into the playoffs, but it's a whole different gauntlet that awaits them, and we will wait for our next matchup after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to the B stream here at the Esports World Cup, where we've got our second matchup of the day, and that means our second promotion of the day into the playoffs and our second elimination from the tournament. It's all to play for, all to speak for, and we've got these two gentlemen joining me back on the desk for this matchup between Magic and 9Z.
I think it's going to be a really, really good one. I'm going to go ahead and say this is probably going to be the best matchup of the day.
Okay.
B-Stream.
Ooh.
I feel like this is a lot more head-to-head feeling. Magic have a lot to prove, and 9Z have a lot to sell everyone else in the world, I feel like, at this point. Magic are I'd say a pretty sizable underdog against a strong team like 9Z, but I think they really have it in them.
I think they have it in them too, and I mean, we do need to remember these two teams have already matched up once this year, and in that series in Astana, it did go the way of Magic across 3 maps. So maybe slightly different places, slightly different journeys since then, but definitely this one is going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, a 9Z that has better results in the immediate past, you know, a 9Z that does have a lot to prove to continue on that trend, and a Magic roster that just keeps growing every time that we see them play. So I do agree with Anthony. I actually do think this could be the most competitive, most, like, just fun to watch head-to-head we have today, although Legacy MIBR closing out is pretty sick.
It's pretty sick, but it's not just about our stream here at the Esports World Cup. I know the B might make you think that that's the only one, but shockingly, there is also an A stream, and over on that A stream, Vitality handled business. Straight dismantling of Linvision. That whole BO3 took about an hour and a half from start to finish.
Yeah, it was a rough showing from Linvision. This was definitely a Vitality that came in here with a no-nonsense attitude, a Vitality that knows that, in all honesty, they shouldn't even be in this spot right now. They should have already qualified for the playoffs, so they just wanted to make sure it was as quick and painless as possible for the poor Linvision that they had to put down.
I mean, we've said it, I think, quite a few times over these last couple of days with teams of this caliber like them. You win when you're supposed to win, and some of these teams have obviously struggled against teams that they should have won against, and thankfully for Vitality, they didn't seem to struggle at all. I wasn't going to name names, but
but we are apparently doing so. Still, Vitality earned their spot in the playoffs, and that's huge, right? That's the barest expectation for a Vitality team that, especially with this event being now in France, in Paris, it matters so much more to them. It already would have mattered a ton, and now you've just ratcheted it up to 11 because their team, their club has the chance to take the club championship still, but their fate hinges largely on the shoulders of this Counter-Strike team. This is a team that, you know, we were having the era, we were having the dominance, trophy after trophy after trophy, majors in a row, and it came crashing to a halt in Cologne, but they want to get it flying once more before they wind up in the break, before they wind up with players like Apex and Mezzi taking paternity leave, sort of interrupting the flow, leaving with the trophy here in Paris in front of the home crowd, in front of the roaring French fans. It means so much to Vitality.
Yeah, even in just the group stage game, it was so loud coming over from that corner. It was such a beautiful thing to see every single time, no matter where Vitality goes to play, no matter where in the world they are. Those fans are coming with them, and they're going to make themselves known.
I'm just saying they need to go borrow some drums from the Rocket League fans when that one wraps up.
Yeah, that was loud.
They got some musicians over there, shall we say.
It was shaking the green room when we were back there. It was actually impressive. I mean, I'm just outside of obviously the CS scene we have around here. There's so many other esports going on. There's so many different ecosystems, so many different fans, and it's all just for the love of the game, and I'm enjoying every second of it.
And there's more games coming in next week as well. Crossfire's firing up. We got Trackmania coming in. The fun don't stop here at the Esports World Cup, and so we won't stop either. We're diving into this match between 9Z Globant and Magic. And I am very intrigued to see which form of both teams we get on stage. Magic entering here in All-In's favorite jerseys that have ever been created. This is a team that I think might just be our dark horse this whole season long, right? They started to come on, started to spark majorly at the end of the last, that Astana campaign, but they're still so unproven, so inexperienced on LAN, but you see the potential every time they step in the server, and in their last matchup, where they just had complete command of the map pool, I mean, they blew me away.
It's very rare that a team is able to translate skill that is shown through online circuits straight into LAN, and I feel like that's what Magic has almost been able to do flawlessly. You know, sure, there have been times where they've kind of stutter-stepped, but at the end of the day, consistent results, continuing to improve, a Magic roster that really has the chance to prove a lot with a potential win over 9Z.
And that series win yesterday was over 3D Max as well, an experienced LAN team that were used to gatekeeping teams like Magic out of the playoffs. Now it'll be up to 9Z to attempt to do the same. The Violetta entering the arena here, and Huaso Peak, the last man on that row. He has been such a revelation for this team lately.
Yeah, I mean, bringing some really good energy to this squad. 9Z have been like, you know, I feel like they haven't really fully gotten to that full form yet. They haven't hit their full stride yet in these last few matchups. Obviously, against Furia, they did end up dropping. I mean, they won pretty dominantly, obviously, versus Pain, but the Furia matchup kind of left me a little, want to get a little more out of this roster.
Sure. But now they finally get out of South America, right? They finally get a chance to not play against a regional opponent to show us what they can do against a team like Magic.
I feel like a lot of questions are going to come in. How does the op play into all of this? How does the team play factor into all of this? I don't know. It's a 9Z roster that, although results have been really good in their favor, I just struggle to be fully confident behind. It's a 9Z that...
What's giving you doubt? What's making you tentative? What do you see about 9Z?
Everything besides Huaso Peak and Luchop.
Okay, interesting.
If you want my honest answer.
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's fair. Myron, you know, maybe showing some weakness at times on the AWP. DGT, not quite that world beater player we knew he could be at one point.
Max is definitely serviceable. I will give credit to Max.
Strong fragging IGL, that Max.
Yeah.
He also, definitely does his job.
He's a smart IGL as well. I do
calls
think,
a great game.
I do think he calls a very good game. But
and he looks like a bird poised to strike his monitor at any one time while he plays. One of the best postures we've got in the game. We got our veto coming through. It's going to be Ancient. It's going to be Dust 2. Are we getting the repetition? We're almost there. Let's see what the decider is. Ooh, not quite the exact same veto as last time. We have the Inferno decider instead. What do you make of this one, All-In?
I think Ancient's going to be a real instantaneous test for 9Z. I mean, they have some reps on it with minimal success of winning 1 and 3. And again, kind of this resurgence of a powerhouse that I feel like Magic's bringing into this.
This is an interesting storyline because these are the 2 maps that Magic won in their last meeting. The first 2 we've got here, Ancient and the Dust 2. which normally would bode well for Magic, but I'm thinking about Magic's game against 3D Max,
Yeah.
where they slaughtered on the 2 maps that they lost. Is this an Uno reverse here, Buckethead?
I don't know. This Inferno leaves me with a lot of fear for the side of Magic, in all honesty. This Inferno that 9Z is going to be able to lead in if it does go to map 3. I feel like it's a very contingent point. If it does see a third map, I think Magic, honestly, are very, very hard-pressed to try to find any sort of answer.
That's going to be a big if, though, because, again,
big if.
Magic took both these maps over 9Z. You know 9Z is going to have been thinking about it.
But 9Z's
Bit's going to be scheming something up.
But 9Z's Dust 2 has looked good.
It has. Huaso Peaks look good.
No, yeah.
I love Huaso Peak. I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah.
He's so much fun to watch play, and it's been so cool to see him blossom in this team. He's been part of this organization for a while now, right? Was part of that IEM Dallas team that put this team on the map. Played a very different role at that point. Now he's a bit of a star.
I mean, but he's a star you can at least kind of rely on. We've seen a nice, solid performance out of him with the 3D Max matchup. I mean, the maps are what, 13-6, 13-7? And that's not just like they did good. That's a dominant showing against a solid, like you said earlier, a kind of a gatekeeper of teams around here.
And I mean, they are just coming off that XSE Pro League victory as well, right? The MVP for Huaso Peak at that. A very strong event to start off this season. It's a 9Z that's hoping to build on that momentum, right? They're hoping to carry that through to make into the playoffs here and maybe do some damage as well. And I think they are going to be a team where anybody who draws them in the lower bracket, I mean, there's going to be some brutal matchup that we get early on.
Team.
But yeah, you got to be worried about them.
You have a lot to be worried about. You have a lot to be worried about with both these teams and all that.
Sure,
I
certainly.
do think that either one of these teams that does make it through can punch well above their weight. 9Z, it feels weird saying above their weight considering the recent results,
Strong
considering
weight.
their ranking.
They're weighty boys.
Hefty. But no, both these teams are going to be very, very scary to get matched up to potentially, and it's almost time to figure out which team will be able to advance on, Mike.
It is indeed a heavy weight between two weighty teams that are looking to surge forward this season, but they stand in the way of each other, and only one can keep their key intact past today. Let's step in to the fray, gentlemen, and I will leave you to it.
It's time to go in once more. Our last game.
It is.
For the group stage. Of course, one more after that will be followed by the ever so talented and lovely Dinko and Moses. But before you get there, you got one last chance to hang out with us as we see 9Z try to dismantle Magic and keep their stake on top as playoffs looms and key crushing will consume.
We love a good key crushing, especially around here. Nice pops that come from it. Maybe like the same pops you're going to hear from these USPs on the 9Z side. You got a smoke, you got a flash, you got a nade, and you got 4 sets of armor for this CT side. And it does seem like Magic are ready to kick this off on a nice little B take.
Well, delayed momentarily. Moon does connect with the first kill. They don't have to explode off of this. Plenty of time to still work around. But Max wants to get inquisitive. Ends up paying with his life. Luchop, one of the 2 heavy hitters on this team. A chance to try to hold strong, but a chance that will not come at all because Tenzi able to find the last 3. Woo, that's an excited Magic roster right there. High fives all around, a bit of noise, and a pistol round that goes perfectly their way.
Loving the energy, loving the smiles already on this Magic side. All it takes is one round to get them into a little bit of a good mood early on, and rightfully so. This is a good one. 5 alive for the gang. A pretty decisive pistol round victory, but it is going to be led firmly into a 9Z. 4 scouts, MP9s, 5.7s, and we've seen what these 5.7s have done today already.
Definitely have, but history repeats itself as it's to be answered. A stack up in Donut. Tenzi works his way up mid very quietly, very easily, backed up by Oswald. And the bomb as well. The smoke is going to fade, so this could get very tricky for Moon, who will lose his life. Drop that bomb down, and now a recovery mission has to come in for the T's. Molotov going to clear out the scout, and trades back and forth. A stab up from the catwalk. Tenzi having to about face. Spade 8 tries to help him. But we will be trapped into the 2-on-2 with a bomb still yet to be collected for the T's.
Oh, instead they try and block off access to this bomb, but the T's are going to meet up towards top red. We see that long rotate come around from Spade 8. Meet up with his team and hopefully trade out these kills. Luchov low enough where a single shot from this Galil should be doing. He himself recovers a rifle as he finds the first one, leaving just Iron last alive. Fires off a shot, can't quite connect, backpedals a little bit. Bomb going to be recovered. Are they going to meet face to face? Will they line up for him? No. Tenzi closes out, and that is going to be Magic off to a 2-0 start. And that 9Z economy set to a reset.
I mean, a decent round for Marin and DGT there, you know, to just be able to get some kills, be able to do a bit of damage, and honestly make Magic sweat a lot. The bomb getting dropped early on in the round, not being able to be recovered for a good 40 seconds. Even the connection from the catwalk, just very good control to try to keep the flow in their favor. Ends up not working out that way, though. As again, Ancient and mid control, hand in hand. Most important part of the map, no matter what team you are, no matter how you want to play the game, unless you just want to give up mid, which that would be quite silly, if you ask me.
Yeah, this is one of those extraordinary maps where mid, it's like Inferno, with a little more greenery pretty much. Mid is the focal point. It will always be, but thankfully enough for the CTs, it's a little bit easier because you can kind of throw out that utility early on and at least hold them off, but AW will not hold off on getting this kill. He finds one, Tens with a quick trade, Juanso Peak with another, make it 2 for him.
Juanso Peak, the linchpin of the team. Very much so, responsible in large part for the success. Great damage on the Moon. Spade and Moon both so low. AW at least better. But 50 seconds, a mid clear coming in. Want to wrap back in towards A. Spade. Days might be numbered. That's exactly what happens. Juanso Peak. Still good. 3 on the round. AW and Moon force their hand. There's no utility. It's going to be a difficult bomb plant to come in, especially with Juanso Peak rounding the corner towards CT. AW takes out Max, but Juanso Peak on 4. Leaves it only up to AW. All on him, 2 on the round. Trying to play for the Peak CT. Great damage done. DGT barely misses the timing. And now the 1-on-1. DGT full health. Barrel spotted for AW. Needs to play the time as much as he can. There's not a kit. There is a smoke to play with, try to dance around, but DGT doesn't need it. DGT, all he needs is bullets.
And a good play with pretty much only a rifle invested in for 9Z, so the economy is going to go to the Moon, but not the Moon on the Magic side. It is going to be 9Z getting their first round in early before things get a little bit too slippery for this CT side here on map 1.
And already the op out from Marin. A good attempt from both teams. Juanso Peak, again, carrying a lot of the weight within that round. 4 for him. He needed DGT to finish it out. And that causes quite the shift in buy for Magic. You get so many casualties in the second round, their money never able to fully develop. Leaves them struggling here in round 4.
Minute 25 on the clock.
Ooh.
Magic start to gather up this mid control and start to divvy out the tasks for success here. Get some donut access, maybe caves, depending on where they want to split this one into, but they'll actually recede back a little bit as maybe they might be challenged by Marin with the op. But he's going to hold the off angle, rotate back in towards B, and the site of choice for Magic as of now does look to be A site, only guarded by a pair of 9Z players.
Be a good chance, but it is a really good setup out from 9Z. Spade's still playing back, not going to connect with his team. So only 4 is going to come in with this push. Smoking a donut. well as a smoke into CT. Now it's going to be time for the push. Wasso Peak dealt with early. DGT needs to go nuclear here already too, but not enough to stop the flow. 20 seconds, bomb begins to get planted. Luchov, quick rotate. M4, good for another. Spade flashed off. AW is sprayed through the smoke, almost able to connect with Max, but instead gives up his position for a bit of counterfire. Now with the Tech 9 long range, up, missed the shot. But nothing you could do. Fall back and save, the right call. Tie up the scoreline. Ooh, and it seems like we're going to have a loud match from both of these teams.
That always means
Yelling
it's a
all
good
around.
match, honestly.
Oh, yes, it does.
And I mean, we already seen what vocals Magic bring to the table. Now it's 9Z's turn to get a little bit loud. I mean, the rest of the crowds around here have been astronomically louder, as we've heard throughout the days. And you know, Donnie, this is all going to lead up to just a fantastical main event in a nice little area.
Yeah, week 2 looms. Week 2 looms. But which one of these teams will have the power to push towards that? That's what we need to find out. Moon's Deagle continues to push. Oh! Nice shot from Mayern. Bad timing for that. Shadow advantage for Moon. Misses the shot once more. I don't think he wants to test the waters any longer, though. Found out that they can be quite hot. Miss flash from Mayern, but doesn't matter as he falls back. DGT, oh, nice readjustment on his fade. Luchov brought down. But at the end of the day, it is only pistols to contest with. So there shouldn't be too much worry on the side of 9Z. Should just be an ability to clean up. Although, Moon has found a Deagle shot on one, an AW, a P250 on another. So, good damage. Still a chance. A definite chance. As the smoke gets blown, Mayern readjusts. Great little flick with the op. Although AW has recovered a rifle, 2 CTs pressing on his location. Wants to play for the smoke fade, but so little time. Still, again, 2 to try to kill on the site. Almost impossible.
It's it close, but not close enough. 9Z grasped themselves the first lead for themselves. Only a single digit. Magic with enough money to be bringing these rifles right back into play. It's looking a little worse for Wares, for Magic. Losing 3 in a row, denied bomb plants, and it's all kind of coming into a head as everyone left at the very most $750.
No one to be met by the nades thrown from mid, DGT. Great push from Max. AW not ready for it, but caught in the smoke. Shaking hands. AW gets the better of Max. Actually puts Magic in a great position. Although a stack up on the B bomb site. Timing can be on their side. 9Z look quite uncomfortable. Still trying to go for aggressive plays. Luchov might regret doing this peek. Depends on how the swing from Moon comes in. Tenzi clears out Donut. Mayern, if ever a time to hold strong in your aim, now would be that time. 40 seconds. Magic taking all the time that they possibly can. But as the clock hits 30, it's going to be time to go. It's going to be time to try to fight. Mayern, that's a good first shot. Luchov falls back in the immediate ramp angle. Mosvold, an absolute monster, pushes in. Mayern tries the no-scope, gets run down instead, and it is just the superstar of Wasso Peak left in the 1v2.
Almost good timing with that no-scope, but 2 was all. Baron could get, and sadly, it is not enough as Hwaso Peak will call this round quits, and it will be tied back 3-3 again. The rounds being traded, a left, a right, jabs everywhere, Donnie, and it is looking like, again, good CS. We saw this exact kind of start from the matchup prior, and then things fell apart. Which side do you think is going to fall apart first?
Oh, big question. Big question to ask.
Yes, it is.
You know, it's because when we get down to the wire, you know, more and more competitive matchups come towards the end of it.
For sure.
Although, if you were watching the A stream for the first game, you might not think that between the Vitality and Lin Vision series.
That was, you know,
an exception.
Yeah.
But again, so much to both these teams lies within this tournament. It's a chance for 9Z to continue to prove their legitimacy as a team, to try to shape the narrative that, you know, a lot of the work is done by Luchov and Hwaso Peak, which, to be fair, you know, in recent results, a lot of the work has been done by the two of them. And on the side of Magic, I mean, young studs who came in swinging, unknown to known very quickly. DGT.
You're avoiding my question.
Open up the round.
Who's going to fall first? Who do you think's going to lose that momentum, Donnie?
I still think 9Z loses series. I think that's what happens. You want my honest answer? Hwaso Peak. He's not going to lose this series, though. No matter what, he's going to have a good performance. And already down to only 3 players left on this T side as they try to initiate an attack towards A. Once again, defended by 2 with 1 still rotating on in. Could be the end of days, no?
I mean, they have some residual income left, or at least Magic if this one doesn't go their way. Obviously, Bomb Plant would give them significant little boost extra, but they're going to have to clear out some big names as Hwaso Peak first of all. AW swinging in, finding a pair. DGT out of it, and it's on Max finds the shots on Moon, and one more. It's all that's left is AW, and he needs the ace, and he will be denied.
Disgusting play out from Max there. Great timing to drop off. Could have been a little risky, but the player Donut not ready for the wide swing after the drop off. And AW strong nerve to continue to plant there. And for Magic, that's probably the highlight of the round. Bomb plant.
I mean, that's a good one, though. That's, like I said, what they need. Obviously, the round win would be preferable, nonetheless.
I mean, on a full buy, you're hoping for a lot more than a bomb plant.
Yeah, but now you're not hit with a huge reset. You're hit with Max, who's just clotheslining and chopping him down in bottom mid. Spade 8, not yet to strike back because he himself has met his demise, and it's down to just Moon and AW. Can they really do anything at this point with a minute 30 on the clock? The only positive thing is they got the bomb.
Yeah, not much to write home about for this round, at least on the side of Magic. Side 9Z, you got plenty to say. He destroyed them in this round.
Mainly
Round
coming
8
from the
was
mouth
best
of
round.
DGT, honestly.
And Max.
And Max.
But Magic do want to delay onto A once more. DGT.
Leaning into that monitor.
I think he just heard the jump up as well. Definitely did. Molotov out towards CT. Spot the player jumping across. No use, no hope. Flawless round for 9Z.
Maybe that's why I'm not as good as I think I am. Maybe I'm not close enough to my monitor when I play. DGT is within 2 to 3 inches of that thing.
Listen, everyone's got their way. Everyone's got, you know, him, Yakinder, they're up there.
I forget who it was yesterday, but they play very lounge. Like they sink into their seat when they play. I don't remember what
JDM style? The good old
worse.
days?
Because like JDM leans back. He just literally melts into a seat, like slides down on it.
Sounds comfy.
It sounds like my shoulders hurt.
A timeout taken for the side of Magic. But the clock's going to tick back to 0. We are going to get underway straight into round 9 of play. Or it's again a Magic lineup that can't really facilitate any sort of buy. A hero AK on the likes of Spade. But besides that, very hard pressed to try to find an opening into this round.
I mean, I feel like Tech 9 armor buy on a map like this, it's viable. I mean, Spade 8 with that AK definitely can help it, but surprisingly enough, we've seen a lot, not only right now an A hit, but in general, we've seen teams hit A lot more often than we have B as of recently. Myron comes up empty with the first shot, but the molly's timed well as Fausto Beacon find absolutely nothing. Myron is the only one to find a kill here. He's going to get smoked off. The nade might be good enough, but thankfully enough, backpedaling is Fade 8.
Bomb's going to get planted. DGT crosshair in the great spot to be able to spray down. Aaron with still a little bit of trouble, but Luchov, good support. AW, he can catch the rotates off here. This would be huge. This could be the dagger in the back, but not able to land on a max. Spraying with that Tech 9 as much as possible. And although he's able to net one, that'll be it. No one else secures the kill in the dying moments of the round. And 9Z push forward towards 6 on the scoreboard.
This is starting to feel similar to what we saw in the first matchup of the day. Rounds get traded early on, then it hits a stalemate, a 3-3 score, and then one side just starts pulling away. 9Z now up 3 rounds, and back to the mid-fighting they go. And back to standing in mollies as NZ finds himself 1-2 spray down, but Luchov with a quick trade maybe can spare his life, but no. AW and Max get into it as they find some kills for themselves, and as that smoke fades, it is going to be Magic with that man advantage.
A lot of pressure on Marin here. Gonna have to hit a nice shot. Moon brought down low, but it's not enough to finish the job, so the player advantage still lies in the arms of the T's. A flash in from Max allows a bit more aggression. The op falls down, almost has 2 lined up. Narrowly not so, and AW continues to have a monster performance so far. 14 and 8.
Downside, it's only 2 of the players here on Magic really having the impact needed. Obviously, AW 14 and 8, which is good enough to lead the server right now in those kills. Tenzi at 9 and 7. Rest of the team has fallen eerily quiet. Moon 2 and 7, a name that I didn't think would be at only that with the op now in his hand. Can he start picking up this pace as Tenzi swings in mid, finds one, still full blind, but it is going to be Huaso Peak with the double again. Back to back again we go.
At least AW able to trade back. Huaso Peak so low. Luchov, a bit of molly damage, but nothing to fret, nothing to be worried about. A chance for Magic to do a soft reset of the round. Both teams decide to majorly give up mid. Where will the grouping take place? Is Fade still dancing around outside B? Waiting for any form of aggression to come out from this 9Z side that doesn't really seem to budge right now. Sedge is throwing delay util as the clock continues to tick further and further down. After the box, 30 seconds. A move needs to be hit now. A decision needs to be made now.
No utility, it's going to have to be a dry take too.
It's going to be a dry take. They're going to the right bomb site though, because there's only one here. It's Huaso Peak. He's low, and he's not aggressively holding the bomb site. Tucked away in the ruins. I don't believe he got peeked out. He's going to let the plant come in. AW, very aware of the possibility. Huaso Peak still waiting for the rotations to come in, which they both do now. Yappa Marin, M4 Luchov. A 3-on-3. A kid on the low HP player. AW holding the spray, potentially two. A shadow makes him shoot, shot early. And Hwaso Peak still finding impact, although the low HP. Moon dances around the bullets. And Hwaso Peak has to push in as fast as he can. There's no use, there's no time, my friend. It's Magic to jump straight back into winning ways. And we are very likely looking down the scope of a tied half.
Do you believe in magic, Donnie?
What type of Magic are we talking about?
Team.
The team? Yeah, I believe Magic.
Do you think they can close this one out 2-0 potential, or do you think this is like a certified 3-mapper right now? What you're looking at?
It needs to be a 2-0 for Magic. It really needs to be.
So if it goes map 3,
if it goes map
done.
3, yeah. If it goes map 3,
strong.
it's 9-0. I don't see a world where that doesn't change. I mean, sure, if you play it 100 times, can Magic pick up a win or two? Yeah, but
Inferno
it really needs to be flawless within the first 2 maps of this series.
True. I mean, wow, 9Z have played Inferno quite a bit. 10 maps at 60%. Wow.
Yeah, it's not even that Magic's Inferno is not tested. It's that 9Z's Inferno is very tested.
Yeah. Obviously, when it's second most played map, you'd expect so. Max with a good angle with the deagle, but Fade 8 can't find anything. Luchov finds a quick trade, but a double in for Spade. They push forward here, try and get this site control. It does seem like B might be on the board for maybe the first time here in this matchup to close this one out. Magic are in a strong position here after a whiff shot from Moon to make this a 6-6 score. And we said it was going to be a good game, and it's looking good already.
Fade 8 pushes in. Hwaso Peak close with the deagle. Not the weapon you necessarily want in that position. Mayor and DGT. A chance for something, certainly, but no kit, so as the bomb goes down, a lot more pressure already built in. Fade 8 takes out the remaining rifle.
Ace.
And very well could be. Although Marin pushes in, Tenzi completely caught off guard. Fade 8 turns back around. Wants to try to contest. Wants to try to go for the ace, but Moon getting the op shot, that's the more important thing. It is a tied half. A good showing from both these teams so far, although one far more spread out than the other. The opposite of the story, honestly, that was being built. Magic relying heavily on Tenzi and AW. Fade 8 not playing bad as well, but on the side of 9Z, I mean, besides Luchov going a little bit missing, overall, I mean, it's looking like a strong 9Z team coming out.
Yeah.
As we get a look at the replays.
I mean, Fade 8 found half his kills in that very round was 4 and 7 to begin, closing out with 8 and 7. So overall, it looks like he did his part here, but really it was 1 out of those 12 rounds he really had the impact you'd expect. Other than that, like you said, it's been pretty much the AW show in Tenzi. So if 9Z can find a way to snuff them out early on, the Magic are in real big trouble.
Could be. Could very well so be. A stack up on B for Magic. As 9Z hurl everything they possibly could over those walls. Fade 8's just going with a knife. No way. He does not know how close he was to landing that risky. Indeed. And his blood sheds all over the place. DGT somehow finds himself all the way crept back towards CT.
What an odd interaction.
The crazy part is he landed in almost every situation that is just a 100-0 knife kill. But he got unlucky with the distance for that last swipe. A bit silly, but that is a confident win for Magic. A very confident win for Magic on the pistol.
Which is obviously, you can see it in their face.
Up. Yeah, 6-7. He's even rotating the camera a little bit for you this time.
Donnie.
It's pistols for 9Z. It is pistols. Only one.
I must be disappointed, so. All right, we're going to move on. But, oh, Donnie, having a French timeout? A little glancing at the strat cards, seeing what they can pull out here. A swift little 30-second conversation to kick this round off. Best way to do it, honestly, if all you really have is Glocks and one P250, if you can't utilize it in potentially winning or getting some kills, utilize it from the strat book. At the very least, find some reason to make this round count.
Yeah. Take all the time you can to talk while you got it. And Moon, maybe a shooting range. Maybe lined up for the Moon show. As he just spotted out almost all of the opponents, spraying through the door, barely any damage done. They're going to force him out of Red Room. They're pushing all the way through. Mosvolt tries to help out, but they're just going to get funneled into CT. They're going to get funneled into the Meat Shredder. And DGT, not able to get anything done either. Moon, a 4K. Very good fallback from him. Now after individual plays from both him and Spade, playing field looks a lot more even.
For now, but that is, once again, reminiscent of what we saw here in the first half. Rounds being traded early on, obviously. You know, once you win pistol, it's a lot easier to capitalize off that second round, but the rifles are in play. A little bit of a free round for Magic to hopefully build some economy, but it's Luchov to find the first one and pulls out the knife instead of sticking with the rifle. NZ finds the trade, brings it to a swift 4-on-4. Moon taking some utility damage from the looks of it, down to 76, but overall, it does seem like A-Site has now fallen.
DGT, perfect timing to push his way on through. A common practice to leave that A-bomb site open early, but when a team can sniff it out, a very easy thing to capitalize against. And that's exactly what happened. Magic sticking around for the time being, but after Mosvolt falls, really the save call is in.
Striking right back is 9Z.
Well, plenty of money to buy in the next.
Plenty of money. It just, Moon should have the money for an op from the looks of it. Hell, he might even be able to be dropped one from AW to get some armor, some good bits of utility. So, overall, not completely stressed. Again, this is the aforementioned free round, quote unquote. Never really free. But a round you can financially risk to lose. Now, it does seem like the op will be out on Moon. He was dropped it by AW, I think. And so he's got armor, he's got the utility, and this is a round that Magic are set up and poised to, again, stretch out that lead if feasible.
Very good play from DGT in the previous to open up that bomb site. Just a great read that the site would be clear. A lot of damage in through those nades in mid. Luchov doesn't win the spray battle through the smoke and tens. He's able to fall off after that. Just keep the player advantage. No reason to force the issue post that. Oswald up and around, trying to get a peek. DGT spots it out. No damage. Nade. Just a little bit. A nice little boost. No one's going to be there on the receiving end of it.
We're seeing a very potentially quick rotate from Magic. They're playing kind of deep towards that CT side for either quick rotate or that aggression up mid. All in suit by Spade 8, playing kind of a retake on that A site. 9Z with 45 seconds left on the clock. They haven't really gained map control anywhere else. Mid, all the way across over to A, has been wide open, but no control taken. With a man down, time ticking away. This one is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, it's just time to shoot your shot. Got to give it your all in the moment. As it pushes down, 20 seconds. Finally up the ramp. No time to spare with this. And AW Already connects on the player that was supposed to play spoiler. Spray through the wall, won't be able to land on the bomb planter, so that still goes down.
Oh,
With the second spray, good to take out the Opper, and all the bodies hit the floor. Magic do well to clean up. 9 rounds, 1 away from double digits. Still fired up.
fantastic call there from Fade 8 to just kind of play it more on a retake style, give up control of ramp, play for the jump spot, which got the information. Then you have the players kind of tuck in towards caves and just bide their time. Let them roll in, line up the default sprays, and it just looked good. It didn't look like anything, special, nothing different. It was just clean CS.
And a bit of time for the coaches to talk as 9Z take their first time out. Honestly, an opening duel that was just a wild spray through the smoke, but ended up being so important to the story of the round because down a player, it just left 9Z without much comfort to try to obtain any map control except the extremity of the B bomb site. Focus all of their manpower there and nothing to come of it. Nothing to show.
Oh, there.
In through mid, Luchov, he wants to put on a show, but instead it's end of days by Tenzi. Ooh, Wasso Peak. Great response as the smoke gets blown in Red Room. Elsewhere, Tech 9 is close in the A main halls. Tenzi boosted up. His teammate falls back. The noise cue doesn't make the T's want to push. Mayer in a good trade. Fade 8 mollied out. AW wins the battle of the sprays. And there is going to be a connection from Wasso Peak coming in through Red Room. Tapped away at the head. Easy kill there. And a 2-on-2 as the rotations come in through Donut. No bomb plant quite yet. And no utility to block off the Donut entrance. Which is honestly the most unfortunate thing. Because Wasso Peak had no time for any comfort and Mayern much the same. Double digits. That's 10 rounds for Magic. And 9Z that look a bit dejected after that loss.
A lot of this is riding on Tenzi right now. I think 3 straight rounds at this point. Getting that opening pick, whether it's in, I'm pretty sure has been in mid. These 3 rounds straight out of him. And that just, it sets your team up for success. You deny access to mid, you get the advantage. It's just overall a good look from the CT side of Magic. I know there's a little struggle on that T side, but the CT side, they look reformed and ready to go.
Another timeout taken. That is meeting its end. As we look to get back into the game. Round 18. A half buy-in for 9Z. And if 9Z were able to pull out with this round, that kind of rides a completely different scenario for the ending of this map. It should be Magic just having to hold strong post this round as Moon does exactly that. An easy shot, but that's the only one stationed towards A. A bit of a decoy as a default is set up elsewhere.
Pair of rifles have to do all the work. Iron currently in possession of 1 of 2. Considered a rarity right now for the T side, while it is a pair of Tech 9s. But hopefully try and make the space where the rifles can't quite get there.
AW's in such a great spot though, Anthony.
It is. It's going to be a strong hold, but if he falters even a little bit, it's done. He finds one, drops down, repositions, looks straight through the smoke to maybe try and do a little bit more, but 1. That's all he really needed to do as long as he can survive here.
1 is definitely enough because it just makes the confidence of the 2 remaining T's to push through the smoke far less. Tenzi, unlucky. Catches straight through the smoke. Sometimes your opponent's just having a good day. And now back towards the ramp with 30 seconds left. The bomb down. 9Z look like they still want to go for this. But with the Molotov there, it surely has to be called off at this point. Surely you're not still expecting to be able to have a chance in this round. There's such little time. You still have to collect the bomb, not to mention deal with the opponents on site, and maybe that's the easiest part of it. Baron pushes up. Another headshot found for him. No bomb. Moon in the spot to try to deny, but he misses. He misses, and there's enough time to plant. Gets around the corner. Close range shot found, and now the one-on-one. Luchov struggling in this map so far. Barely able to connect. Barely able to get the job done. And 9Z steal around.
Oh, Donnie, you doubted this 9Z final push there towards the end with 18 seconds left. They dropped their own player. It's down to a 2-on-2 after a good trade. They push on the site. They make the space. They get the kills. Hell, they even get the bomb down somehow after a missed op shot from Moon. They clutch it up 1v1, and now they're only down a pair of rounds.
Only a pair, and anything is possible. Oh, Moon, a great angle. Deep on that. Able to get the Opera out early. And an Opera that definitely has had some impact in this game. A boost up once more. A double boost at that. TGT spots Mosval jumping around. Same can be said, however, in reverse. It causes a tuck. AW, great damage. Through the wall bang. Molotov forces him back. Only a little bit of damage taken for him. Max completely flashed. And W close range again. Such good on these angles. Such good things coming out from the young star. And Tenzi, this is an off angle that 9 times out of 10, no one's going to check. No one expects this type of aggression. Luchov walks straight into the crosshair. Wasso Peak far back, able to trade. Still one player left to defend. Spade 8. A player pushing it from Dota behind him. Wasso Peak takes a jumping shot. DGT falls elsewhere. That's magic. Straight back at it. Not letting the previous round, 9Z's heroics, stop them at all. And 9Z forced to take their final timeout.
AW can't keep getting away with that position. Even if they check them, it seems like they can't get a leg up on this man. We said it earlier, AW having a hell of a performance, and it's only gotten better. A 2.4 KD currently, 24-10. He is everything that 9Z hate to have to contest with. Positionary advantage, rifle advantage, aim advantage currently right now too. It's looking good for Magic, and the squad's looking even better.
I really hope that that's getting picked up.
Me too, dude. They're having a party.
This is absolute chaos.
It's making me dance.
At the Esports World Cup.
Good chaos.
A thing of beauty. All these communities coming together, genuinely. It's something you have to be present to understand. Every community, every esport, all under one roof, all
Everybody
under
should
one
come,
love.
Honestly, at this point, come join. It's awesome.
Competition, of course, is important, but at the end of the day, this is the beauty that brings us together. But either way, we need to see if Moon is able to continue to fire off shots. Only leg on the first. Tenzi's there for a follow-up. Very nice for a double. But 2 in response for 9Z still makes this interesting. Moon on scopes are the worst time. And a slightly missed smoke towards Donut. A push in. Spade 8. Him and Moon combined, leaving just Max in with a mid-flank that stands no hope in succeeding. That is 12. That's map point, and an important map point as we look at the narrative of the series.
Magic are just looking really strong. There are some factors that could be worried about if you look at that scoreboard, but the overall value that Magic currently have in this map is unmatched.
And you know, 9Z's fall off in the second half just individually
needs to be studied.
It's very prevalent. Sure, there are still great moments, but Tenzi
again
does good to stop it. Wasso Peak able to burn one out as well. So as we say that, 2 very important individual kills coming in early. giving 9Z the player advantage for the first time in quite a few rounds.
AW line up another triple. Why not? Maybe close out on 30 if we at this rate we're going here. This man is put to the test through and through. A site, mid site, it matters not. This man comes up clutch. He's going to be called upon once more. Finds one, almost two, almost gets the dink in through. Now it's up to Massive left as a line of defense with the long rotate in from Moon. He might be able to work an angle in soon, but the shadow peek comes in. DGT finds one. It's Moon left in a 1-on-3. Scoped in, finds almost a shot, and that might kind of call the round right there.
It's not even that you don't have the money in the next round. You just can't afford to give up that op to 9Z right now. They're still struggling financially. They'll have a bit of a boost because of winning this round, but realistically, no real way that the op is going to come into play. So Moon falling away, important. And still close down to the wire. You know, obviously, Magic has had quite a successful CT side, 6 for 8 for the current time being. But still, by no means has 9Z been written out at any point during these rounds. The bomb explodes. 9Z one step closer to trying to push it to overtime. High fives all around.
The crowd's expanded, Donnie.
What?
The crowd's expanded. Yeah. They've gathered mass. Just like Magic. They've gathered energy. They gathered momentum. We're aiming for speed.
Timeout called. 12-9. This time, a timeout on the side of Magic.
Switching up the momentum, maybe even the pace here, as 9Z look to try and get something going to try and bring this to overtime. Right now, it has been a fairly quiet and ineffective T-side round here. Only 3 to be found for this 9Z side.
Well, no op to answer the one on Moon. And no real presence to answer for AW right now. 25-12. No reason to stop there, as there's still work to be done. Still a match to be had. 9Z will find their self-control in mid. Magic very passive with their hold this time around. Moon in a good spot if the mid control tries to be pushed further. But for now, it's 9Z completely okay with lying in wait. Completely okay with playing down the time. A minute passes on the clock. Only a small drop of blood has been shed. No live sacrifice to the cause.
I think this might be the first round where Tenzi doesn't find a kill in mid. At least initially.
Instead, they've fallen completely off. And honestly, it's a great change for Magic because 9Z has wasted so much of their round just trying to wait for any form of contact. And they're going to go into the scope of Moon. A very tight angle. Only able to get some damage done. Nades rain onto him. And a push in, trying to connect onto the A bomb site. You know this is where it's ending. There's no time for any form of fake. Tenzi could have potentially lined a few up, but only good for one. Asphalt sprays the FAMAS. Such low HP on these Ts. Such low HP, but you can't justify it. You can't justify it given the situation. You gotta let 9Z on double digits. Especially as the bank runs drier and drier on the side of Magic. Only on a 1-round loss bonus. They're going to end with mid 2,500 about in the bank. So next round's going to have to be a save, focused around the saved rifles.
Yeah, when the high end is $3 grand on your players, it doesn't seem very optimal. Really by much, if anything, and I actually stand corrected. You are right, 2,500 total on the high end for this CT side. So maybe you get a P250, and that's really all you're going to get. These rifles that were saved are going to be the only superior weaponry that Magic are going to bring into this. It's going to be a pretty quiet round, maybe a quick and decisive round too. I have a feeling like mid once more will be all eyes there.
Well, 9Z should be fully aware of the economical situation. Mosvold's getting so aggressive, spotted out through the smoke. Ballsy play doesn't work out, and Max sprays through the smoke on S-Fade as well. Already one of your saved guns out. EW wants to peek elsewhere. Walks straight into the arms of Luchov. It's actually DGT from Cat. Finish the job off. And on the bright side, at least if you're Magic, you got some time to talk while this round draws to a close, because I don't think the 5-7 and USP are going to combine to do much damage at all.
No, I really don't either. But this does keep it close, and Luchov finds one and a second very easily, securing himself a pair of kills, and that is going to be now just one away, Donnie, from a potential overtime start here. It has been a fantastical push early on from Magic, and now they've slowly and quietly dwindled down to almost well, it is just a single round lead at this point.
I mean, the only player that's really been alive for the entirety of this matchup on the side of 9Z is DGT. They tries to do a bit of parkour, but not able to connect with the jump. Instead, uses the boxes like a normal man and goes 1 for 1 in his attempt to try to take some space with the CT side. Tenzi doesn't want to test mid too much longer. Fades away into the nothingness of Red Room. There's a gap on A. There's a gap on A right now. Moon is holding it very passively from CT. Oh, and he's making noise now. Now he's known. Now he's heard. The timing couldn't have been worse there. Oswald, the rotation in, loses his life. Moon brought down low. And Luchov swinging through the Molotov. A bit over-aggressive. Didn't end up costing him his life, but the bomb finally made its way over to the A-bomb site.
They don't have a smoke to re-smoke that CT either, so once that fades, they're in the wide open at this point. Myron gonna get mollied out from that big box position. Get forced back off towards main. Nobody really quite holding the anger. There we go. Luchov finds one, and it's down to just a W in. We're going the distance, Donnie.
Yes, we are. 12-12. After a very impressive stab back at the T side towards the latter half, Magic seemed to have run out of, well, the magic that they had.
And I hate to be the one to point it out, but when you have someone on your team that's 7 kills after 24 rounds, it's a little quiet. Granted, AW and Tenzi have kind of absorbed a lot of them. The impact may not necessarily be there as Fade 8 first to fall. And again, it's come down to the duels in mid. Luchov comes up big, but Tenzi answers right back with a double of his own. A triple as they just continue to feed one by one in mid. And that's a man that you have consistently not want to feed in mid.
Why are you solo pushing through a smoke into mid where your teammate just lost their life from a player holding the same angle you just swung from? An absolutely needless kill puts 9Z at a player disadvantage. Sure, a way to still work in the round, but it's just gonna be harder for no reason. AW is not gonna get cleared out.
It's all of a sudden it's gotten very sloppy.
Mayern has the op on the angle, bomb on his back as well, smoked out. Location fully known, tries to blow the smoke. Not deep enough to get an angle through it. And at the end of the day, I mean, you don't like to save in timeout, but what do you do? What do you do in this spot? You gotta turtle back. You have the op. There's no certainty that you could buy the op in all 3 rounds. Down to 30 seconds, you're dancing away into Red Room.
You put too much pressure on mid. You gambled too many times, and obviously Tenzin, who has come up consistently every round on the CT side of striking down at least one in mid. It's not a gamble.
Wait. Tech 9 comes out, maybe. Nope, never mind.
No, we're
just dancing around.
good.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, add 4 to him.
There was a world.
So that just furthers my point that, again, mid is a necessary evil of this map for both sides. Regardless of the side, mid has to be in control if you want success. Now, throwing 4 bodies at it and all dying, that is not actually statistically valuable.
Well, a timeout nonetheless. First one of the half of the timeout. Excuse me, the only one of the half of the timeout. Allows a bit of breath to be taken. It started out great. Luchov was there, got 2 opening kills. Tenzi holding the angle. Just a needless push through the smoke.
Just stacks the bodies. I don't know. I'm a little upset with that call.
It matters not. It's time to get back. That's only the first round of overtime. And push through once more. Spade. Good spray, even though blind. Also peek. Is there to trade? Is there to fall off afterwards? Play it safe. Mid control for nobody. Is better than mid control for your opponent. Also peek, one of the best parts about his game is his mobility. His willingness to go anywhere on the map and find impact no matter where he does go. A little bit more of a quieter game from him than his standards, but still impactful nonetheless.
Slow and grindy is currently what we're seeing. A 2-2 split for the T side. With only 50 seconds left on the clock, they're gambling to pull off a little bit of a rotate with the utility and some shots. But Magic standing firm currently. Maybe as time starts to tick away, they think otherwise. We see a little shift. Maybe they go for information play, and maybe they play right into the hands of 9Z. But right now, they're playing it correctly. Now that flash, that Molly is going to be kind of the telltale sign that with the amount of time left, here comes the hit, and it's going to be quick.
20 seconds. Tenzi swings in a beautiful spray down. That's 2 collected for him. Doesn't even really need the help of AW at that point.
So easy.
Tenzi single-handedly destroys 9Z that round. Puts himself straight into the conversation of MVP of the map for sure.
I mean, him and AW, what is that?
Him and AW are the driving factors of Magic.
56 kills combined, something like that. It's insane. Just off these 2 players alone.
55.
Quick maths.
Last round of the half of the first of potentially who knows how many overtimes. But for Magic's sake, hopefully the last overtime.
Do you have faith that 9Z can push this forward? At least take a round? Or is 10Z just too much of a brick wall?
To work with, but it's individually a bit underwhelming of a 9Z game.
Yeah. Sadly, I'm inclined to agree.
And they're going to go for their delay through mid once more. Wait the round out. Wait for any sort of looming pressure that may want to be taken by Magic. But Magic doesn't budge. Magic has no need to budge. They have the ball completely in their court. AW smoked out, so not going to be able to help out. It's Fade 8 if they do choose to push in. Question of will DGT clear it? He's thinking about it.
No, not the close.
Oh, the swing doesn't work out in his favor. AK better with the headshot. And Max, a timing on the rotations. 9Z has played this to perfection. And even Moon, aware of the location, unable to fire a shot with his op. Oswald forced to push forward because of the pressure behind him. As he creeps around, it's going to be too much. There's no way that he can get it done, Huaso Peak. A clean shot to the head. 9Z do find a round in the first half.
It's amazing what happens when you don't go through mid and keep banging your head onto the same wall over and over again, but that wall has a name, and it's Tenzi. He stopped them firmly, and then the one time they didn't aggressively try and force a fight in mid, it works. I just wish it would have come a little bit earlier, and you've learned that lesson before you even hit overtime, exactly how dominant Tenzi has been in mid.
Well, now it's a switch to the T side, the side that AW had the most impact for his team for sure. Question is, will it be repeated or will Tenzi continue to dominate?
Jeez.
3 in through mid, immediately through the round.
Just doesn't matter, I guess.
9Z, no chance. No chance to even get set in their positioning.
I'm a believer, Donnie. Not only in Magic, but specifically Tenzi and AW. These two guys have done nothing but impress me. 60 combined kills currently with potentially more here. Arna and Luchov last alive to maybe get themselves up to a nice little even mark of 14-14, but things are looking bleak, but the bright lights are starting to shine through those dark clouds at least a little bit.
And there is low HP on 2 of the players for Magic. 9Z, fair play to him. Have a fighting chance still. Especially with a player like Luchov looming around on the site. Inquisitive into mid. Where's the Tenzi op that will have to be dealt with? Tenzi not looking the right angle. Luchov gets one for free. Traded back by AW. A missed shot by Mayern. We've seen him miss shots from this angle so many times. Tries to double up, but not at all effective. In all honesty, I would love to see the statistics of how many shots Mayern has missed on that A main push. He is...
I think he might have hit 1.
No disrespect to him, has completely faltered trying to stop that A main push almost every single time that it's come to him. And then it puts him in that situation where instead of being able to find one and fall back, you have to aggress further or completely concede. And a lot of the times, there's no use in completely falling back. Magic, a chance to close it out. Magic, a chance to take their map away.
Magic slow things down with that mid aggression, instead diverting themselves up towards that A main. Ponso Peak gonna drop off of Molly, delay maybe a little bit while Luchov finds a kill towards Fade 8, getting an early man advantage, but maybe diverting the eyes of the CTs elsewhere while they play a little bit of trickery, walk their way out of A main maybe, but it is gonna be a smoke and flash to again slow this T side, ever encroaching, in Moon with a missed shot as well, now giving up what potential position he may have had.
And this leaves Magic in a very weird situation now. Bomb station by itself outside of A. Meanwhile, the 2 teammates on the T side wait for the mid smoke to fade. "35 seconds. Molotov into mid. Does make Mayern reposition, look towards that mid angle. That's just going to be a fake. That's exactly what they want. They want a distraction into mid. So when the push through main comes in, it's a bit easier. Huaso Peak brought down low. That's great. A great shot from AW once more. Mayern flashed off. Has to try to fall. Good for 1, but AW He's only able to connect with one himself as well. Tenzi, so many big plays this game, but there's no way that was going to be able to get done. Players on both sides of him. 2 from behind. It only took 1 shot to kill. And potentially still 1 shot to kill 9Z, but there is a chance to continue to go forward into a second overtime.
And with all that momentum, all that talking, all that hyping up of what Magic has bringing to the table, they're still only up a single round. 9Z are never really out of it because obviously we're in overtime. The gap's never too far and too out of reach, but time is limited. About 1:40 for them to have to hold off for one more round to bring it to OT2 or just map 2.
Once again, we see Spade 8 on a satellite lurk as the hit's already coming in through A. TGT traded out. Also Peak stops the flow of the T's. And a Molotov in towards CT. Spade 8 useless outside B. And surely this is 9Z just signing the certificate over into a second overtime. Although if you're going to have any players out right now, AW definitely one that you want to still be alive and kicking. A minute left. Plenty of time. Try to make this flow through, but Max ready for AW. It leaves it just a Moon. The young player, the opera from Kazakhstan, can put the seal on the map. Or he'll just be the reason that it goes to a second overtime. Further he pushes, Max looms and waits. Quick scope not going to be able to land. And that causes the rotation. Wasso will peek back into Donut. He's just going to wait for the bomb to be planted. That's a very nice shot. It makes it a little bit more interesting. Taps the bomb. Wasso peek not peeking. Trades out for the M4. He's going to plant. He spots Wasso peek. No way he gets that kill. And now with 9 seconds left, Luchov so close. Luchov biding his time, waiting. 12 HP. There's no way Moon is able to land a shot. And that is Luchov confirming a second batch of overtime. But not to the dismay of any heartbeats for anyone watching this. And not to the dismay of any credit, any effort Moon put into that.
That was a lot closer than I was gambling it to be. That is for sure. Moon putting up an admirable performance here, making it close, but still we are back into overtime number 2. 15-15. We go at least one more time. At this rate, it does seem like things are coming to a head, and surely this will be the final and last overtime.
An immediate timeout taken. I don't like those jinxing words you just put on the matchup, but
You're right, I did, didn't I? Uh-oh.
Only one way to find out. I will say credit to everyone in the matchup. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Credit to almost everyone in the matchup. As the stakes continue to get higher in map 1, it does seem that everyone online individually has came to play. The only two that are still lacking, Max and Masval. I mean, that's a key opener to this matchup. You know, if one of those two players can find some form within this second overtime, surely you have to think that just immediately puts the advantage in that team's favor.
I mean, Masval, we're 30 rounds in, 8 kills. That is just kind of crippling your teammate.
Oh!
AW with just a shot over top of the molly. Hwaso Beak trying to answer one back, but comes up a little short, does some good damage, but can't quite succeed. Sight now in a full retake. Moon with a good shot, and that's exactly what you need out of your Opper. Time to activate, and if it's not now, it'll most likely be never here in this map.
The strat book definitely starting to run thin as just a straight rush onto the B-bomb site is what catches 9Z off guard. Great delay utility as well out for Magic.
Oh, I like
Fade
it.
8 pushes through the smoke. And it's absolutely clinical to catch Luchov on that attempt to save. And Moon still holding. Max close by. Gets his head ripped apart. A very solid round for Magic. Very good on them denying any saves as well.
But this always feels like how it starts, right, Donnie? The first 2 rounds go the way of Magic in like awesome, fantastical fashion, and then it's just a sheer cliff. They fall right off. Everyone in tow. They all go all at once, and then we're tied back up again. And this happened before overtime. Overtime 1. Now we're in overtime 2. Surely this trend can't keep happening.
You just trying to jinx it at this point? Like,
no, not really.
Once again, outside B. Main point of contention. Magic not even really interested in mid through this go-around of their attacking side. Moon boosted up, spots no one at first, and now a flash comes in for Spade8 to clear towards Jaguar. Just a quick peek. Redirects his focus into mid. Red Room player spotted out, but no damage either way, and Luchov still lying wait close by Spade8. Although had the advantage in the peak, not able to land any bullets. This makes us look towards the other side of the map, the A-bomb site where Hasso Peak has them lined up and sprays them down. A stack of dominoes completely mowed down.
Wow.
16-16, 9Z answered back just as strong as Magic were able to start.
16 total points of damage spread across 2 whole players there for the CT side, a very wildly ineffective T side. It does seem like that strat book for Magic has run literally dry. A rush up B to a rush up A. Let me guess. We're going mid.
Have to wait and see. Well, Moon at least wants to get a peek in it. Blows the smoke. No one crosses over. So the op ineffective in the early days of this round. But now mid wants to get a bit more pressure onto it. BGT. Fantastic game for him so far. Leading his team 25-24. Mayern close by, not able to hit the quick shot. That allows Spade8 to fall back. Keep the pressure there. Distract him while you pincer elsewhere. And Hasso Peak, how many times can he single-handedly hold this A-bomb site? How many times can he get away with a multi-kill? As DGT rotates in, at least the position's known for the T's, but no kills at all. 9Z stalled out. 9Z, no chance!
Oh,
Spade8, no chance! All the shots miss! A window of opportunity. A window into the bomb site. AW catches Luchov off. Now Max and Mayern. Op trained on Moon. Spots a shadow, good for the shot. And that leaves just Mayern. Sure, a good game so far, but no way able to land these shots at such close range. It's Magic once again to have the round advantage in the first half of overtime.
Man advantage, round advantage. Magic have had multiple advantages in multiple scenarios where they can close this one out, but they have yet to do it. 9Z will not die. They will not go quietly. Again, this is just map 1 of a grand scheme of 3 potentially here, and we're already off to an absolute banger of a map 1.
And the best part is still Counter-Strike to go after this series.
Yeah.
But we still got to focus on this one first because Spade8 opens up in mid. Hasso Peak has caught a way through. Great damage. Nade might be able to finish off Spade8 barely. Gordon going down to it. Smoke in towards CT. We'll keep Magic curious. But 9Z retreat. 9Z falls straight back from whence they came. Station themselves into A main. Where a setup for Magic is perfectly trained to take each of these players down. Moon aggresses. A risky play. His op traded over. His Spade8, the low HP player. More than aware of the players' positions, but when will they strike? So Peak boosts up. He spots ahead, tries to spray, eventually able to land it. And now it's just a matter of time. Moon, the Molotov forces him out. Heads up for 9Z to wait for that. And Tenzi, so many big moments this game. Why not one more? Sits in the back of sight. Molotov pushes him out, not able to fall back. A 3-on-3. Once again, low HP for the op of S-Fade. But as he falls, AW has to push up. Not able to come up with anything, and Mosval comes painfully short. As once again, we're tied up. Once again, we look forward towards the prospect of another overtime, but still, 2 rounds left to play. Ops out for both of these teams.
Terrorists win.
Concise hit from 9Z.
It was, but also a little bit of a weak hold from Magic.
Yeah.
Saw a little bit of a fumble there and maybe a transitional play back towards maybe mid, getting called off at such a good timing there. If you're a 9Z fan anyways, but mid,
Moon,
coming back down again.
If Moon didn't trade his op off to Sfade 8, who had the low HP, I think it's also a different story at that point.
Most likely, but now instead we're met with a 17-17 scoreline with a minute 20 on the clock. It's all quiet on the Western front over here. It's AW backpedaling. Looks to gather up with his teammate on B as we're playing a very, very retakeable A, while B and mid seem to be the points of concern.
Pressure into the B caves. AW has been absolutely insane on this part of the map with the CT side. Seems like every time it's pushed, at minimum 2 kills out from him. Oswald just jump spotting. 30 seconds left. A hit to come in. How will they handle the pressure? They see utility coming in. Rain's over. 20 seconds for the hit. Have to push up the ramp. Still delayed for a moment. Oswald can wait here. Will he get cleared out? A flash comes in, not swung on it. Oswald, good for 1. Spade 8 also connects. Eventually trades come through. Moon, close range shot. It leaves just Luchov, who swarmed out. And that's another map point in favor of Magic. The map of back and forth.
Quite literally, yes. And it has been back and forth indeed. Magic nearly fumbling that round with a reposition over towards that A site, but thankfully we had a nice strong hold over the last 2 remaining players there, and then a good crossfire setup, a good trade capabilities overall. It's again, can they replicate success? Can they just string one more round here? It's all they need to go to map 2. There's still at least Dust 2 on the board. Hell, there might even be Inferno.
Prospect that for right now still feels unreal because the battle of the Titans continue on Ancient. 9Z once again relying on this passive mid setup. Magic know better than to fall for this. They haven't fallen for it once. No need to force the issue. No need to force the pressure. Smoke goes down. Blocks out the caves once more.
This might be pretty explosive round as nades come flying in, no pun intended, because it does seem like all 5 players for 9Z are just centralized on this B site. 35 seconds left. They can still fall off and attempt to retake in for a mid over towards A, but I don't think we're going to see much of a donut action right now. This op trained on, probably looking for this jump spot. One more. It does get spotted, but a little bit too late. No reactionary calls just yet. Good flash over top. Spots out 1, and somehow all shots go wide. Kwanso Beak finds himself 1. AW comes up big, finds a double 10 from behind, making another one for him. It's down to just Juanso Peak to try and give themselves a little bit of a lifeline here. He's going to get this bomb down, but can he do it? Fade8 takes the fight. He looks for one. The Molly going to force him into the open. Does some good chip damage. Tries to avoid the headshot. Tapping away. And here we go in there. It is Moon closing it out.
Magic, after a grueling fight, after 2 full overtimes, do find themselves able to stamp their mark of victory on Ancient. And that's got to be some confidence rolling into map 2.
Confidence for sure, Donnie. And I mean, it took a while to get here, but we eventually did at the end of it. And I'm surprised it's taken so long.
Live. There we go. There's my microphone. Confidence, to say the least. 74 combined kills between AW and TenZ. 74 kills. I don't want to discredit the rest of the team, but this is all about this duo. They were just rocks that 9Z could not get past. Mid controlled by TenZ. Cave dominated by AW. If you are locking down those parts of the map, you are having a very good time on Ancient. That was an unreal duo performance.
Not even to mention the players on the rest of the, specifically Moon. I mean, Moon was locking down A quite well for himself as well. Not as tested as much, and obviously not as successful at the end of the day, because AW and TenZ, excuse me, that match was draining.
Yes, I can imagine.
Went absolutely insane. 104 ADR through 2 overtimes.
Golly gosh. That is, I mean, just look at the difference. The next closest player to one of these two is 10 kills behind. That's on either side. This was just wild. Dominant, to be quite frank.
I mean, it's the high highs of AW and TenZ and the low lows of Masval with only 12 kills over...
We'll leave him alone for now. Let's focus on the positives here. Let's focus on the positives here. I do want to say there is some concern for 9Z. I think they sputtered towards the end there. I mean, we saw that B take where they wind up basically losing to the clock, you know, just pesky situations. But you can't blame them too much because they were just so funneled in terms of what do you want to do. You want to challenge AW? You want to challenge TenZ? If you're going to avoid them, you need to just roll up the B ramp or take A main. You don't have that second dimension to it because you're so worried about trying to take space in towards mid. That really limits a T side here.
And in all honesty, I mean, the start that 9Z had, just in terms of the individuals that were coming out to play early on, it was a slow start for a lot of these players. And there is a world where if the players just individually had 10 more % behind them, it could have been a different story, and it could have been 9Z closing out in regulation, in all honesty, but that's not the reality we live in. The reality we live in was Magic absolutely stomping. Reality is TenZ and AW absolutely stomping.
I was going to say, yeah, let's give them their due. Let's be real here. The complete picture, I mean, there were some moments. You saw S-Fade take some space in towards smokes. He was very good at hunting down the exits when players were trying to escape. And Moon, I think it's a very fair credit you guys were giving earlier on, especially in control of Donut there, having some strong moments on that AWP, moving around, keeping them guessing, keeping them from getting on towards sites without heavy human cost. But man, it is hard to talk about anything other than AW and TenZ here.
I mean, if I'm being honest with you, I think 9Z faltered quite a bit towards the mid of the first half. They just hyper fixated on fighting mid, and you just can't take any 1v.
But you can't blame them. You have to have mid to make Ancient work.
You can't, but after you fail 5 times in a row, maybe reevaluate a little bit.
You're thinking like, we'll just get him with the flash this time. We'll just get him with an 8. If we just smoke him off, he can't do anything. Surely,
they were wrong every time.
There was 1 or 2 rounds where it was just like repeated.
When they played it slow, it worked.
Push into mid, no flash.
But then we see them try and play it slow, right? Like right towards the end there in that take towards B. They sit outside because they're expecting the aggression to come through. And Magic do such a good job of varying the tempo. Oh, we're not detecting any presence. We're not getting any flashes over. They're not taking any space on the other side of the map. We'll chill. We'll wait. We'll see when they actually want to hit. They don't get sucked into the aggression too much, which is so surprising for a team. Like, again, to give you the context, this is not an experienced roster. AW had his stint over on P-Vision, but this is a team that are so untested in these kind of environments, in this kind of land, with these kind of stakes on the line. It is blowing me away, the maturity that they show in not responding to the temptation to go over-aggressive.
I think the best way to describe just the entirety of that roster is a sponge. They are absorbing everything that they can.
Look at these guys.
Oh my God. They are on T1 LAN.
Kind of look like brothers.
I mean, that's absolutely insane. 16 multi-kills between the two of them.
That's disgusting.
That's insane.
That is gross.
I want to
That
know
is
the
gross.
percentage of how often that was mid. That's what I really want to know. Out of those
Potentially
16
probably 7 of the 8.
Yes, realistically. And that's, like you said, it's a young team with a young squad and a young everything going on for itself. I think the average age was like under 22 years old.
Super
and they're
young.
bringing so much potential to this. Just out these two players alone, yes, the rest of the team kind of fell a little short in some spots, but when you got players doing 8 multi-kills around, like, there's not enough scraps to go around at the end of the day.
All right, now we can do what you want all in. We can talk about the things that didn't work out for Magic, because the reality is, if your mid player and your cave player are having performances like this should never have gotten into overtime, right? There were issues elsewhere. Mossfall is somebody that we expect to be a strong contributor here. He definitely didn't have the game that we expect.
Yeah, and if I'm being honest with you, if AW and Tenzi didn't have this kind of performance, then this would have been so severely lopsided. I don't think Magic would have been able to recover.
And this was, of course, Magic's map pick as well. So 9Z are going to be hoping that maybe AW and Tenzi just cool off like 5-10%, and then we might just have a series on our hand. We'll have to find out on the other end of this break.
Torshi put up on the boost. Don't want to nullify this by giving too much away out towards A. Spinks caught getting aggressive. But a push for Zelex all the way down ult.
Well, he blocked the smoke, but I guess he worried they heard it. It's deleted. AK's gone, and any hope dies with it.
I mean, the margin is certainly shrinking. You've got a gun round now to go up against if you're PV, but win this one and suddenly you're getting the sweat out of Mouse again.
Fair.
Considering I thought this series was going to just end in an instant. The PV have never really looked in it. They're actually in an interesting spot here. Chance to close in on Mouse. You will not get many of these.
What did I say, the pistol, Harry? Never give up.
That is what you said. So in a way, this one's on you. Flit. Very much down to fight. That's been his whole story, but trapped now between two mollies.
Oh, didn't know this yellow was edging the smoke there. Very nice position. Able to punish the repush here from PR. So Mouse are in an uncomfortable spot where they need to make a gamble. Gonna lean a second player on this B site. Torshi still holds middle, hoping. You'd like to think PV would just walk it into B, but 2 players still outside of the apartments. Are they really going? This is just a surge from Cielo. He's just gonna put his life on the line here and investigate what this B site has. He could walk through coffins. Yo. Holding for the kill, but he's backed into dark. Such a weird move.
At least now you know the stack's there, so you're going to try and get out towards A. Torshi Zorp, though, patrols and roams this half of the map. Sway able to put it down on an apps line.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to win it, so it's fine. I don't know why you wouldn't walk through coffins and just try and get behind the CT player that you know is there.
I think he just caught a little glimpse of him and felt like if he backed up further, you get that kill faster, I guess. You want to leave time for the option to rotate the bomb if needed. But yeah, makes an assumption that it's just that one player out towards CT to worry about, and that was not the case. Still, it's a round for PV and an important one at that. We said this first rifle, you win it, suddenly the game starts to close up. Well, they've done that now.
Definitely. Easy to write this off, but PV didn't. 4-round game here.
And Mouse have been very gung-ho in trying to just end this decisively. You know, in a banana fight, shut them down there with a convincing set of kills, win the round. But they've not been winning these engagements. Flit getting these openers. Yellow actually being involved in a fair few of the banana fights too. And so Mouse finally burning a timeout of their own. Be a great time to show you're not those guys who get psyched out over the pressure, because it's starting to close in.
Why have you done that? Meant to be a new team, Harry. Same old mistakes? Don't worry, it's not like they're up against a comeback squad or anything. Banana has been conceded for all of the CT side. Vision take it again freely with just 2 Molotovs.
Yeah, I think early doors, right, you're... Oh, hang on a second. Flashing themselves back in. They re-clear top banana, taking it by force. There's not all the usual bells and whistles like the smoke. It's just a quick pop flash and a walk in.
Get out of there, Spinks. Quick rotate that AK. It's 2 players moving over, leaving just Sershin here with the smoke, trusting himself. 4 on A.
I like that change from Mouse there, right? No longer risking the banana fight on kind of a first timing, one that PV were ready for, going a little bit later, making it feel a bit more jarring. And so now with an advantage, let's see if that's the edge Mouse have been needing. Because they are still working with less here. Final bit of utils just come out over towards B. And when Slack suggests removing one and leveling the playing field, stress is still very much there for Mouse.
AK is still on A, so Zershin's going to have to go big mode here. In the smoke, they're blocking. Zelo realizes. Gets that entry. PR's not in the sight. He threw the util down. They know that. 15 seconds, bomb makes it in. Nothing he can do. Or, no, smoke shots won't connect. And despite that advantage, PV walk it right back into B. That's twice over that Zershin has put a 4 stack on A, said trust me, and got nothing done. And it has felt like, you know, just a 1 or 2 kills or even just staying alive would have been more valuable.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
The action's heating up here in Paris at the Esports World Cup, and we're headed into the hottest map of them all, Dust 2. And based on what we got on Ancient, I'm telling you the temperature is going to go sky high. This thing is going to get wild. That's my expectation at the least here, fellas, because we saw some firepower fireworks from AW and Tenzi on that last one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, not a lot of firepower from the rest of the team, which is definitely going to be needed on this map. We did see glimpses of Moon, which was very important, and honestly, not even glimpses. Moon had a very good map. He just got overshadowed by the other team. 9Z waking up into the second part of that first map, I feel like is the biggest scare for Magic right now, going on to Dust 2. It's definitely going to be a bit more favorited towards 9Z, just in terms of the map and their familiarity with there, so they might need big performances again. I'm not gonna lie.
That being said, the last time these two teams met, that was a 13-9 Dust 2 victory for Magic. Are you worried about that all in?
I mean, I'm worried overall for, I would say, a little bit of both teams, realistically, because if you just take away what AW and Tenzi did, then there's nothing left for Magic on that board. And, I mean, you can't overshadow 38 and 21, 36 and 24. What they did was amazing. But you got to remember, they're putting up those numbers, but we still hit double overtime. Nearly a third, it felt like at times.
The thing I'm keeping my eyes on is the tendency to punish CT aggression coming through from Magic. We saw them absolutely spank 3D Max when they wanted to get frisky on the defense. 9Z, if they're going to try and push the envelope here on Dust 2, which you would expect, are going to think long and hard about picking their battles because they need to draw the correct lines. Magic, one of the surprise teams of this past year, are looking set to pull another trick on out here and secure their spot in the playoffs. 9Z, they've got that key in front of them, and they would like it to live to see another day. All on the line here. Risk of elimination for 9Z Globan.
And it's time to figure out exactly how it will play out. It's Dust 2, Anthony. It's a map that 9Z have looked good on in recent form, but it's also a map that Mayron's going to need to be a bit more impactful than we saw on the first map. Not that he had a bad game per se, but a lot of easy kills being dropped, a lot of initial aggression from the opposition. They push into a sideline, misses that first shot, puts the team in an awkward situation. Sure, he could follow up again, but Dust 2, I mean, this is the map where you're going to need to be firing as best as you possibly can as an Opper. And you know what? The collective firepower from 9Z, I think, can put them ahead in this map.
Sure. If. It's all if. And, I mean, that is not necessarily even a big ask because the Ops are the big guns on this map.
The big green.
They're big green because when you win, you get monies, and everyone needs monies.
That's, oh, okay, I like that justification for it.
Yes.
Not because it's expensive.
Well, you need green also to afford another
There you
op.
go.
And Dust 2 is a very viable, very optional double op map. So if and when, hopefully, we see these ops start kicking around, Moon obviously can go to the wayside because he's already done what he's needed to do on map 1. He just needs to keep at it on map.
Large majority of 9Z focused towards the lower tunnels. It is Magic to elect to start on the CT side, as the map pick of 9Z is Dust 2. And to reiterate what our good friend Darth Mike said during the death segment, if map 1's anything to go off of, surely this will be a good map too. Tenzi, a good idea for the flank, but Mac's ready for it. That forces AW to fall back as well. Biding their time. Surely Oswald to get tested soon. Oh, but he gets curious too early. He's not waiting for the peak. Instead, he's going for the peak himself. Makes his way back into CT. But Moon, unfortunately, loses his life for the effort.
Oh.
Speed! No! Perfect timing! The precision wasn't there. And now AW, sure, you had an amazing game last time, but I don't think that a pistol round ace is necessarily something that's expected of you.
That one hurt. That one hurt. And now in a 1-on-4, AW has to have a masterclass performance, but he's already being flanked by none other than Max, and a shot to the back of the head is inevitable, and there it is. All from a little bit of missed shots, and there, here the vocals already coming out there. But just these missed shots early on kind of simple players that were just standing still for the most part. Hopefully that just goes away. Again, they look pleased with themselves at the start. But this is kind of how we've seen map 1 start. It's just, again, the capitalization of success. Will it be replicated?
No, it's Fade 8 about to lose his life. Not ready for the push from Palm Tree. Able to fall back through the smoke, surprisingly. Keep the scout in play for the time being. Besides that scout, it's all USPs. All USPs that, for the most part, want to be stationed over towards A. There is Mosvolt, who is over in B. And, you know, what's the big necessity out of 9Z in this map? Is it just the consistency to stay there between all the players? Is it a hot start early on?
I think it really comes down to making sure you don't fall into the same mistakes you did, trying to perform the same tasks over and over again, and getting that same result. Just pure insanity to the literal definition. Adjust beforehand, call timeout if it's not working, gather yourselves, change your strat. Don't be afraid to call off a hit if it's not working.
Well, the hit's coming in now. Max spraying away. AW. Shades of what S8 was able to do last time. And at least that's a kill to be connected. Besides that, 9Z shouldn't be any struggles at all in this round. Surely, Oswald isn't able to do much from the backside. Good damage on a Max, but it does leave it down to just Spade 8. He's going to save that scout, brother.
Because that's most likely... Oh, no. It is the only weapon currently. And next round, it should be a buy, so this scout should be just fine. He's going to let them cross, but... DGT. You sneaky man. He's already set up for this exact play, and he takes that scout away. And now we're going to see a little bit of an awkward buy here from mainly Fade 8. He's probably going to go Deagle, or nope, straight to the MP9. You know what? He's debating. He got thrown in. Okay, he got the M4, and he throws the MP7 over to his teammates.
A clean round from 9Z. Clean start from 9Z as well. No pressure into long early on. Instead, it's all focused towards mid once more. Flash in early. Tenzi blinded. 9Z only going in for a bit of a poke and prod. That's smoking a CT. Utility. Busted over Cat. Great way for 9Z to take the space early on.
Oh, nade. Oh, Max just avoiding the full force of that one. Still getting tagged to 72 while follow-up? Nothing. 9Z looked pretty determined at first about this A hit, but now a little bit of an about face to reevaluate, and maybe this is the adjustment I asked for early on. Don't be afraid to call it off if it doesn't feel good, if it's not feeling right. And here we go. Maybe an adjustment on over towards B. Smoke all for the cross. They're going to put 4 players through the double doors with just that single lurk through B main of DGT. Maybe trying to activate once the eyes of the remaining site players are drawn elsewhere.
Well, Tenzi at least able to stop the push in from tunnels, and now they have to worry about that mid to B split. Oswald, MP7 doing great work. 2 kills, get that money, my friend. And Mayer, not even a chance to strike back as shot through the wall. Eliminate him from the round. Magic doing good to strike back on the gun round. And the money actually isn't great for the side of 9Z. Thought there'd be a little bit more in the bank to work with. But just a very, very solid hold on that B bomb site. No one making any headway from either direction.
Thankfully enough, Moon dropping that MP7 over to Oswald. putting it to good work, getting the value out of it. Hell, even allowed to upgrade to an AK afterwards. Scavenged from his kills. A double for him to start it off, and now Max looking to start it off by gaining that nice little cat control, which we have seen Magic aren't willing to necessarily fight tooth and nail for mid. They'll just kind of passively hold it and maybe retake it if necessary.
I know on Dust 2, so hard for CTs to fully commit a force to be stationed in mid. Nade not hitting the target. And a push into mid. That's all loud. Not aware where Luchov is until the Galil fires a few rounds. Allowing for Spade 8 to push through. And the timing couldn't be better for this. The probability of the B bomb site getting hit is higher and higher as each second ticks. Lined up in the halls. Mosvold, you hear it. First spray, good. Tenzi, back sight to back him up. It's all easy. It all falls to the wayside. AW just missing the timing on the player in mid, but it doesn't matter because it's a Magic round secured once more for sure. They're actually getting pincered here. Has to be careful fighting against the scout. But take everything away you can. Leave them no room to breathe. And get the scout out would be great, but not worth the gunfight in the end. It's 2-2.
A little more confident, a little more decisive with their movements. Magic replicating what we saw on map 1 with quite literally the same players. Mosvold, thankfully, doing significantly better. He's kind of matching that pace that AW and Tenzi are throwing out and doing it marginally better at 4 and 2, while, you know, Spade 8 and Moon 0 kills still.
Only round 5.
It is. Still early days and still plenty of CS left to be played. Hell, maybe even a whole nother map. We don't know yet. That's why we're here on Dust 2. And right now, it is going to be just that Scout and AK thrown into this round, surrounded by Glocks.
We'll have to see if the Glocks are able to help out at all with the saved over rifles. They fall back, they redirect, they decide Cat's not for them. It's Fade 8, I mean, an incredible play of flash in. Doesn't want to push any further, probably for the better. But now, once again, this B defense of Mosvold and Tenzi will be tested momentarily. Molotov in his hand. He peeks around. Times it with the countdown clock. And it's just going to be a full swinging from all these T players. And absolutely ripped apart. Max is able to find one, and the Scout also good, but still absolutely stalled out. 9Z, again, no headway into the B-bomb side at all.
That's 3 rounds of success out of this Magic squad, all coming off the B hit, which now, again, this brings up my point from 9Z. You've done a strat 3 times with no success. Surely they're going to change it up, whether it's a pace change, a positionary change, or just a full-on sight change. Something else needs to happen. B hasn't been working. They've been pretty lights out. Granted, it's a little bit different if you can get that pick on the cross on Moon, but he does only get tagged by the Scout, not completely taken out.
As he blows open the smoke, no one there. On the other side as well. 9Z a bit slower pace this time around. Got him here and still looking to do some damage. Almost a rinse and repeat setup of the previous few. Molotov and a cat take the space. Counter utility. Won't hit the target, as 9Z already gave up Cat. smoke off ensures that no hit to come through. You have to be focused on this mid to B once more.
Well, it does seem like it will be back to be from the Linus of these smokes. A molly to maybe force Spade 8 out, but instead he's going to relax in the smoke, take his time, contemplate when to jump in, and he does. He times it well, but only to find one. Max with a quick trade on that Max 7. Tenzi posts up underneath, he gets taken out, but Mazov on the back site to again come up with only one AW, and Moon last alive, now on a very, very hard site to retake, and AW just misses the timing of the retreating DGT.
If the timing was caught there, maybe there's a world where you could try to go for it. I mean, it's hard to justify because Moon has the op, but considering you're down a player and it's the B bomb side and dust too, the expected call comes out to save. As you mentioned before, DGT in a great spot. Catch Moon out. That's exactly what'll happen. That means AW be the only player to survive this round for the side of Magic as the score gets tied up once more. And we are already halfway through the first half.
Oh, I'm going to say it. That op of Moon, silent. Not really much damage to be found. A little bit quiet, but surprisingly enough, same can be said.
About this tech pause.
Yeah, 9Z. Op is silent on that side as well, surprisingly enough.
Hey, you know what? If the op is silent on both sides, then cancel each other out.
It does. It becomes more of a 4-on-4 game.
It's like a positive and a negative. It just doesn't exist anymore. Of the same number.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. It all equates to 0, which is exactly what they both have. And just like that exact thing, you have some pretty decent numbers being thrown out there. Tenzi 6-3, while they switched over at Max 6-2, DGT 5-3, Mosville 5-4. It's the scoreboard looks exactly like what the score would be like if two teams were so close in kills and deaths that it's 3-3. I know that may come as a surprise, but this was the exact same scoreline on Ancient that we saw until 9Z started to run away with it early in that first half.
Well, it does allow the tech pause. It's about to end in a moment. Yes, it will. Keep the players talking. That means it's all fine. And now a normal timeout, a tactical timeout, comes out for the side of 9Z. Allows Bit to talk just a little bit to his players. A leader of men attitude out of him. And he looks to lead his team back into a series that means qualification for playoffs. A round of 16 at EWC 26. $2 million is the prize pool for CS2. $75 million collectively through all esports. A pretty penny no matter who you are.
A lot of money.
It's a lot of money. And only the people who earn it can get it. Everything is earned, just as this round 7. We'll find out who earns it. First time long aggression has come out for the T side. Although the op flashback means that nothing to prevail of it.
Well, it does seem like A is going to be null and void again. This is 6, maybe 7 B hits now. Malzwald coming up on the first kill. DGT out of it, playing around the smoke, but does get traded. Tenzi
needs to stay alive.
Just has to buy a time for this long rotate to come in, but we do see a kind of a cutoff on the rotate from Max, but he needs to, at the same time, simultaneously help support his team as they try and force their way on towards site. It is Myron eventually to get this kill. Spade 8 aware, but doesn't fully clear that deep angle. Max is going to stick around just a little bit longer here.
As Max does swing. Information given to Spade 8. EW in the tons. Trying to distract himself to peek into Max, but all the effort, no matter where it is, Magic do not come up at all. A very back and forth game. 2 in a row for 9Z, 3 in a row for Magic, and now again 2 in a row for 9Z. But this time might end a little bit differently because if you look at the buy on the side of the CTs, it is a bit torn.
Did win fairly recently with a buy resembling this. Shot from Moon comes up with nothing. Tenzi, though, pushes down through lower and makes a fight towards Palm Tree. Comes up. The scout swinging out, tags back. Eventually does get the kill. And Myron last alive, 1 on 3. He's going to need the 4K to come out. And again, it's the big guns of Tenzi to come out when you need it.
Absolutely disgusting with the way he was able to flick his crosshair around. And it leaves it just down. Mayern. He gets shot straight in the back. That's all she wrote on round 8. Magic. Pull a little trick out once more. I would love to see a replay of that Tenzi play.
I think we're going to see it.
Asking you shall receive, I suppose. 1, 2, low ammo on the head of the third. Moon's able to swing in through the molly.
He's just such a young, talented player. He brings, I'm some sort of magic per se to the server because he's everything Magic themselves need right now.
Who needs experience? You have skill and intuition.
Oh, it's Tech 9 on Max, contemplating on what him and his team will do. Surely, again, this scenario looks very familiar to we're going to go A, but then eventually go B. And here we see them make that shift in movement once more. And Magic themselves haven't really adapted to what 9Z have been throwing at them. It's been B hits, it's B hits, and maybe another B hit, unless Mosval can find something, and he finds absolutely nothing but his own demise. A nade in deep for Tons, comes up empty. Moon missing the outshot. The follow-up's gone because Juan Sopique gets the kill, and now it's going to be a 3 on 5. A W. It will be. It certainly will be.
Has to be. You're not going for this retake. B-bomb site. Far too difficult. Especially when you have no real entry point at any level. 9Z, although their money's weak, looking out for blood at least a little bit. Doesn't seem like they'll hunt much further than they already have. And a very real possibility that we see a similar outcome than we saw to the first map. Again, last time these two teams played, it was a 13-9 victory on this map for the likes of Magic.
What was map 1's half?
I believe it was 6-6.
Oh, but certainly feeling that way right now.
I mean, this is what we're talking about when we're going to this matchup, right? It's all about how these two teams are fighting for different justification, but still so close in terms of what they can bring to the table. Magic, just rough around the edges. That's the real difference. 9Z has had success internationally. They've qualified for playoffs at majors. Magic, none of these players have really even sniffed that yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're, again, a young guns team, and the potential for this squad is... I can't even begin to put a number equation to this. Surprisingly, you know what? I'm just coming to notice this. Double op on T side.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I guess, yeah. Yeah.
It's risky, but it's a very good play to catch your opponent off guard, you know?
I mean, it caught me off guard. I'm sure it'll catch them off guard. That's impressive. Normally, it's the CT side with the double op, but instead, it's actually the CT side with no ops. And they are up their way towards Xbox, making their way methodically up Cat, and maybe, just maybe, Ooh, this nade's gonna hurt. It will. It's gonna take Quanso Peak down to 63. The follow-up, make it 36.
Good damage for the util. Fortunately for Huaso Peak, entirely directed towards his location. Oh, Fade pushes this. This is going to end badly for him somehow. Still able to come up with one. The anti-flash player trades a Molotov that misses. It makes the push awkward. And there's 30 seconds. Axel Train looking for the rotates. The bomb wants to march in. The bomb has to march in. 20 seconds. Moon's there. And also Tenzi playing from Goose. The timing of Max's op just missed. Moon gets too aggressive, and now Tenzi, although Flash still able to connect with a spray, can he delay anymore? He can't. And that's going to be the bomb going down. But an actual opportunity for a retake this time around. AW already pushing his way up long. Needs somehow from Oswald to be able to make some sort of impact. The Flash honestly does enough. He spots ahead of the Opper, can't land a bullet. And Masvidal forced to save, forced to fall back. No money in the account. Famas in armor. That's the best you're going to be able to get into the next round. 9Z secure that 6th. And credit to them, the rounds that they've won have looked quite heavy-handed.
I'm going to be honest with you. That round was Moon's fault. Moon shouldn't have... I mean, I can get it trying to maybe take a little bit of peeks, play for some sort of information going in before that hit really comes in, but you have all the time in the world. That was your goal, was to play for time. There was 10 seconds left when he decided he wanted to peek over. You know the hit's going to come towards you. You know it's not B because you have a player in mid who audibly is hearing everything. If he just waited and played off Tenzi, even if it took an extra second, all that second was needed. They planned it with 5 seconds left.
The Deagles try to set a blaze in mid. That one's there. Doesn't feel any of the burn. A split half looks less and less likely. Just these pistols. They're combating a 9Z that's fully kitted out. Just to the 9s.
Does seem like B is going to be, again, good flash in through mid. The USPs find nothing but damage. Max down to 12. Iron finds the op kill, and it's down to Tenzi and Spade 8. Last lives, Spade. Deagle does get spotted by the op in the worst case scenario. Tenzi finds an AK out of this, so maybe the gamble's not all awful. Maybe there is still some weapons at the end of this tunnel, and there is. Actually, it's now DGT gifting over 1-4 Spade 8 and call it a day. Get I guess there was some reason behind all that.
Oh, if someone's holding the angle, I want to try to catch him off. Luckily for them, no one was. It would have been a little bit awkward, but once again, the round comes to a conclusion with the bomb exploding. And we look forward to one more round within this half.
Terrorists win.
One more round.
At least a different scoreline in the way of the half. Maybe still, Magic obviously can make this one. I mean, even if this is an 8-4, that's still doable, but obviously 7-5 would be the best case scenario if you're on this CT side, and it will end with an opless Moon.
Long not being the focus of 9Z once this half. It's a very interesting approach to how they want to play their T side. I mean, it's all anchored on mid, which is very typical. But only a single time the op firing a shot towards long, and then the rest, a ghost town.
And I mean,
Interesting.
Magic haven't moved that. They've played the same routes every time too.
Minute left on the clock. Into be smoke being lined up.
Seems like the same hit again, Donnie. Over and over and over again.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's not. Well, at least for 9Z, it's not broken because it seems like they're poised and ready to find an 8. Spade 8 might get caught with the nade in hand, but actually takes to swing, finds 2 quick kills. They're going to double back, fade away into that CT side. Smoke, survive a little bit longer. It's Tenzi, goes for the high ground, tries to work an angle over top of that smoke, and that was a sloppy spray, but it got there at the very least. Malzwolf finds, actually, sorry, it's Spade 8 to find it, and Tenzi to close it out, and Spade 8 doubling his kills in a single round off maybe a little bit of an awkward play there.
It don't matter. 4K is a 4K, man.
It is.
And that secures them a 5th. That means no real difference between the scoreline of these two teams. But now we get to see how Magic want to work this T side. Unable to stop the real pressure in 9Z a majority of the rounds. And again, this is do or die for both these teams. One team goes on to next week. Week 2 playoffs, round of 16. The other, unfortunately, their key will be crushed.
All going to come down to this pistol early on here for Magic. You take this one, the follow-up, you got yourself a nice little tied scoreline that they could quite easily work with before they have 9Z getting themselves potentially rifles or ops. And, well, op might be a key piece here as Tenzi just tries to jump the corner, but Moon finds himself a quick double with the Glock, maybe a triple as it almost comes and runs out of ammo. AW finds one, Malzwolf finds the other, and Luchov last up here with just one man left for 9Z.
1 man, 2 pistols, however. Maybe the dual Berettas can do something funny here. First kill, that's already confirmed. A long-range fight a bit more difficult to try to deal with, but won't even have to worry about that as AW eliminates him from the round. And with the pistol round set up for a tied game. Very good. Take over from Cat. Player uncontested at long, just able to make sure that space is free. Very, very good. A buy-in from the CT side. Scout MP9s, 2 pistols.
It's always a dangerous buy to have to contest with. Those apparently the utility, maxing tag down to 87. Smoke to follow up, but this really isn't going to amount to much other than a retreating Magic as they're going to backpedal, maybe group up and maybe do the opposite of what we've seen 9Z do every round. Go A, maybe long. Again, no one's towards long. Everyone just hates going A now, which is fair. Not a big fan of it either.
Oh, they're going to have free real estate over here. Flash in. They're not going to be quiet about it. Also, Peak should know at least the possibility of presence here. He going for a mid-clear while all this is going on. This is perfect. The CT force is going to be here for when the hit comes in. That is now. Block smoke. Prevent the cross for a moment. Also one on the site. Spray through the smoke. Max is 5'7". It's put to good work. And absolute chaos as Magic still needs to try to get on the bomb site. Max has slipped the defensive line. Moon trades back, but bomb's still not planted. No one else on the site. That's 9Z stealing one. Robbery in broad daylight.
That's a rough one. All off some, again, just real good utility to slow that walking push, that encroaching T-side tide up ramp. A single smoke divides them, makes them think any better. You get yourself a nice angle to work with from Elevator and just Goose in general. And they made it work, and it looked really good, mitigating all the losses. And 9Z, with the investment of a scout and some pistols, has now won themselves around, and they're back to a 2-round lead.
Another technical pause. As we look towards the performance of the players so far, Tenzi not losing a single step, 14-7. AW, on the other hand, a bit more struggles on this map than the previous, 5-6. On the side of 9Z, Max leading the way, 12-7. Luchov not too far behind, 8-7. And I dip down from there. And this was kind of the worry, you know, if Tenzi and AW both didn't perform to that spectacular level, it was an unknown about how the series would go. Obviously, it's still a close series.
Ten still is having an immaculate performance.
Yeah, it favors 9Z, especially after the bonus round denial.
Right now, it does seem like Denzi topping the server, followed closely by Max, 12 kills. The rest of the team for both sides, fairly lackluster in the way of supporting these guys. Each player having that standout outlier, for the most part, that's being matched fairly closely. But somehow 9Z just squeaking out this 2-round lead is feeling a lot heavier on the shoulders of Magic than it should be.
Man's got his headset back on, so hopefully not too long before we get back into the action. Be all fine and well. And again, if this does go to a third map, the third map would be Inferno, which is a lot scarier for the side of Magic than it would be for 9Z. Magic, not a team that tends to try to veer in that direction too often. Meanwhile, 9Z, quite experienced on that. 10 maps in the last 3 months, so take that as you will. We still got Dust 2 to settle. And maybe we won't even have to worry about a third on Inferno.
Maybe not, but if this economy for Magic will be broken, obviously the most they have is $100 on Fate 8. Collectively, the team has $250, so not much left in the bank to make progress if this round doesn't go their way. And, you know, obviously getting that bomb down would be nice.
Would be very nice. And maybe a chance through an explosive play. That does seem what they're trying to set up towards Cat. Smoke about a fade. Still plenty of delay utility. $50 seconds on the clock.
Well, this nade might hurt.
This nade's definitely going to hurt if it gets thrown.
Yep.
Smoke down low. A lot less damage than maybe thought. The double up doesn't feel too good either. Because he drops down and now the hit comes in. Moon. That's a good way to open up. But you've got 2 players to contest for that long.
This is going to be planned for Cat, and also Peak takes out Tenzi, and come down to a 4-on-4. Moon and AW, key players beforehand, down low. Fade 8 out. Iron next to find one of his own, and Malazval towards mid, and I think this might be all she wrote here for this round, and it is 4 alive somehow for 9Z with a no loss retake. That's now into a 3-round lead.
Let's see how that bomb plant though. Something to be happy about going into the next. Although no matter how happy you are, it doesn't stop the fact that you're still very, very poor.
Yeah. Yep, and it does seem like time's starting to run out to gather money because 9Z are kind of in line to hit double digits here, unless these Deagles can really do something magnificent. But one already gets the lead. It's Fade 8 out of the round as well, and it's 2 bodies out in the first 15 seconds, and maybe the hopes and the prayers that we had to this maybe being around that Match can find have dwindled away to just Moon.
Just Moon and his trusty Deagle. Let's see what you got. Nothing. All right, 10-6, double digits secured for the South American side. And now a bye back from Magic. A very crucial point in this matchup, a very crucial point in this map. All honesty, a very crucial point in this series.
Said earlier that the team relied too much on Tenzi and AW having astronomically amazing performances, and now I think these are the repercussions we're seeing here. Tenzi still having a great game, but AW only being 5-8. Seems like the team still can't really pick up the pieces without them.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that just there's no one else on the team that's able to recover even fractionally compared to the performance that AW was able to put up. Mayday at least finds an entry, a very important entry. It's the first time Magic's had a player advantage in quite a long time. Block smoke comes out. With a minute left, still plenty of time for the T's to wiggle their way around the map. But as Tenzi rotates over, you have to assume it's just going to end on A.
Looking like that. Magic kind of taking that opposite route that we saw 9Z take of B, 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 and then B again. Smoke for that cross, now going out. Flash to hold off just a little bit more. He got Iron. Finds that first kill, Owen's Fate. Oswald just not wanting to cross with only a 4-on-4 now, and all the guns focused on that smoke. Max finds one. AW going for the high ground, but that molly going to slow him down enough to where he's not going to peek it. Oh, what a spray coming in. But
no time. He can't die after time. Oh, this would be absolutely detrimental. Does Max swing? He does. Oh.
And Moon gets the trade, but it doesn't really matter.
Oh, there's no money on AW now, no. At all.
Yeah.
No money, no weapon. And with 9T's on penultimate point. Crushing.
I mean, you got Tech 9s, a Mac 10, and well, Glass Cannon at that. It's...
Ooh. It's quite a lot of damage on a loot chop. So at least the op that saved over doing good work. But will it be followed up by any of the pistols? Perhaps the SMG of Asphalt. Op caught out, Max falls back. Just a bit of damage to the toes.
This could work. As long as they set up a nice little crossfire in mid, but Fade 8 has just already found himself in a nonsensical position. He's most likely not going to get checked or cleared anytime soon because it's not something you'd expect when you still have a player in mid, and this is their big capitalization here. They can walk their way up Cat, maybe make it silent, maybe throw off a flash or two. They're going to need to because they got Myron. He's holding the cross with that big green.
But it's a redirection back towards B, and Luchov's heard all of this. Doesn't need HP to take out the upper close fight. Fade 8 at least able to trade. And now you got to deal with Max and DGT. First spray good. Pistol not able to connect. Only one for AW. And only 1 HP on Spade 8. He knew he was a dead man walking. 12-6. 6 map points for 9Z.
One single round is all Magic have gotten on this T side. It has been just a relentless and vengeful 9Z. They want to tell you we should have won map 1. You guys didn't really deserve it. It was all 10Z and all AW. And kind of proven right. Everything has slowed down in huge fashion for this squad since the big dynamic duo have gone fairly silent.
You gotta imagine if the pressure is getting in the heads of Magic. And again, still very young and untested players. Iron's off close, flashed off. That's a great shot from Spade. Tries to spray on a Waso peak, but won't come to fruition. And Luchov, great damage out of Tenzi. Stuck behind the door. Oswald's still able to find impact, and AW's crept his way out B. Minute left, Tenzi goes down in mid. And the door closes on a possibility of a rotation as Max walks up mid. Moon, ready for it. Able to connect with a headshot. Now the potential to go to B is back on. AW can sit outside of CT. Wait for rotations in. But Moon needs to be quick where the cap push comes in. Does get past the door. All should be good, although Oswald going down, not a good sign. At least a better idea of where the CTs are. AW's gonna let them both pass. This should be perfect. 2 executionary shots to the head. And that keeps Magic alive in this series. Pushing it down to 5-round difference. Still so much money on 9Z to try to chop away at. But at least a start.
I mean, it's kind of taken a while to get to this point. There is some money left in this system for this T side. Again, no op for Moon, so no real way to stop Iron, who has been impactful at least once around here. He's gotten these picks. He's gotten some space gain for his squad, which obviously was desperately needed on map 1. Now he's made up for himself. Find one more of that early pick, and that's going to be Fade 8 out of the round and potentially out of the map.
A very good potential behind it. I mean, 9Z has looked far better on Dust 2 than their Ancient was able to show. Magic, a T side that looks lost very often through it. Two smokes into mid. A grouping in the tunnels. 3 CTs defending B. Molotov forced the fight earlier than expected. Max not able to capitalize on it, and now Luchov has a lot to do. Moon's able to trade him out as well. Maybe there is a chance. Maybe Magic still has something left to prove. Lurk of AW once more. It's expected this time around. Getting pincered. Also, Peak does clear it, but AW too sharp. Jumps across the doorway. Not able to give up his life through the gap. And that's going to call for the save of 9Z. Although DGT is able to land a nice kill on a Moon, it won't affect the difference that 9Z can't justify going for it.
Money is down, but not out yet. They can at least get this AK and op going. We should see at least something of a defensive buy here, enough to still compete, but they got rounds to play with. Everything's not gone and dusted just yet for this. You know, they're still at the bare minimal overtime. That is an unavoidable outcome, even if every round goes the way of Magic. And Zeatley have something to fall back on. But at the rate we're going, I'm just not seeing a world where Magic can really fully get into this. Yeah, we're seeing some nice rounds finally happen, but it feels a little too late. It feels a little undervalued for what it is.
Well, I'll tell you, if they're able to connect with this round, it would be smart of 9Z to go for a save. Potentially, in that theoretical world, that would push them towards 10. And then when it's a 2-round difference, you can't really count either team out. So a lot of it's going to come down to this round. A lot of it's going to come down to breaking the finances of 9Z. And Magic, I mean, the door's open. The door, it's definitely not wide, but there's a crack. Enough to slip through. It's just a matter of if the young team can capitalize in those type of moments. Which only time can tell.
Fade 8 towards Palm. He's looking a little aggressive up, Cat. As has been tradition. Nice nade out towards mid, and Fade 8 takes the brunt of that one, down to 46. The return nade, marginal amounts of damage overall. He's down to 93. DG wants to chime in as well. He wants some good nade damage. And AW, you can't take more than that. And it's straight to the face.
Yeah, an unfortunate way to start the round for Magic. One more nade on top of it.
Oh.
That takes AW down. That brings Moon down low. Almost 200 utility damage to this round already. And Magic just want to push onto the bomb site now. No use in waiting. Get the plan in. You have an angle to try to hold this retake. You have Cat under control. For now, a jump up. Player CT spotted out. DGT not able to make a difference in this round. And now a retake that split 2-2. 2 in CT, 2 in long. Luchov. He's about jumping up. Are they going to be ready for Moon so close by? That's the question. Flash doesn't affect him. Another shot onto him. It's traded back. But Magic find themselves in a spot to do it. Magic find themselves in a spot to break the economy.
Wow.
Aaron's not allowed to fall back. And at best, a tattered buy coming out for 9Z next up. Magic definitely still in this matchup on Dust 2. Signs of life. And even with all that utility damage early on, just smart timing with the execution, a bit of off angles. It was too much for 9Z to try to handle in the retake.
Really impressive there. DGT with 393 points of damage. That's insane, just off utility alone. A lot of it comes off those nades. I mean, we've seen what it does, and it can definitely help kind of propel it all, but maybe falling a little short as of right now, because this is all starting to feel a lot like what we saw on Ancient.
And once again, a hero op comes out. Hero op that could spell doom for Magic. At the same time, could be a wasted investment. They're expecting mid presence. They're expecting a mid push. Spade 8, not the time to pull a Molotov out. The Deagle pushes forward. Oh, Op gets shot in the back of the head.
Not like this.
And the bomb's on Spade 8 up top. Has to fall back. Can't give up another gunfight. Mac 10 gets deleted as well. EGT, the power of a Deagle. This Claw 9Z into winning ways in the round. Neither gun recoverable, though. That's the only bright side for Magic. You're still dealing with the op and the pistols. And the pistols should be easy to pick apart. Aaron refocus towards Cat. Audible noise. The flash doesn't hit him. Spade 8 goes down. The nuisance of an op. Tucked away in the smoke. About to fade. Not ready from Oswald. Magic can have a sigh of relief now. But an AK picked up. And 2 players in Cat. Bomb begins to get planted. No utility to stop it. But a slow crawl into the site might be able to do it. Mosvold way 2 heads up for that. And it leaves just Max able to recover a Mac 10 somewhere within the round. And there's such low HP on both these players that it could have made a difference potentially. But no, it's still Magic. It's still Magic fighting. 12-10. And Anthony, this is as close can get once more.
Similar scoreboards as well, almost down to the kills across from high to lows. I mean, this is already feeling like overtime potential. we're 2 rounds away from seeing it. And I mean, we take a look at 9Z's buy. It's still solid enough. They got the op, but you see Max down to that MP9. The utility's fine, but there is,
and even with the loss bonus,
no kits.
There's a timeout being called. We can't get ahead of ourselves and assume Magic will win this round. But if they were to, the loss bonus wouldn't be enough to suffice a complete buy. You can either have rifles and armor, you can have SMG utility, no op in play unless one is saved, or of course 9Z win this round. But Magic, I mean, you have to appreciate the resilience of these young players. Still battling back. Even if times seem tough, even if individually you're not playing up to the standards of last map, you're still giving it a fighting chance.
If Magic get on the site with a man advantage and get that bomb down, I think 9Z have saved. There's no kit. There's not even a way that the next buy will be viable. So Magic just need to kind of focus up and do what they do best. Get on towards that site and make it happen. Get that bomb down. Make sure don't forget it either.
Magic think better of challenging the Cat Util. AW has found a window to creep his way up. Magic just need to not overplay their hand here. And there's a double setup towards long. Bomb stationed out there. 12-2 of the teammates. Also peek. Pucked away in the corner. He's going to play off the angle. Mayern. I mean, this is almost perfection. A flash goes in. Wasso Peak wants to swing. Mosball catches him out. The up wants to go for the peak. Moon taken down, not able to be traded. Mayern still aggressive. Gets another shot, almost a collab, but DGT's there to back him up. And this may be it. This might be how it ends, at least for this map. Tenzi some heroics towards the end, but not enough. 13-10, 9Z snapback on their map, and we're headed to a third.
Grit and determination shown there in the waning moments for Magic, but not quite enough to best 9Z. Strong start to Dust 2, and a close that brings us to the decider. It felt like we needed the decider. We needed a little more between these two teams, and so we will be getting the Inferno. What did you see there, All In?
I saw a lot of sloppy plays in that second half from both sides, realistically. I mean, again, it was that early first half where everything was being traded back and forth, 9Z eventually gained some momentum coming into that second half, and then they just propelled forward. There was a little bit of a gap where Magic started to actually step it up and clear that gap a little bit, but I think this is as close as it was going to be without having overtime.
It feels like this might have been the first time we really saw the inexperience get to Magic. Maybe the moment, maybe the nerves. You see like a missed smoke on a long take. You see those little errors that maybe you could get away with at a lower tier of competition, but they're always going to be punished when you're on this stage, when you're against a team like 9Z. And they definitely caught up with Magic here.
And at the end of the day, I think 9Z's experience also plays into why there's more consistency across the board, just in terms of how the players are playing. That's definitely what pushed 9Z ahead within this matchup. It wasn't quite as powerful for the two weapon pieces on Magic. AW a bit more missing that time around. Tenzi still having a great map for himself, but not enough to put it over the finish line. A close affair that does end up with an Inferno being drawn for third. And
to give them some credit, I don't think you can build your game plan around two players dropping 74 kills every map.
But that's the problem. If that's what you need to win, then that's kind of the issue in and of itself.
I think that's very fair. If that's what they needed to get an overtime win over the line on Ancient, it is a little bit of trouble for Magic here, perhaps, and maybe we're seeing the gap to a team like 9Z.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I said earlier. If you took away those two performances, what did you really have? Nothing. And it would have been a severely lopsided performance on map 1 if those two didn't, and now we're seeing the repercussions of those actions.
We are indeed. It'll be interesting territory as we move towards the Inferno. This isn't a map that they played in the last outing in Astana. It was Mirage, was the third map there. That was a stomp for 9Z. So we're not going to get that. Any thoughts on what we might be getting on the Inferno?
We're going to get a Magic that I fear still bows down to the pressure for the time being. Whether that be to the discomfort in the map that they're about to go into, or whether that be the discomfort in the situation that they're currently in, or whether it be a combination of the both. I think that this being a decider for this type of game in this type of environment is honestly worst case scenario for Magic right now. And 9Z, I mean, a very tested team on Inferno. I think 10 maps played in the past 3 months, if I do remember my stats correctly. It's going to be a very tall task for Magic, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to the mental.
10. Man, you didn't remember that. Right on the money. Right on the money. Gold star for Buckethead for that one. Oh, I'll give you a fist bump too. There we go. But yes, it is a lot less repped from Magic, right? We're seeing sort of the depths of their map pool a little bit, and that is the problem when you get outside of the BO1s, when you get into these long series. We didn't see them have to go to the decider in the 3D Max game, but now you're seeing the limits. Now you're seeing the push, and you're also seeing a team that you don't have experience against. We've seen the ante come in for teams that they have a feel for in the server, that they've played before. Now they need to take it a step further. They need to do it on slightly more unproven ground.
Yeah, and not only that, you got to really ask your opper to start opping at that point. Moon, such an underwhelming performance. I'm a little disappointed because map 1, I was kind of hoping he showed something towards the latter half. There was still something left in the tank for him with that, but once he hit Dust 2, it felt like just a wall for him that he just couldn't work his way around.
And I mean, I think the reality is, again, we've beaten around the bush about this, but 9Z is a team we have higher expectations for. They're just coming off of a trophy lift at XSC Pro League. Yes, that was, shall we say, not the top competition, but it's still a win. It's still a substantial win. It's still a lot of maps won to take it through. 9Z has become a team that we're expecting to be in playoffs, that we're expecting to make runs, that we're expecting to be a nightmare for any team to get past, right? And so it is a different standard of expectation between these two teams, and 9Z are going to be looking to flex that just a little bit further as we head to the Inferno after this.
Shame that in lobby weren't ready for more than one. Multiple players flanking Hut there. But despite Shush finding Hooksy, he still turns around after this kill, and that's what opens up even just a possibility of a retake. Fuzi and Yabi make it a reality, and that is a force buy win for Astralis. Hooksy getting hyped. No rest for the Wicked here. NIP on a force buy. He's above you.
Rushes in. Fuzi arrives to support Ryu, and no issues here, holding onto the ramp side. 5v3, pistols are closing in, and the cover of Fuzi gets eliminated, leaving him just to fend for himself, but doesn't crumble under the full weight of NIP.
Sick from Ryu. Pre-fire on the last guy as well.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on Fuzi as well. Been a tumultuous time, I would say, right? Really exciting prospect when he got into Astralis. We absolutely loved the mileage you were getting out of him and Ryu, kind of the new duo in the squad, right? But undoubtedly kind of hit a bit of a rougher streak recently. Hasn't been putting up the same crazy numbers anywhere near as consistently. Thinking back to their time at the Major, it was a really rough showing from him. But hopefully that was a bit of a focal point in the break.
Yeah, they want a single map at Cologne. It has been not much better since. Sure, made it to the Bounty semis, but off the back of online games that they should have won, and they did. But I think there's a lot more expectation than what Astralis have been giving us in the last 3 months. Especially when you consider, you look back to like the dawn of this roster. Remember, they beat Spirit at Pro League, and that's when we really took note of this team. They destroyed Spirit at Pro League, should I say, in a playoff game. That's when we saw Fuzi look his best in this roster. So trying to recapture some of that for sure. And it's Astralis who have made big changes over the break, but not necessarily in the playing side of things. Bringing in Neo as coach, bringing in Navi's psychological manager. Try to think of the right term. Performance coach. There we go. Fuzi just got bursted there.
The armorless Snappy on this Galil. Turns out the taps do have mileage, and when you're at the mercy of Stare, those miles run out. So Astralis 3-1, conversions found, but a gun round right round the corner for NIP.
Whoa. Snappy, no stranger to being on the lesser weapon. No stranger to nuke either. And one of his favorite maps throughout his career. Full ramp. Nobody home. Outside lurker picked.
And it's rooting into lower, not as free as you might be expecting. Yabi been here the whole time, just waiting for his chance to strike. Snappy's going to get his upgrade eventually, but it came at the cost of the entire team. The one kill in the round on that wrap in this lower take, but now they know where he is. And so feeling like he's trapped in a box here, and that's because he is. Fuzi, no messing that one up. Astralis still clean, 4-1.
Yeah, I love that Ryu opens the door there for Yabi. Just full baits for him. No reason to check that side of control. Just able to mow them down here on this B hit.
Do love just the amount of kind of old boys we've got to see across EWC from the open qualifier, but even now, as we approach the end of the groups, Neo and Exist behind these teams. Of course, Snappy himself is one of the old boys too, older than Exist, at 36 years old. Not one to let that get in the way. Snappy dead first in this round. There's shots for Fuzi, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Already got Ryu down here at lower. He's pretty alone in this endeavor. That's the one scary thing, perhaps. They're going to get past him. And that gives rise to a bomb plant for NIP. 3 players ramp side on this retake.
How do you win this, right? You need Tech-9s in your face, so Stound's got to do a heavy lifting here on the ramp. Data landing backside. Stound, they're surely going to clear this. Spins around, but too many targets. 3-on-1 for Shush. Just waiting in the door. And they've got eyes on it as well. Won't play until he absolutely has to. See Fuzi up close, but they could be on it. And so that swing punished. And 5-1 lead. Astralis looking good. So NIP's map pick. Going to need some T-side rounds soon.
Yeah, I think if you're NIP, you're telling yourself you can still get out of this half, you know, with just a small handful of rounds and remain threatening. You've seen kind of to no end for this Astralis squad, some T-side woes for them on this map. We all kind of begrudgingly remember that one EPL.
2-0 round halves.
Yeah. But, you know, that was some time ago. It's gotten a bit better. They no longer get 0. But CT undoubtedly where you put in your best shift.
7 out of the last 8 games on Nuke Astralis have lost, right? But I think that's been something that's been pretty clear about EWC. When you see these like massive holes in a team's map veto, a lot of them have looked improved for obvious reasons. So I think some of the punish picks have actually not worked at this event in these BO3s.
I mean, you also just think, like, after the major run that Astralis got.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
One of these days, I want to start a segment with just a continued close crop shots of us while that music keeps playing and we keep hitting poses. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen one of these days. But what we are going to make happen is the third map here between 9Z and Magic. 9Z putting some distance between them and Magic on that second one at Dust 2. We head to Inferno now. But before we dive into the Counter-Strike, there is an update to give on the club championship as well. Because over there, with the Rocket League and the drums and the noise and the excitement, it was Falcons who toppled Carmine Corps, ruined the day of the hometown fans here in Paris, and gave their club a huge bevy of points to put them just a little bit over the top of all gamers in that club championship race. So now in pole position to take first. We'll see how it goes. There's still lots of games to play out here. And in speaking of which, there is another map to play out in this series. Inferno. What do you expect?
Inferno, I expect a rough time for Magic. I think that definitely whatever individually was going on through the other two maps needs to get ironed out at this point. You need to see impact from all of your players, or at least 4 of the 5. You know, someone can still have an off day. 9Z, a good Inferno team, a very good Inferno team, if I may say, and someone that, based off the performance on Dust 2, going into this one, a map that Magic has 2 recorded games, no victories on, it's just a really hard sell, especially if we don't see individual performances improve.
That does make it challenging, right? Yeah, we did see the massive carry job from AW and Tenzi to make that happen on Ancient. Without a superstar, without a supernova performance, is there hope?
Not much, no.
I gave it to the hopeless man. I knew what the answer was going to be.
Get out of me. I don't know.
Sometimes you just got to throw you a softball.
And that's exactly what that is. And now I'm going to hit it as a home run because realistically, what we're seeing here is a bunch of individual performances of 2, sometimes 1 of these players. And if you don't have that superstar, that astronomical, fantastical performance, then you come up with a lot of nothing as of recently. And they have yet to prove that theory wrong in my mind in this matchup at the very least.
Well, let's enjoy our time here on this stage because for one of these teams, it's going to be their last stint here at the Esports World Cup. Their key will be crushed. And I think for both these squads, 9Z Globant and Magic, there's been a lot to like here in Paris. So let's soak in the moment, gentlemen. Let's enjoy ourselves in this map of Inferno because for one of these teams, their dreams of World Cup glory are no more.
And what is hope if not just the light at the end of the tunnel? What is hope if there is no fear and no doubt, what is hope? If there's no underdog to swing up top? That's a question that is to be answered. You say no hope for Magic. I say any dog has a chance in a fight, and it's just a matter of time before one of these teams break through tonight. There's still another game of Counter-Strike after this as well. So everyone watching along, getting treated very well today. And you predicted the most exciting matchup in our group of matches today for the B stream. I don't think anyone can doubt you there unless there's an absolute barn burner on game 3. But for game 2, for map 3, for the final opportunity to move on for 9Z or Magic, it starts here and it starts in Inferno.
And it will be an Inferno indeed. Trade kills, deaths, utility kills. There's probably going to be a lot of those at the very least. I mean, let's be honest here. It has been the best matchup. A double OT map 1, a 13-10 map 2. Is this one going to be close? Maybe not. Maybe this might be that outlier. Maybe this might be the one that goes the way quickly. But that is yet to be decided. We're on to round 1. Utility up mid, and it is going to be 9Z. Maybe going for a little bit of wrap in towards that A site, splitting themselves up, diverting the attention and the eyes. Whereas 10Z finds the first one. Max to shut him down. It's going to be Moon to find one, and Max again with a trade from the Glock from downtown. He shoots a 3-pointer.
Now AW close by, dual Berettas. Also backed up by Mosvold. AW so impactful on Ancient. Can that be found on Inferno? Maybe so, maybe so! 2 headshots collected, and now the one-on-one. Low HP, that's AW back to form. Don't worry about what happened on Dust 2, because Inferno is a whole new ballpark.
That's what I expect out of that man right there. I'm going to be honest with you. If there's obviously 2 players you're going to expect this out. Tenzi and AW. AW already starting off pretty strong. Will he keep the progress going? Will he keep this moving forward? It feels like the first half of these matchups thus far across both have been nothing but trades. Is somebody actually going to start off with a dominant performance, a dominant lead, or will it just keep going the way it's been going? Will the pattern keep being the same?
A very real opportunity for the pattern to remain the same. As the force spy comes back out, Mac 10, AK, Tech 9s, and a Galil. We've seen the power of these buys in the second round through this series. Already big damage. Max brought down from a nade. Oswald to collect the assist. Tenzi tries to double up, but instead it's Moon needed to find the second of them. And aggression down Banana means this round is already over. Done and dusted. AW, another dual Beretta kills. A 3-piece for him 2 rounds in a row. 6-0 to start.
That's dangerous.
That is dangerous. You do not want to let him get online. You do not want to let him get in the zone. Because you know what? In all honesty, the most impressive performance out of all the individual performances from this tournament so far, I think, belong to the 2 players on Magic. And of course, we know who they are. Tenzi and AW. Absolute beasts.
Can't wait for the end of this BO3 just so I can look at specifically Tenzi's stats.
Yeah.
AW had a okay map 2, but Tenzi obviously was the focal point for the squad, even though it was a loss at the end of it. Tenzi, I'm not sure this man can be stopped. I'm hard-pressed to think otherwise. Now with AW starting to hit off strong with a 6-0 start, and now with a hero AK on 9Z, maybe they can get a kill or 2 here. Maybe they can turn this round around, but followed by Glocks with no armor. It's more of hoping for economical damage.
Well, AW spotted 2 on that jump as they all march their way up through mid. Ants in a line, potentially Magic to boost to stop them. The fire definitely will at least stop them for a moment. As Fade is able to move up. Fade hit by the flash, has to fall back. Flosso peek, makes the Glock ring out with the AK of Luchov as well. Could spell disaster for Magic. A redirection back onto A. SMG long range. It's hard to try to fight, but AW, the timing for only one. Such low HP, Max, the clock, not able to finish the job, and on the site. How did Tenzi get 3?
I don't generally know. I don't know what happened that round. I saw a double dink down in through underpass, and it came up with nothing somehow. That great turnaround. And Donnie, somebody won 3 in a row, I think for the first time at the first 3 rounds. Yes.
The first time today for us.
Somehow AW only got 1 off that too. He stopped shooting at one player thinking he got the kill to readjust down range a little bit more, and then had to double back to the original person.
Now all that matters is that the kills fall. And there's an op-out for Moon. And you know he wants to get aggressive. You know he wants to get into the action.
He needs to. I don't think he has confidence right now.
No, the aggression into B is where it's more important right now. Because that's where 9Z waits. And who else but AW to be the one to hold the line? The smoke fades. A flash goes over. Molotov pushes the T's back. They're lucky not to get stuck in the crossfire of AW. C jumps across, spots one on the logs.
Moon is going to rotate his way over towards that coffin position. Might be not the correct call here. We do see 9Z kind of backpedal a little bit, give way to that banana position in favor of top mid. A little bit of a split here. Got at least Spades and Enzi, of course. He would be on A. And he's back in his comfort position. He's over towards that pit side.
I love this off angle. Won't be tested though. Instead, most of it towards arches. Spade 8, great timing on the swing. Only able to find one, but that's all that's needed. Just time to delay. Player Pig can't make his way down. And Tenzi repositions. Back towards Big's pit. Spade 8, he'll never stop. And now the only one left is Mayern. Switches out for the AK, but he's got 4 enemies to deal with. One on the site, jumping around. It's all distraction for AW to strike him down. Why stop at 3 in a row? Make it 4 in a row.
Donnie, I think we might be wrong.
You know what?
Happily.
I would love to see a Magic squad that comes into this map and immediately quells any doubts that we had. Because at the end of the day, if you're looking at it on paper, if you're looking at it from statistics, Inferno is almost an impossibility for this team. And Inferno is not a map that Magic like. It's a map that they've played and lost to lesser strength opponents than 9Z. And throughout this whole series, Magic has so heavily relied on a superstar duo to carry them through the games.
I think we're really kind of navigating around the point that is really to be made here. If they make top 16, think of the VRS out of this, Donnie. They are going to go up, and hopefully to a position where they can get themselves in that invite area. I mean,
they've netted a decent invite area for the time being. They were a team, of course, invited to EWC. Woohoo!
Yes. No play-ins necessary.
But it means you won't fall out of it. And that is very important.
Securing that position means securing potential income.
It's a lot easier to slip out of it than it is to gain into it. So, either way, it is pistols and an AK once more for 9Z. And it's the entirety of the terrorist force towards the A-bomb site.
Oh, Max in a good position. Does get AW out, but Spades, he gets the trade. And it does slow it down just a little bit. On a 4-on-4, Iron and friends working their way up through mid. And he might get the nice position of a timing, but he is going to have to contest with DGT out of apps if he actually activates. Also peek out of this one, and Moon repositioned towards Big Pit. Nice flick. Tenzi, of course, finds Hidden, leaving it just one man alive. A little bit of switch around, and I'm liking it. Moon's looking a lot more comfortable. We're seeing him take fights in positions we didn't see him on other maps. Now 4-2, and I think we're seeing him start to just feel himself as the op again. There's that energy. 5-0 right now, Donnie.
Again, I mean, think about how much pressure builds on these young players. You know, they've made playoffs at bigger lands before. It's not something that they're completely new to, but to the caliber of this, nothing has tested them like this yet. And a strong start to a CT side Inferno. Couldn't ask for a better way to start it.
Low and steady as she goes. Minute 25 on the clock. Not a single point of damage done just yet, but they are starting to speed it up. Maybe hyper-fixating on this banana position, but it will be smoked off. Denied access once more. Fade 8 looking for that deep nade, and it comes right down on 9Z. Tagging up just a little bit, but not too much damage. Now the utility for the CT side come down to only few little pieces left to maybe try and hold them off for a little bit longer. But thankfully enough, they're backed by none other than AW.
And AW is forced to fall back because of the Molotov. Clear space for 9Z to push up. Magic to set up towards B. Starts out good. Fade's able to connect with one. And a weaker A bomb site is where the crux of this round will lie. A nade in should... I was going to do a little bit more to DGT, but barely hit the wall. Now the pressure comes in. Tenzi tucked. Moon in the middle of the site. A flick that went a little wild. Isn't able to get anything done. Close range. The M4 no match. And presumably that's going to be a save call for Magic. Stay around, try to get a kill or two. Maybe you can find an entryway into the site just like that. Now you can have a real conversation about going for this. An 80 to pit. It's going to do great damage onto DGT. Down to 26. Now they actually have to try to break through into it. A reload. A bomb halfway ticked. And a Magic that decides to call it off. 9Z by the skin of their teeth. Don't have to worry about the retake. But they do have to worry about AW. And dealing more damage to that economy. Bomb explodes. AW ducks away just in time. Shades of Doja. Very different, same vibe.
Yeah, no nade in for pit this time.
No nade in for pit, but the same idea. You draw the attention away. Inferno is still a map that, although the bomb radius change has come through, it's still really weird with how it works, especially the difference between A site and B site with how the walls cover the damage.
Yeah.
And a timeout for 9Z, as that is a very detrimental loss to have all your guns go down. Although, I will say, great execution into that bomb site. It got a little scary towards the end there. But at the end of the day, a round win's a round win. You take what you can get. You buy back into this round. You try whatever you can.
Chicken. I could go for some chicken. I really could. But instead, we're going to go for some CS. And we're on round number 7 instead. The utility coming straight down Banana once more. It does seem like everyone has come out unscathed. 9Z down to some Galils, a MAC-10 on Max, and a single AK. And that's all after finding their very first round here. Magic playing pretty lights out on the CT side thus far, all thanks to a team effort this time around. And AW finds one, and one is all he will find. Close by, though, is Masval as he finds one, sprays in, actually gets a second, and DGT with the quick trade. Fade 8 trying to spray through the smoke, can't quite get there, but it is going to be at least a man advantage with the player speeding up. It's none other than Tenzi up, and he finds one towards DGT, and it's just Myron last alive. He gets full flash.
Okay. Everything's fine.
That was a weird swing, but it works.
Got a little silly for a moment. AW surprisingly only held to 1. And a funny note to that round, the CTs, after losing the previous round, came into that one with more AKs than the Ts did. I was looking at the HUD and I was like, that's a fun little fact right there.
Well, ain't that neato?
And what else is a fun little fact is that AW actually only held to 1 kill that round, which is definitely a factor that 9Z needs to continue to play on.
I mean, that's why I said earlier that, you know, this has to be a team effort. And that's kind of what we're seeing. Obviously, AW and Denzi still with 10 kills each, but the rest of the team isn't falling behind. They're still having an impact. They're still at least helping. They're supporting in some way.
It's that their name is not being called on, not that they're not answering the phone.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, AW! Disgusting spray through the cart. Molotov keeps him up in the action, but a smoke at least stops the T's from wanting to try their luck and pushing forward. Again, it's not a great buy for 9Z.
It does seem like they're kind of being corralled over to this A site, which is where the stack is. And if I'm being honest with you, it's a lose-lose situation. You get corralled to AW or you have to move in front of Tenzi. It's not fun, but it is part of your job as the T's to take the challenge as it is. And this is looking a little more challenging than I think 9Z were hoping.
In the current moment, both AW and Tenzi with over 130 ADR. It's absolutely disgusting. And it's a split from 9Z. They want to put 2 in through CT. And that will work, but all the information's known. This should be called straight to the B players. AW spotted one out, but has to worry about the back line. Osval also in church. It's a good reposition, but you need to make sure the kills fall where they need to. Also, Peak needs to be dealt with in CT. And he won't before finds Fade 8. Now stuck between a rock and a hard place. It leaves just Mayern on the site. Bomb gets planted. It actually will get denied. Gets off of it just a little too quick. And Magic, I mean...
Magic is cooking right now.
All 3 timeouts taken for 9Z. A 9Z that looks lost. A 9Z that doesn't quite know how to battle back against the CT side of Magic. And again... statistically improbable that we end up in this point.
I'm going to be honest with you, I think this is all by design by Magic. It would make sense, right? Because we're seeing them read 9Z pretty damn near 100% accurate at this point. The counter plays we're seeing that great reposition both in towards that church, kind of giving up sight, turtling together, and just playing their lives, playing a defensive hole to just stay alive and be a nuisance. Wait for the teammates to rotate around through CT, and it worked. It worked out great. We thought this was going to be a little bit of a slaughter, but instead,
still a slaughter.
Yes, just not the same side we thought it was going to be.
But there's still plenty of time to work for the side of 9Z. Even just a handful of rounds would be enough to work with for this side, but not getting them on your T side is definitely the real kicker. Fade 8 sprays through the smoke. Of course they're going to land one. Why would they not? Oh, almost caught the timing on the player in apartments as well. But that does miss. And that forces Moon back. Scared of the fight that could be lurking in Boiler. I mean, 9Z are even having difficulty getting full bracket control at this point. Now they get their way in. And a boost up. Heads up play, but no one there to receive it on the other end. Shot being loud, maybe trying to convey that more presence elsewhere, but instead he's just setting up a smoke towards A. Fade 8, the timing on the swing almost perfect, but just not able to do enough damage on it. And with 30 seconds, 9Z's push has to come in. Great timing with the flashbang. Mosball has to try to calm down. Play so peak, but not quite. Instead it's a double spray now from Tenzi. And leaves it just onto his brother in AW. Rotating in through the library. A 1-on-2.
Bomb has been planted.
Blocked behind the smoke. Plenty of time to work with. A kit in his hand, but no utility. No reason to not go for it. Waiting for a fight to come his way. Maybe the player in pit. But 9Z seem very confident in just hiding in their positions. Time is of the essence. Time is running out. AW maybe just trying to go for the exit kill, but instead he will lose his life in the effort. 9Z do battle back for a second for themselves.
Now only down to a measly 5 round. Obviously sarcasm at this point because Magic's still in the lead, but 9Z, they look a little more confident after that one. Maybe a little bit of hope left in me for this squad, at least in the first half. They could still make this 5-7. The money, though, for Magic is well off. Even after the bye, we see most around 2 to 5K. Is quite the juxtaposition, as you like to say.
That's a good word. I mean, if 9Z can build off of this, they'll be fine. But you see, even when they get the round wins, it has to be a full reinvestment to the point where they have no money. And AW so aggressive. There is an op trained on his position. Iron moves away at the perfect time for AW to strike forward and spray Luchov down. Moon decides to fall back with Molotov. Doesn't want to play any risky game. He doesn't have to. And a great setup for the CTs right now as we see 2 rotating in from their spawn. One in the library, one in the arches. Almost a rinse and repeat of the previous round. But this time we see Magic with the player advantage. This time we see Magic on the high foot. A flash goes in. Mosvold has to fall. Spotted out by the T's, but at least safe. Interested in the arch push. The bomb is delayed. Oswald doesn't have the timing. And Max, aware of the position, doesn't clear it in time. Oswald almost able to double up. Wait, so peek right behind though. And of course the anchor on B is AW. They're going for distance, they're going for speed. AW's all alone in a time of need. 13 seconds. Gets the spray onto the upper, close range on Mayer, and of course he hits it! DGT, enough time to get the bomb planted, but now he's by himself. Rotations in so fast. 2 from CT, 1 from Banana. What are you made of, DGT? Can you continue to fight for 9Z to stay in it, or will the up close range take you out? A new form of Magic. A new lifeline. 9Z lost.
And they're losing to the dynamic duo again. AW 16-5, 10's 14-5. This is what you need as a squad for Magic. Obviously, there's a little more that could be done to kind of smooth this over and make it real perfection, a real competitive roster, but this is what true potential is out of these 2 guys. We've seen them consistently in this BO3 show up when they need to. Like I said, I can't wait for the numbers at the end of this match. They are going to look it's going to look so lopsided in comparison to anybody else in the server.
And honestly, again, to reiterate the point from before, it's not that Mosvold, Spade8, and Moon aren't having impact. They are having impact. They're all rounds that are won because of them on Inferno. But it's just AW and Tenzi. They're so good for the multi-kill potential. A big nade onto the T's as they dance around inside of the bracket. No push and pull this time around. Banana's all the way cleared. AW falls back after getting quite aggressive. Sticks around for the moment.
I think it was, what, map 1? Tenzi and AW had plus 6% swing rating,
yeah,
both of them.
Yes. I think it was like 70 kills combined.
Yes, insane. Which leads me to worry quite a bit for 9Z right now. You could when you have Tenzi, the one doing it, it's different. You can maybe work around them, but when you have both, it's different. Like Spade8 is going to be challenged right now. A little bit of a different angle from DGT. We've seen DGT constantly kind of work this hallway and kind of lane position. Spade8, I don't think has played this spot yet. The barrel gives away, but the early spray comes in and somehow still gets it. Of course he finds one. Tenzi finds, it's Spade8 finds 3, almost a 4th, swings at the USP, and Tenzi sweeps him up and sends him down the river Styx.
9Z barely even able to get a chance in that round. If that doesn't fire you up, I don't know what will.
I'm surprised they're this quiet. Granted, it's not that quiet, but I'm surprised they're not a lot louder. This was, I don't know how it got to that point.
They get 2 more, including one with a pistol?
That's what you need. And that's kind of what you're alluding to on this map. They're actually there. The kills on the board may not be there, but when the name is called, we're seeing Fade8, we're seeing Mazval actually come into this Moon as well when need be. Good nade down mid and somehow comes up empty.
And it's the last round of the half and the bye for 9Z. Tattered and torn. 3 Galils, I'm at 10.
Mike has to have his hands on his head in the green room right now.
Wouldn't doubt him. Max catches AW, pushing through the smoke. A bit over-aggressive for the situation, but Spade trying to double up. Already good for one, already done his job. His teammates fall around him, but Moon at least there for a rebuttal. And Spade8 somehow still alive. Molotov pushes Marin forward. And it's a 2-on-2. Disconnected T's, disconnected CTs. Presumably B has to be the finish at this point. A smoke into church. Asphalt needs to be ready for multiple positions. The flash should sell it. He should know. Moon pushing into CT. Asphalt, the location is red. Marin a chance to rotate back though. Oh. Or a double back. Buy as much time as you can. Asphalt will know what's up, but at least no chance to contest the bomb.
Bomb has been planted.
And they're going to meet in CT. They're going to meet right here, right now. Long angle taken from Oswald, but Marin hears this all. Oswald doesn't even clear the angle.
Goes back to the same spot that worked prior.
And you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. 9Z find themselves a third. A very difficult half for them. But not down and out. We know what the squad can do. Every round, round by round. Sometimes you got to look at the smaller picture instead of the big. And right now, the small picture is get more rounds.
Going to point this out now. Dens and AW combined 32 kills. 32 and 12. They are combined. I mean, damage, both around 1,500. While everyone else...
120 over for each of them through a half a Counter-Strike.
And, I mean, even if you look at the rest of that damage, too, across the board, you know, 700, 900, 1,000 damage. So, which means the teammates are there. They are helping. They're softening up the targets, whether it's utility or anything else in between. They can. They're doing their part. They're helping and making this easier for this explosive duo to do what they do best.
We're going to have to see how this T side works out. This also peak already pushed down. Him and Marin able to double up for kills for themselves. Make it one more, why not? Already down. Just Fade8. Tries to tap away on the apartments player. But it really doesn't matter. It's a hopeless pursuit at this point. Block runs out of bullets. A quick, clean, efficient round for 9Z. Not a kill to fall. And now this is the point where we need to see the mental magic. Obviously, very well on their CT side. But if 9Z, you know, they win this pistol, they're going to have control of the early game. Is that where magic bend? Is that where magic folds?
It's hard to tell. I mean, they seem strong right now, but strong is also included when rifles are in play. And if 9Z can just kind of hold that off for at least a little bit, maybe they can get a little more comfortable in that position, whether it's financially or mentally. You know, they seem kind of run down by this duo, and hopefully we're seeing that shift a little bit here as Fade8 going to lead this charge to the Tech 9, and it's going to be Fonso Peak with a quick little double as that from Moss comes into play.
I got scared by the dink for a moment, but it is just Moon. No bomb for him, and he's about to walk next to Luchov. Timing doesn't work in Luchov's favor. And Moon doesn't even realize the timing of it all. At the end of the day, a done round already. Tallied up to 9-5. But you got armor, you got some util, you got a pistol. If they're not going to hunt you, definitely try to save it. I think no matter the outcome of this series, I'm sure by the end of this tournament, Magic have plenty of new fans.
I'm one of them.
This team is very exciting to watch. So much potential, so young.
If only their jerseys were better looking.
You know you don't like them. It's okay.
Moon?
Actually walks back.
The longest route possible. I mean, hey.
I mean, trying to do some more damage. I don't necessarily blame him.
But at the same time, that's probably not the best call.
That's fine.
But for money purposes, to make everything all smooth and evened out, might be a call there to maybe try and take away some rifles. And then just, you know, make it at least a little bit harder for the CTs. Right now, Magic up by 4. They got some rounds to give, but that's slowly starting to dwindle away at this point. They're down to Glocks, Deagles, and a mix mash of just guns.
Big nades in the mid. Day getting the brunt of it. Mayer able to get a backstab. Shot in the back of the head. Double up on a Oswald. Another round where Magic doesn't really have much of a chance with anything going into it. Killer 2 would be huge for them, but barely any damage even done. Now the score gets closer and closer. 3 rounds being the difference. A 6-9 lead still in favor of Magic.
No op, though, for Moon this time around. Just an AK. Fade 8 takes a Galil, and he's the only one with one. Downside is Myron. He's got his big green, his weapon of choice, and he's been actually pretty solid with it thus far.
Yeah, he has. See if Luchov is able to have the same success AW did in the previous half. Spade 8 brought down to 8. Pushing through that Molotov. A risky play, for sure. Doesn't net anything. Man, on the angle at the right time. AW, half of the dynamic duo, taken out of the round. Magic just trying to go out on the site. Little to no headway being made. Spade 8 tries to duel with Max, but low HP. It was almost impossible for him to get anything done. Basso Peak dances around into Tenzi. Oswald at least able to get one back, but there's nothing to be done. Through the smoke to end it off. And definitely a bit of shakiness seen from Magic. Definitely a bit lost, at least within that round.
Definitely feels like a huge momentum swing here. 4-9Z only down a pair of rounds in the money. For Magic ain't looking that great. The money is down to just some Galils. 3 of them, a Deagle and a Mac 10. They're going to just continue to run through these flames and try and get away and take some space, while also not falling victim to the follow-up utility.
Oh, you know they want banana with the way that they're setting up it. Can't blame them. Important part to control. Things get dicey when you take that much damage early on. All the utility. And a boost up for Max. Chop just gonna jiggle. Already spots out a bit of a push. Molotov goes down. And a smoke to combat it right after. Rest of the utility picked up. Bit of a block smoke. Allows for a rotation in. 9Z, they have fallen for this. But the pacing needs to be quick for Magic. And the force of Mayer needs to be stopped. A smoke goes down, so the op won't be effective on the bracket angle. Falls back further. Also Peak, another player that has been so dominant so far through this half. Aaron pushed forwards with the smoke. The hit comes in for Magic. Wasso Peak so clinical. And Mayer just as well does the same. The scope in. The timing doesn't work in his favor. DGT pushes a smoke, and that ends with his life being taken. Now as the clock ticks down, Max also wants to push the smoke. He's doing so. Fade off the bomb. The Galil for one. Max on site. A 1v1. No time left, and Max gets it done. 1 round, the difference.
What a turnaround this has been for 9Z. Mentally, physically, statistically, it's all turning around, and so is the position for Magic. Down to just a single round lead after it being a 9-3 half.
And this is definitely where the fears about their inexperience on Inferno comes in. It's a lot easier to throw together a CT side than it is to throw together a T side, you know? Although Inferno, I mean, you push and pull, it's the yada yada yada. Everyone knows how to play Inferno T side. It's still not easy to do it on this type of level. There's a lot more nuance to it.
Especially when you are the underdog.
Especially when you're going against a team that's very good on it. Fade 8. Clear space in bracket.
Steady, they start to stack up for what would have seemed like an A hit, but instead they're going to regress up towards Banana. Ollie gonna force off out of position, takes the kill off towards AW, and that's an important kill nonetheless. Wasn't obvious enough at this point. They're still going to commit to it, speeding things up.
Destruction.
In the blink of an eye. It was just all gone. Max finds a quick double, and Donnie, we get into a position that I wasn't sure I was going to see today. We're tied up again. Not only just for this map, not for this series, but I feel like this has to be the 20th time I've said they've tied it up.
Tenzi doing his best, but 1v5. 1 kill doesn't cut it. Timeout. Taken for Magic. Finally, first of 3. Needed at this point. Money's very low. You can justify a force buy if you want to go Galil's.
I want to see a Halls pop. Give me Halls pop.
We'll see where that lies in the strat book. I mean, struggling so far. It
looks like a young steal.
Sure, I can see it a little bit. I mean, 9Z, they just look comfortable on their CT side. There's really no other way for me to word it. They look
like how Magic were looking.
They look very, very comfortable on their CT side. Not much can throw them off of it.
And they have, you know, Onso Peak with 16 kills and Myron with 16 kills. And obviously Max 13, but still matching that pace that AW and Tenzi have been setting.
Memories of map 1 seem to resurrect from this Inferno performance. Paso Peak falls back. So many flashes, very good utility out for Magic. Maybe this is the point to capitalize, maybe. This is the point where they can get back into it. Fade 8 plays right behind Library, tries to jump around the op. Doesn't quite work in his favor, and 1 HP on AW, doesn't matter. Mac 10 beats the op. And it's all up to Luchov. All by himself, pushing up through bracket. The bomb directly in front of him. Molotov falls on deaf ears, and Mosvold able to come in with a backstab. Finally.
Balls pop.
After 8 rounds, it's enough for Magic to score 1.
Not saying I call that. I'm probably the best IGL around here in this building, but I feel like I called that. And it works, because I haven't seen anybody do it yet, in all honesty, on both sides. So I was like, why not? I wasn't expecting rifles, I was expecting Tech 9 armor, but the fact that they bought into it, the confidence is still there. They don't look as happy that they won the round, but they're happy they won the round. So back as the lead is Magic, but will we just say it again, Donnie? Will we say we're all tied up again?
Probably.
Yes, I have no doubt.
Well, 9Z, don't fret too much about losing that round because they're still able to fully buy into this one. A Magic that needs to find their stride versus a 9Z that comfortably sits in control of this half. Uchab not touched by the nade. Oh, doesn't blow. Actually, it's re-blossomed. Magic still want to try to go for this banana control. They're pushed all the way back out. Completely isolated from trying to gather any more space there. Kenzie calls for the flash. Still on a bit of an island. Doesn't push with it. Focus back towards banana. Where a majority of this Magic roster still sits. Flash over, up on the line. Crucial shot from Moon. Max playing back from the coffins. Molotov forces him forward. That should have been hurt as well. Smoke goes down, trying to spray through it. To no avail. DGT also rotated in. No one able to land anything through the smoke. And as Max pushes it, it costs him his life. Already a save going to be called for 9Z. 2 rounds in a row now for Magic after struggles in the beginning of the half. Maybe the chance to end it.
Enzi already hunting.
I mean, there's so much money on the side of 9Z, you gotta.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, also peak at 6K. Iron at 3. So maybe you can find something here. DGT, though, he needs to, at the very most, stay here. But with $100 and his life on the line here, he gets challenged and he puts one down. AW actually ends up dying as well, so they can't lose any more bodies than that. Thankfully enough, Magic don't back to a 2-round lead, but this all feels a very familiar scenario that we've seen quite a few times over and over again. Map 1, map 2, and now map 3. Yes, that was a great shot overall, and really kind of gave way the floodgates for the T's to just get on the site.
Yeah. 9Z still calm. Knew immediately they wanted to go for the save there. Just because Magic won a few rounds, they're not shaken yet. But it's penultimate series point. Good job. Eats a nade. Great damage onto him and Max. Marin waits for the smoke to fade. Perfectly timed to catch Mosvald. Smoke blown. And AW also on the receiving end of a nade. EGT illuminates fade. Mathematically picked apart in this round, Magic are. And even if they can get space towards banana, CTs can play this in so many different ways. There's no sweat off their brow.
I was going to say, I wouldn't be opposed to a save for Magic. And thankfully, I think that's what they're kind of doing now. Yep, they're going to set up for a save. Good call, honestly. Looking at that money, there isn't much left on the table to kind of make the next buy competitive and not give up the lead again. You can give up this round, still have one more to play before it's tied up. Something is better than nothing in the follow-up, and there will be money enough for 2 remaining players like Fade8 and Mosvald to buy or even be dropped if necessary.
Yeah, they'll be able to buy armor. Itzo drops them over. They'll be fine. But it's close. It's close. It's a 1-round difference.
Said it was going to be a great matchup, Donnie.
2 needed for Magic, 3 for 9Z. 9Z, their economy is still blossoming. Still fully in bloom. The pressure mounts with every round that passes. Pressure mounts with every second That ticks on the clock. Different setup. Less focus towards Banana through the side of Magic. Instead, it's Luchop that marches way down. Already into Broom. Great control for the CT side. Nate does catch him on the way out. Worth it for the presence against Magic.
Only going to force them back, so 8-8 thinking better of it for now. Still with a little over a minute on the clock left, and plenty of space to be gained. Iron is going to get smoked off, but he reciprocates a nade in the meantime. But B stalled out the very last second. It seems like they were rallying for a nice little push on. 45 seconds left. Maybe we see a flash in towards Banana. This is going to be a costly one for which side, though, is going to be the question here. Swings in, and it's actually a trade. A fairly even outcome, but now this B site seems a lot more vulnerable with just Max left in towards New Box.
The rotation's coming in so quick, though. You already have the likes of DGT and Mayern all the way in through. Mayern sets up a flash for DGT to try to push with. Isn't needed yet, but now as it comes, DGT still blind. Moon catches him off, and that's a double kill for the likes of Magic. A 4v2. Bomb site collected. Surely Mayer can't stop the bomb here.
Oh, if he does.
Pushes through with the op. AW more than ready for it. Paso Peak still in Banana. The Moon inches forward and forward. Not able to hit the shot. Paso Peak wants to give this a go. Wants to deny the map point. Inches closer. Kenzie jiggles the angle. A player directly below him. Not going to clear either one of the angles. And that is series point found for Magic.
A close one, too. We saw them lining up a flash so they can swing out through that CT smoke. But thankfully enough, Magic thinking ahead of time threw 2, maybe 3 flashes over top, one towards site, and just held them off enough. And thankfully enough, the trades panned out. Paso Peak getting it close, doing some damage, but overall coming up empty, but it was a gamble he had to take.
3 out of the last 4. Before that, lost 6 straight on this side. Moon wants to face Mayern. Up in the corner. Moon not ready to hit the shot. Mosvold. A great trade back. Magic aggressive out on A. Already want to hit. A spray onto the player Moto. Spade only good for that, but somehow still alive. Magic breakthrough onto the site. Max and Luchov.
Oh, that could be good.
And it could be, but it just misses the mark. Instead of the spray through the smoke. Takes out the player and hit the bomb. Still so much time to make it to the site. Smoke refreshed. CTs want to push through. That's what happens. Flash goes up. Luchov tries to activate. AW catches him out, and now it's all on Max. The bomb gets planted. Still dancing behind a smoke. A 1v3. A chance to stay alive. Or chance to see your key get crushed. A close matchup. None of us could have predicted how so, but instead, of course, it's AW to close it out. A fantastic series from him and Tenzi. Put it over the finish line, and Magic qualify for the round of 16.
Absolutely unbelievable display here from Magic. The young upstarts proving themselves on LAN across a grueling 3-map series, taking every map just about to the distance or beyond. This was not done the easy way. This was not given, but they seized this series and they did not let go. Magic have earned their right to compete in the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup.
I don't think I could have seen or even begin to think that this was going to be an outcome. First off, first half, just a fantastic start from Magic.
Yes.
And then that second half, I got scared. I got very scared really quick.
Yeah.
It did feel that way. It felt like 9Z were fighting their way back in. We're finding the gaps. We're forcing the mistakes, right? But we mentioned it, you need superstar performances to get this done. They had 2 of them once again. 8W and 10Z, we have to give massive plaudits where they are due. Just the difference makers in this series.
It was incredible to see what the 2 of them have done throughout this whole series, specifically Tenzi, who was active on all 3 of those maps. AW having a bit of a rougher performance on map 2, but along with Spade, really having impact kills on this map.
Sure.
I mean, especially on that CT side, just hunkering down, able to keep them in it. It's an amazing victory for Magic, and we said it on the cast, but I'm sure a lot of new fans coming from this series alone. Magic has just been stupendous.
Stupendous indeed. I think well over 140 combined kills, I have to say, between Tenzi and AW. Near towards 150, if not beyond. Really stunning. I am so impressed right now. Look, we had S-Fade talking about it in his early interview, right? There's so much that this team still has to learn in terms of how to adapt to a LAN, how to adjust, how to get used to it, how to sit beneath these lights and maintain the form that you have when you're playing at home in full comfort, right? And yet still, all that being said, a team on the other end that is well experienced at this point with traveling internationally, with competing internationally, and still it's Magic who comes up with the edge.
It's actually insane if I'm looking at this scoreline right now. AW 24 and 13, but overall performance from him, 72, 47. Tens, 74 and 50. I mean, I can't even begin to comprehend these numbers put out. Everyone else was well below this break-even point for this squad. So the fact that these 2 superstars, this is beyond what you could ask for anybody normally.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable showing. Talk about big game player, big game stage. But unfortunately, for every celebration, every champion, there must also be a defeat. And right now, we are saying goodbye to 9Z. We have Max standing by on stage with Freya.
Yeah, sadly, the end of the line here for 9Z. They pour everything into this one, but commiserations, Max, you do exit the tournament here. Before we dive into this one, I know there's probably a lot going through your mind now, so can I get your initial emotions coming off of this defeat?
Yeah, it's very tough because it's our first tournament of the season. The last season we ended with a championship, so it's hard to not make playoff in this one. But yeah, we have a lot of work ahead, and yeah, we need to see what happens and keep it up.
I know this was an incredibly long series for you guys, so I just want to ask you one question about that Inferno, because you're coming off the first half, you're down 9-3. It feels like you're getting some momentum in your favor. What was kind of, I guess, the finishing blow from the side of Magic? What stopped that momentum that you found?
Yeah, we lost around the first round. We lost on CT side. It was forced buy on A, and we were 3A, so we read very well the round, but we didn't shoot well. And after that, we play really bad 2 rounds in a row on B, and yeah, and that happens.
The final question for you, as you mentioned, obviously the deep run of the Cologne Major has secured you a lot of invites going forward in this season. What is the goal? What would you like to achieve at the end of this season?
Yeah, hopefully win another Tier 1 tournament and make to the playoff again. But at the same time, the main goal for us is always to play better than yesterday, and we are going forward with that.
Well, Max, thank you so much for your words. Best of luck moving forward. Unfortunately, the trophy run does end here for 9Z.
It does indeed. I thought it was an interesting detail there that Max considers the XSC Pro League win the end of last season as opposed to start of this. A fresh slate here for 9Z and not meeting their own expectations here at the World Cup.
It's upsetting, for sure. I mean, 9Z, a roster that definitely did have the potential to make a pretty sizable run at this event based off of just the performance from the end of the season, as he calls at the beginning of the whatever you want to call it. It's a disappointing end, and, you know, you could definitely hear that in the words of Max, expecting a lot more out of the team. And you know what? Credit to them. I don't even think it's fully 9Z's fault. You know, to an extent, I think you have to give a lot of that matchup to Magic playing well instead of 9Z faltering.
Yeah, I mean, certainly they were capable of the punish, and they did bring just such a huge challenge that you might not have expected diving into this one. But I do think it's fair to Max that he mentions the round where things get away from them, right? You have the players in position, you're up against an anti-force, you should have the right read. And the mistakes cost you. We've seen some of those as well, right? Missed smokes for both sides. Just a little bit of maybe the rust coming in at the beginning of the season where it is going to be tough to always get the win when you're playing like that.
And I mean, we have to kind of give kudos to 9Z for just holding up mentally at this very start. It was a 5-0 start, and we were all pleasantly shocked. 9Z probably not so much, and it just started really running away that first half. A 9-3 half to then come back into that and win round after round after round and really punish Magic for even beginning to be confident in that scenario.
It was, yeah. I mean, again, like just a grueling bout between these two sides, right? To take it the distance again and again, to have no easy maps, nothing was given.
No,
there were no gimmies in this one. There were no gimmies whatsoever. It was a brawl every which way, a real tug of war affair. Yeah, final thoughts on 9Z and their campaign here. I mean, I think we're seeing as well that if you don't have, Luchov and Huaso Peak in red hot form, maybe there needs to be a little bit more behind them, a little bit more to the overall structure of the team if they want to continue to lift trophies.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, Mayron had an alright series. He did end up positive, but DGT, Max, both going slightly negative. It was kind of just a cold performance all around. Like, not cold, lukewarm is a better way to describe it, where everyone just basically went even. They had their moments and they had some really exciting plays, but no one was there at all through the team to be able to put it over the finish line. It's not even a problem of Huaso Peak or Luchov. It was just anybody.
Well, it's if you don't have that one superstar, if you don't have that one player who's having an outsized performance, well, then the collective needs to paper it over, right, All In?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team full of sprinters in a game that's really like a triathlon. You have to keep handing it over back and back again. And, we do see there is something in this 9Z roster that is very capable of fighting. It's just today they got pretty much beaten by a pair of guys.
Well, that is a metaphor to put a smile on Jacob Pimp Winicki's face, but he's not here right now, and so it's going to be a smile on the face of a Magic player looking over as it's time to crush a key.
I hope it sounds good this time around.
Surely we're going to have a nice pop after that pop of a map coming through. I mean, unreal performance in the server from 10Z, so surely an unreal performance here as the key gets shattered into a million little pieces. Precision, concentration, he's looking, he's not doing the VSM look away while you hit the button.
Best game of the day, best pop of the day?
Oh, soft pop, but a good smush. Precision.
Right. And you know what, I want to say, actually, while we watch this going on, Magic, they kind of got some swag to it. We were talking about swag before with the Mongols. At first, the jersey, I didn't understand it. But now I'm looking at it. He's got that on. Like they got something about him.
They got it in the server, I'll tell you that much. And now they've got the crushed key of their opponents behind them because Magic will be entering the playoffs here, round of 16. 9Z their victim. And again, for Magic, we were talking about it yesterday with the 3D Max matchup, right? This is a team that needs to continue to cement their position in towards the invites. It needs to justify the success they had last season. It's given them that bevy of invites early here. Well, winning against a team like 9Z that's been flying up the VRS, this is going to give you a ton of points. This is going to solidify your position as being a team that can continue to compete here in Tier 1. That is just ridiculous.
Opening duels from 10Z. A lot of that came from Ancient, but still, 13-4 on opening duels. That is just a that's something that you have to contest with over 3 maps.
Even
and still be
9-6 is pretty crazy in opening duels, but 13-4 is disgusting.
Talk about a dynamic duo, man. I love that they match each other basically step for step as well, so that it wasn't just one carry job performance. It was these guys locking down whole sections of the map. I mean, thinking back to Ancient, you just couldn't go mid. You couldn't sit outside B main. What could you do? When these two players are on a performance like this team is just so very deadly.
I'm really excited to see what the careers look like for these guys. So young, so much potential. This is only the beginning for them. You have no idea where it's going to end up this year, much less in a few years. These could be...
I don't know what it's going to end up on Wednesday. I'm excited to see them on Wednesday, man. We don't have to think that far in advance. We get to see them next week. It's like 3 days from now.
I don't know. That's a long time.
That's a long time. A career way. But yeah, no, certainly for the long term as well, we're seeing these guys put themselves on the map. We're seeing them definitely emerge. AW did that originally with P-Vision, but, now having a chance to sustain it in more familiar and more comfortable terrain, maybe a little less anger from the coaching department at times. No, genuinely, it is very cool to see him come back to a team like Magic, bring the lessons that he learned from his time on P-Vision and help elevate them as well.
I mean, this is just kind of one of those dynamic duos that you have to really like coddle and really like make sure you take care of and make sure it grows into their full potential, because they are going to be a staple of this scene if it keeps going this way for them.
I'll tell you today, they didn't need no coddling, that's for sure. They lit the way into the playoffs here for Magic, one of the surprises perhaps of the tournament so far here at the Esports World Cup. But we'll see if we can cook up another one for you after this break.
Fuzi Dorbaretta is forced to be reckoned with. They haven't even dealt with these pit players yet, haven't dealt with the guys in apps. The rotate's arriving, the site's starting to feel like you're really boxed in, and there is nowhere safe to turn, there is nowhere left to run. Astralis clamp down on that A hit.
Yeah, Nib don't chase anyone. They're just kind of ADing, looking for fights after those first 2 deaths from the Julies, and that just gives time for Astralis to rotate in. And I love that they keep the pressure on those 2 surviving players, make sure they stay alive, and then everybody comes to Moto Smoke. Astralis clamp down on that A hit. And NIP, despite the entry, go nowhere fast. Good vibes for Astralis, who are definitely on a road to recovery now. And a force buy without a plant? It's feeling desperate here for Nip.
Just means you got to have something prepped, something planned, right? Looking like a B play. Maybe they feel like this is the exploitable site in a round like this one, and they will be ahead of all this util. They're already through it.
Okay.
Stare.
Oh, that's
can't
unlucky.
believe he gets out with one there.
It's unlucky.
Still one more player. Hooksy with the spam. Puts the advantage in Astralis' favor. On for a retake, but Hooksy stops it. He is feeling it right now. Is the Astralis captain. And you know, with no plant, you don't got to move yet. These smokes have faded.
They know the bomb drop position too, so waiting for that next play. Ryu's very scared of Ruins, but they both cross back into the site. Plant is okay. Ryu can nade it. But he is so concerned about the Ruins, and I think they might overlook Stown in this round. If he doesn't peek out, they go together though. Nice swing. And yeah, I think Ryu, unless someone's got the comm, he is scared of coffins. Look at the plant position. It looks like he's going to misread this one entirely. Good patience from Stown. Doesn't give away his position until the round is right there for the taking.
Yeah. Ryu had a clear image in his head of how the round was playing out, but that feeling he had, that anxiety about the Ruins, proves not to be well-founded.
It's a shame because he has the HE. If he lobs that quad, he wins. So it's right there for the taking.
And I mean, that's from Fuzi.
Yeah, that was a horrible
That's
fight.
the roughest moment, right?
That's the round winner. You get that 3v1 with the bomb down.
That's going to put a bit of pep in your step.
Yeah, that was a no plant force buy win here for Nip, so massive relief of tension.
Full gamble out of Astralis, and they are in the right place. 4 strong at the A-bomb site. Fuzi.
Oh, goodness. Wait a second. Okay.
Meat grinder on long. This Deagle doing even more damage, but still yet to get kills. Fuzi fan stabs being considered, but he still deals with his. Ryu now joins him. Low health for Snappy as he rounds the corner. Will survive the crossing, but has to recross again to get this bomb. No punish out of Ryu. Elects not to go.
SM4 has no ammo.
So that's given them a bomb plant to play with. The setup here is for Stown to try and clutch this. And he's got great timing through Boiler. Ryu just might get shot in the side of the head. There's the spot. Down. Info goes the other way, and it's Ryu with the turn. Snappy at 5 HP can't do this, and so Astralis are swift with a reply of their own.
Oh, that's so unlucky for Stow, man. So unlucky. Gets a spot on the short player, but as soon as he goes out to clear him, that's when the long guy comes back around. And Ryu and Fuzi with 5-7s shred in this round. Excellent work for Ryu to let Hooksy cross as well. High risk, high reward. Oh, no, Hooksy's very snappy. And so, yeah, whatever Nip do, Astralis do right back to them. Low money, force by win. Back and forth we go. It's 3 Galils here for Nip. Onward.
Oh my goodness.
Happy?
Yabby.
Serious?
Yabby?
Yabby?
What are you up to? Wait, they ran into him,
They don't
but
know.
they didn't think it was suspicious. Stown and Yabby were right next to one another, but this whole play, this whole kind of element of surprise he has come unraveled because his teammates in the site are dead.
Good dodge.
Molly at least stops that bomb plant, buys you a few more seconds. That one's going to burn another player out into the open. They know one guy's sight. Shush now reveals his position as well. Smoke into the pit just to try and lock him out of this round. Shush is gone, spammed out by Stare at long, and Kaspersky needs a massive clutch, can't do it. Stare delivers, and Astralis finally converting, but with a bomb plant, with one player surviving, I don't know, you could make a very good case for another buy here.
It feels like that kind of game, right, where we're just seeing really fast rounds in this second half, so why not? If you've got another pocket strategy, just throw it out there, I think. These are very winnable rounds for both teams. Fuzi is getting some rough ends here, some rough fights. Big shot from Stare to save that. And NIP have a tricky decision to make. They're going to use a timeout first. It's got to be tempting.
You see him timeout, I feel like if you're Astralis, you have to think this means they're buying.
Definitely ready for it. I think Astralis are probably appreciating this break as well, because this back and forth has been high stress. But 2 rounds in a row, and they can absolutely destroy Nip here.
Fuzi gets to don his orb. Doesn't have head armor.
I think that's a good thing, though. This rifle has been really ugly in the last 3 rounds. You got that nice pistol 5-7 round, but the retake on Ruins and right here in Pit, it's not ideal. So going to find some more comfort here in the CT side. Get out there. They don't fall by. Kaspersky drops the AK to Stown, and he's going to play to pick it up. Kevlar Glock. Is this not scary for Stare? Oh, I guess not. I guess it's not at all.
Not scary, not one bit for Stare with the glow up he's had since getting onto this CT half. Random spam through the smoke.
Hello.
And now Util to try and help him out. Here's that tag. Stare was hoping to punish even more.
2 spotted. The orb stays in place. There's an AK handed over. Oh, try walk into the orb. Lovely for Fuzi. Just what he's been waiting for. And No just needs a heroic moment here. Snappy's on 13 health.
Just knowing that you don't have a flash to knock the AWP off the line, you kind of feel like you're walking to certain death there around the corner. But it was the only option they were left with. And so now, for the first time, Astralis are the ones moving into the lead. 9-8 up. That was after
A 7-2 scoreline for NIP.
This was such BS, wasn't it? From Stair, just over the top. Finds that AK player as well.
I mean, it does just feel good, though, right? The fact that you have a player like Stair who kind of in these crunch moments, in these pivotal moments, is rising to the occasion. And he's been doing that for a while in Astralis.
Yeah, he's definitely the guy that if you were going to poach an Astralis player, it would be him. Because not only has he done it in lesser roles, but now in star positions, still succeeding and still standing out. But in this round, destroyed. One more man in the sight, and it's a bit of a look at, like Astralis' T side. Just a double entry into B. Round feels decided.
Snappy thinking to himself, not so nice, Hooksy, is it? Yeah. Right? Being the one guy in this B site getting targeted. Great fleet of openings out of Kaspersky. And even the hunt here at the close. NIP sent 3 players to go and roam and remove these guns. You see how quick this was in the round as these Astralis players are dying with nearly full belts of util. That was a real high tempo out of NIP.
Terrorists win.
So the back and forth is back after a 3-round absence. NIP keep this game level. Astralis have pulled this game all the way back. But is it in vain? So as we've seen from Nip on some of these low econ rounds, win or loss, they've managed to put themselves in decent positions with lesser weaponry. What's Snappy got for us here?
Yeah, you caught him a little off balance once, but can you do it again? They'll be ready for a high tempo now, and so early nades blanketing Banana.
Nice. Bang would kill here. Look at the damage done. Fuzi's not exactly healthy either, but at least with the orb. There's not a lot of util left in this round. We got 3 smokes on NIP. They're feeling forced to be hit. Yabby's holding some util as well. If he can hang around in this position, just starts to rotate out as NIP lay up this hit.
A shot from Fuzi's orb. I wonder if even just seeing the orb here gives you a bit of hesitation, maybe worrying that you're walking into a stack. Reblocked at Banana and they chose to respect it. Didn't go with the room they had.
1 smoke, 1 flash.
And so this is what it's left to. Note at the front of the pack. Fuzi flash back off the angle, trapped behind this smoke, but it starts to fade now. Won't even get to fire a shot on the orb. Stair just needs to try and stay alive here if they do want to leave this to a retake.
Ooh.
Gabby's quick to join him. They keep Stair alive. They wait for Hooksy on this flank.
It's a hard round for Astralis.
Got 2 flashes. But one of them's all the way down at Banana, so they lob out this one, cough inside, and that's it in terms of assistance. Stair offered up first. hoping a teammate could trade this. Hooksy putting pressure on up the banana side. It's Kaspersky that they can't seem to deal with. Finally they do, and Hooksy comes in with a massive hat trick. Just a slow-burning backstab from the Astralis captain, and that's all it takes.
I mean, that first kill was excellent, right? The only player who's really in a position to stop him, who doesn't have to worry about anything else but banana, and Hooksy just knocks him out. That was a 5v4 with smoke down into a bomb plant. Hooksy steps up big. I mean, he is topping the server.
He's just had so much impact in this game, it feels mad. A number of opening kills, some really important swing kills. Hooksy really is the reason they're in this position. Don't get me wrong, Stairs had a glow up in the second half, but Hooksy's been consistent throughout.
Fuzi going for pot shots, but push back off B. It's Nip who are speeding up the pace. They have an AWP of their own in middle. Or one more nade could be a disaster, but bounces wide. Stown is barely standing in this round. Hooksy, aforementioned man, in the right place. It's good spam to put Yabby low. He's going to get flashed for that repeat though, and there is no support. Through the smoke comes Kaspersky. 4v4. Got to hold down this site with no support. Hooksy, well, he's always wanting more. Swing there would have meant a lost round. Ryu is hiding out.
Nades into the pit. Hooksy still doesn't play yet. Baits him in a Ryu. It's the spam down on that AWP. And so Ryu feeling a lot of pressure. Shush just lining them up, knocking them down.
Didn't feel like the most necessary swing for Ryu. He had a really strong position, back sight, but walks right into the line they're holding. Could have let that round breathe a little bit more, I think. Important kill from Stown on the AWP, who had a really great start to this game, but obviously hasn't had that T-side AWP. Not many want it. He gets that wallbang kill to Hooksy that opens up A. Uzi save, and Astralis not exactly wealthy in this round. Gonna have to eco around this. Unless they want to get crazier, you could get 2 M4s. If Fuzi drops some Ryu buys, I think that's tempting, actually.
I imagine it's tempting. It's so late in the game.
It's a risky move.
10-10.
They won more with less in this game. It's just all on the line.
Yeah. This is, you are all in it.
You have to give up map point if you lose this round, or you have to save something. Well, here they go, all inning. It's a ballsy call.
It's on this risk that now essentially the entire game rests.
I don't think Nip are going to be ready for it either. Because of how back and forth this has been. If they go rushing, it could be really dangerous. But no, Nip hold a bit of a pace. The util will give it away. Fuzi's AWP forcing that kill will give up a man advantage.
Stairs hoping he can get it, but they've blown it back with the nades.
Sick. Nice work. Double nade. They knew what they wanted there.
Fuzi has just dropped off of a cliff.
Yeah, he's had a horrible map.
You see him head in hands on the camera, knows he was the guy who had to make the difference, and now this all-in decision that Astralis have made off to a horrible start. You feel like That one swing and a miss has cost you everything.
I think you just have to triple save now. Stair's going to lose B. He's only got a 5-setter Deagle. Oh, that's a jump. What could go wrong, though? The only way Nip lose is if they overthink this situation, which they definitely could after that kill comes in.
Because now, you know, you lost that timing. You're worried that the rotates have started, but they are just going to double pump this and go again.
It's the right call.
A lot is being demanded of Stair here. The whole round on his shoulders. They were closing in on Banana in case he was able to get one more, but when that doesn't happen, save is called for Astralis.
Can Hooksy find the AWP? I'm sure they threw it on the map, but probably just going to bodyguard here. So now Astralis are in quite a predicament because they all end kind of off the back of the AWP. If Fuzi didn't save that gun, they would have saved this round, they would have bought next, but now they've got to kind of give away map points. Hope that these riflers can get you through, but this has been a very B-focused game.
You chat like Asia player. He seems mental. You play at the Cologne Major, my friend. A little bit. This is odd as hell. Did you go 0-3? Did you win the game? Cross stages. So you're American player, yeah? You're writing weird. Are you IGL? Are you Lurka? Entry fragger from Latino America. What teams are there? Okay. You're playing from Brazilian team, my friend? Legacy? Oh, Legacy. Lato? Lato, Dumao. Dudu? Oh, Dudu, okay, nice to meet you. It took me a second.
Come on, bro, too much time. It was easy.
Bro, I'm so bad at asking questions. I'm slow player.
Hey, slow player. No, you don't look like slow, no.
Yeah, honestly, I think I did pretty bad, but it's okay.
No, it's okay, it's okay. I think it's okay.
How are you, bro? You like Paris?
I'm good. Yeah, first time, and you?
For me also, first time.
First time? Yeah, this is good, bro. I like here. I mean, I wanna see more,
Come Deagle, bro, come Deagle.
No, not Deagle, bro. Not Deagle. Shit, GG's for you. Ah, no.
Oh, I think I have wrong one.
Sheesh, GG's, bro.
Oh, Brazil Glock. Not with this crosshair.
GG's.
Next time they need to give you voice changer.
Yeah, voice changer.
Yeah, next time. Okay, bro, GG's.
GG's, that's it, bro. Thank you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
A battle of Brazilian Counter-Strike. One team that's all about Legacy and another looking to reclaim theirs. MIBR Los take on Legacy in this bout to find out our final team through to the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup. And what a matchup it is. The 6th matchup between these two teams this year. They are very familiar with themselves, Jason.
Oh yeah, obviously going to be, and obviously from the region as well. Players individually going to know each other super well. So yeah, played off a bunch, and we've seen a couple of these matches in this group stage, and these are always the ones that get fun because you got to break away from the textbook. You got to break away from the standard stuff. You got to get a little bit weird, a little bit crazy. So, you know, I think also you got to factor into this. Legacy took a trouncing against FaZe in the last match. This has got to be like a revenge game for them because they look flat.
Absolutely. I think starting the tournament, they look pretty strong, and I think we always have some level of positivity about Legacy because we know how good they can be, especially when Dumao and Lato are having a good tournament. So with the addition of Tri, it really should boost them up. But against MIBR, you know, they've had a bit of a back and forth across the years. And most recently, it was in Cologne, and that was a best of one. So we've seen MIBR get a comfortable victory against them. So there's a lot of revenge needed here for Legacy.
This is a series tiebreaker, right? That game in Cologne was a best of one in stage 2 of the major. Everything else had been a series. They're tied 2-2 in series play. So this one figures it all out.
It's wide open.
Yep.
Determines who's going to be on top headed into the rest of 2026 as well.
And VRS implications as well, Mike. Legacy is currently 3rd in the Americas in the VRS. MIBR is just behind them at 4th, just a little over 100 VRS points behind. A win here is that's a leapfrog right there. So I mean, for MIBR, a chance to climb a little bit further up those VRS rankings.
Massive, as well as when we get later in towards the season, right? These teams are going to be looking to cement their place with eyes towards the major. We would expect both of these orgs to be in that mix, certainly. But for MIBR Los, making changes, anytime you're doing that, anytime you've maybe had a little bit of instability in the year, you just want to get at some nice wins and make everything a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, you'd love it, but it's not easy to come by. And I mean, you got to remember also, this is a team that pretty much every single offseason in MIBR has kind of had to fend off suitors for Insani.
I bet I know where Tri went in one of his off days.
Yeah, where'd he go?
Certain familiar mouse is now in the house. Rolling on through. Actually, on the subject of Tri and mice, one of the things that I've noticed with Legacy, just watching them on stage here at the Esports World Cup so far, that I think might be an adjustment to bringing in a player like Tri as opposed to Sadzin, who was in that seat before him. They're a little more...
chill.
Emotionally stable.
Emotionally stable. There's a lot less shouting. There is a much lower decibel level coming out from that side, and I wonder whether that's an adjustment to their new Opper or if that's just something in general that they wanted to adjust into.
Or maybe just the fact that it gets a bit exhausting. I think at the Cologne Major as well, I think one of the things about Legacy is they burnt out pretty quick because they've been away for so long, away from, you know, the food they're used to eating, being away different side of the world, different hotels every time. So, and at the end of the season's a majors, right? So, and I think when you have such high emotions, you're like fired up at the start of the game, and then you have a bad patch in the middle. It's like hard to just keep going on that emotional roller coaster.
We're going too deep on that one, boys. They've won trophies. They just don't care about this anymore.
They have. They have indeed.
And that one.
If I know Dumao,
high trophy.
If I know Dumao as well, it's anywhere he can find grilled meat. He's pretty happy food-wise. So there's plenty of that everywhere in the world, provided you know where to look. But diving into the other side of this, MIBR Los, right? Going to be looking to put them on the charcoal grill themselves because this is an MIBR team that, well, let's be honest, there's one guy who's a little out of place here. It's Linus. LNZ, at one point part of a multi-pronged international product, but with Klim out and NQZ in, this is now a team of 4 Brazilians who are communicating in English to justify their IGL.
And I think that should kind of tell you the different trajectory these teams are on. Legacy are trying to like springboard up into that next tier 1 slot so they can firmly entrench themselves there. MIB are still trying to figure things out. And as I was kind of saying before the Legacy walk-in, Insani, they've been fighting off suitors for him for years, and another round of it in this offseason as well. You make the swap in terms of another player. IGL is a fish out of a water situation. Comms issues more than likely you'd expect with him between the rest of the team. So yeah, there's a lot of pieces of this MIBR team they're trying to bring together that's not quite there yet. And like some of the other Brazilian teams, this is one of those things where it feels like the conversation starts and ends on Insani having a good game.
It does. I think we've seen as well that NQZ can provide that firepower. His return back into playing after his break post-Pain seems to have rejuvenated, seems to have done him very well, especially considering the swap of communication language he has been delivering here at the World Cup.
It's the difference of an Opper versus a playmaking rifler, right? Like your Opper going off is always going to be great, but having that playmaking rifler able to get you a kill and start a round off and create a space, get you something, anything. Like you want that rifler to be able to have impact. So I kind of put him in the same boat where I'm like, man, this team really needs him to have a great game if they want a chance at closing out a series.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference. The players like that make the difference for a team like MIBR, where you don't have a great roster down the stretch and good players, but Insani is obviously the player that makes that difference in the important games. And I've seen tournaments where Insani's had a great tournament and MIBR look like a completely different team. They get you so excited. And then when he's been flat or he hasn't really got involved as much, and they just look so mortal. And I think that's just the key today. Like, you can't get past the strength. I think Legacy is the stronger team overall, but Insani is definitely a player that can make a massive difference in that.
Legacy, one of the teams reportedly very publicly going after Insani as well. I mean, it was a whole situation where it was officially they were there, they were going for him. It was like their conversations were happening and just kind of got turned down at that final step of putting ink on the paper. So Legacy's looking at this and be like, we did want that guy. You know, we know he's good.
You got to imagine that's going to be a little added motivation for Nissim, who came in to fill the slot after they couldn't get Insani, to prove that he deserves to hold his seat as well. Because the Insani conversation, based on what we know, has just been tabled for 6 months. There is going to be another opportunity for Insani to find a new home. So going to be interesting to see who looks like what when that happens. We do have our veto coming through. Nuke, Inferno, Ancient. Any strong thoughts here, Dinko?
I think Inferno is a map for MIBR that I feel is like hot and cold. There's some games where they look fantastic. I think their B holds look really strong. I think Alliance does a great job at sort of setting up the B defense. And then there's sometimes where it just looks like it's never going to hold. And I think the other side of things for Legacy is I feel like they're way more consistent and scary on that B bomb side when it comes to the Lato Dumal combo. I love watching those guys over on B. So that Inferno for me is the map I'm most excited for in this series. And that's, you know, second map in play. But I'm really looking forward to getting there.
Kind of surprised that they banned Cash Legacy in the second rotation since they looked so good on day one. And maybe this is some recency bias. They looked awesome on it on day one. They looked terrible on it against FaZe on the second day. So maybe there's that effort going into it. Maybe also they're saying it's still kind of a new map in the pool. We don't want to bring it out as a third map in an elimination game. So, but still, with the way they played on it in day one, I was surprised they don't feel a little bit more comfortable.
I'd imagine there's the logic of just if we expect we are better than this team, and if we don't necessarily know what they're going to show on
Don't even take a risk in the map.
I think
why
that
deal
FaZe
with
loss
thinking it
probably
out?
hit their confidence a little bit on the map as well, just seeing how one-sided that really was.
That certainly will do, cause some reevaluation here. But I think eyes are on us for MIBR, right? I think we have some expectations for the level that Legacy are going to bring. I think MIBR are still proving themselves with this NQZ edition.
Yeah, there's a world, Mike, where we get into this game and we start having the conversation, Dinko and I, that it doesn't look like MIBR can even compete with Legacy. Like, there's a world, like the peak of Legacy is just going to be beyond, I think, what MIBR is capable of at the moment. So let's see how high they can reach, how much they can swing this MIBR squad, how good they're going to look right out of the gate, and if they can keep this competitive enough to give themselves a chance to create an upset at some point throughout the series.
And a reminder of the stakes here. These keys are on the line. One more team to make it into playoffs. One more key will not survive the day. MIBR, Los, and Legacy, the Battle of Brazil to close the groups here at the Esports World Cup.
And that key has watched all the other keys get destroyed. He's been watching.
Yeah, it really has.
Not
the White
excited.
Glove Man has been kind of devastating a lot of people's hopes and dreams today.
Yeah, those gentle hands. It's a bad future coming around the corner. MIBR taking on Legacy. See you later, Mike. Elimination game here at the Esports World Cup. One goes on to the playoffs. One gets sent home. We're going to do the draw for the playoffs as well after these games, so make sure you're sticking around for that to know exactly what the playoffs will have in store for you.
Yeah, I heard the White Glove Man is going to be involved in that as well.
He's got some say he's in a feature position of that.
A lot of
that segment.
responsibilities.
Yeah.
I think his name is like the Keymaster is the official term.
Is the official job title is the Keymaster.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is.
Well, we're getting into this shortly, kicking things off on Nuke. I personally do have Legacy winning this series, and I think there's two stories that can come into this. It's either one-sided, I think Legacy take control of the game, or this goes to stretch, we go all three, and it's very competitive down the line.
Yeah, I actually am getting more of the feeling, and I don't know, I tend to be a little bit high on Luminosity because I like the players a lot, I like the way they play. I feel like this is actually going to be closer to like way more one-sided, quick two maps. I feel like Legacy coming into this today, like, again, you're in a playoff at an event where it's top 16. This is inexcusable for this team to not be here, especially with the goals and aspirations, especially when you go out and try and pick up Insani off of this squad. If you're to lose to them and get eliminated by them, that's a little bit embarrassing.
You just pay the premium.
Yeah, there's a little egg on your face after that one as well. There's a whole lot of reasons why Legacy should be locked in for this series without any focus slipping throughout the entirety of it.
Hopefully they can rise to the occasion. Again, eyes on Insani, see what he's going to be able to do. I like the MIBR jersey looks pretty cool these days, Jason. They've had a lot of variations. They've thrown a little bit of orange in that.
Yeah, well, you got to get some color going on. We went through a phase, I feel like, where every jersey was starting to turn like a shade of black.
Yeah,
it was
black and red.
Black, gray, and white was like the big one. Red's around. Yeah, now we're starting to get some colors.
Yeah,
it's
and now we're getting the fist bumps in as well. So that means we are indeed ready to get this game underway. The final game here of the groups on the B stream. And we're all looking forward to seeing who is going to be moving through.
Now Legacy starting on that CT side. The USPs are out. No dualies, dualies picked up by Dumao right at the tail end. For the T side, the attack into this defense, it's going to be Glocks, a P250 on Insani. Smoke Flash in terms of utility for the MIBR side. And we're underway live into this final series of the Esports World Cup group stage. Playoff set to begin on Wednesday. Top 16 teams of the event moving into the bracket. Early smoke outside. They want to give Insani time with his P250. A little bit of freedom with that smoke in place that he can't get peeked towards Mini.
We got Try coming up through secret stairs right away. That's Insani that's going to be brought down. Nice USP shot from Art. Venom Zera removed. So we're now looking at a 3v5 here for MIPR. Having to try and recover it, and they've done well with one at least. NQZ the bomb, that's the important one, and he slipped away. Try didn't pull the trigger.
I like the trigger discipline, though. It's not a confirmed kill. It's not going to be an easy one, but oh, MIBR's clawing this back. It's been slow and quiet. Good find. That's the spot, and that's the bomb drop. So now you have the success of the Glock kills, but having the upper bomb site no longer matters, and damn, Art's hitting some bangers.
Yeah, he really is. And yeah, having the bomb dropped in an unrecoverable position here for LNC is going to also weaken the second round bye for MIBR.
So the plan is to have that smoke up, have them walk past the mini smoke and walk around to wrap towards heaven with the cover of Insani's P250. Art's move in secret is the exact checkmate for that, and a hard timing for Insani to read of when he's supposed to watch secret, when he's supposed to be covering. And the round just unravels from there. So pissed around the side of Legacy.
Well, LNZ just taking some fights. Eventually Try is going to round it out. So Try with two from Art as well, and closed out by Nissim. So that'll end up being a first round of play, and obviously no bomb plant, which means we're looking at a weak scenario here in the second round for MIPR. Going to be full eco with Glocks and a 2-0 start for Legacy. Getting the start on the CT side of Nuke. Finding the pistol and the second round is the ideal start here for Legacy. A world in which they can snowball this at some point. I think it's unique. I think it's very interesting that you've decided to go international, but for one player for the rest of the project, I feel like that hasn't really been done before too often. Like, you don't see like a team go out there and like, okay, it's such a hindrance not speaking our own language, but we're going to do it for one player. And we're bringing in LNZ.
I mean, it's possible they haven't been able to find any good Brazilian options to step into that role as the IGL, right? There's that element of it too. Yeah, going international, it's not an easy thing to pull off, especially if you're not one of the top dogs of the region, right? Furia pulled it off because you could go out and buy. Well, I mean, they took the risk on Molidor, but you went out and bought Yakinder, who at the time his stock had dropped it so far. You had a huge reward potential there, and everything panned out well, but not easy to kind of just make that happen out of a region. Gun rounds are live here on Nuke. Round 3. AK-47's out for MIBR. We're getting the door broken open. We're getting a fast play from Breno.
Yeah, straight in towards the sun. It's going to be Lato first. The SMG working well. NQZ dead, but 2 kills come in straight away here from MIBR. Look at that. That is a dominant win. As the aggressive relief play coming through the ramp room gets shut down completely, and Try can't get anywhere near the action, so ends up being MIBR taking their first round win.
Yeah, almost looks like Legacy kind of understood the potential for that kind of a call and wanted to get the ramp push going so they could have the fast flank. Lovely read. MIBR as well, just so well prepared for it. Great utility work, phenomenal trading coming into the upper bomb site. That second defender tucked against Hut, completely blinded for an easy kill. And then everyone from MIBR was ready for that flank out of radio room. Looking to hunt down this last M4, but not a whole lot of money built up for MIBR, so they'll be, I think, content once they clear out ramp room to not go investigating too much further. And their first round is on the board.
I think I was so happy with the way that it went as well. Your forward play staying up, you can start to build some money up straight away. Oh, it's going to be a tough game. And on the board of the T-side gun round straight away and have a chance. On a bit of a streak, because if you break the money here of Legacy, down to a weak buy coming up in the next one here. This is how the round pans out. Some quicker calls. The reaction for Legacy to try and send 2 players from ramp room into the lobby, and they get stopped by waiting players. Still a strong buy here for the CT side. AWP for Try is off to a 5-0 start. He's going to be going over towards ramp. Outside smokes deployed for MIPR, and one player playing around them in Insani, but he's not going to be pushing all the way towards Secret. He just wants to get some outside presence.
He's chilling for the moment. Tries off with the off angle. Everyone else on the MIBR side waiting for the smoke to fade. Now that it does, Try wants a deeper angle. Creeping up into his position now. Easy shot for him.
Yeah,
doesn't he want to stick around for intel? Just drops down immediately to the lower site. Ramp room is lost, but so is Venom Zera.
Yeah, he's going to be sad about that. No one close enough to get the jump on him for the angle. Try plays it well. Just hands down to safety.
Yeah, and I guess now MIBR have a decision to make. Normally you'd want to try if they were going to have ramp room with all 5 players or able to get the kill. They'd want to meet downstairs with the outside player or turn him into a lurk. Now I think everyone's going to have to activate. You have a flank for Heaven. You have a flank for Mini outside. You need the other 2 players to have some kind of strength and power hitting into this upper bomb site to take attention away.
40 seconds on the clock. Not a lot of time here for MIBR to work this one. Breno trying to get into a good position at Hell. Insani into the smoke. Nissim is watching for this. Here Insani goes into the open. Breno did get that kill, so you're alerted to look towards Heaven and Lato. Quick to that headshot. Second player's up next. It's Breno going down to Nissim's hand, and Dumao able to clean up on NQZ. So 2 players stay alive for Legacy. They get another round win.
Yeah, really good hold, but that's a nice attempt from MIBR to find that kind of a situation. Everyone kind of working pretty well together. You could see how that would have panned out if MIBR were able to turn it in their favor. This is how it started. Good hold from Lato behind the smoke, swapping out as well. Up in the rafters, a really strong defensive position. Now, thankfully, in the previous round, round 3, MIBR got a clean win. So they can buy right back up, and Insani's got a MAC-10. Look for something pacey. Outside walls, utility towards Secret to hold back any defenders. They'll use these to cross.
Try. Watching as they try and get over towards Secret. They will make it with a couple of players. They're going to try and crunch this, try and split together through the ramp room smoke. Nissim's going to start backing away just as he senses the timing of that phase because it allows him to play with Art. And this 2-man setup could be very strong. Art's taking the first kill, tuck away and drop some utility just to slow this down. And now the potency of this round falls very low for MIBR because Dumal's pushed up through the door as well. And that's the bomb coming in late. He's going to get a chance to take LNZ down. A lot of damage not finished off. Now looks towards where the bomb carrier is, and NQZ wins an important fight.
Yeah, critical one. It looks like they want to try and come up the vents and join up with this attack. However, you got another defender just climbing Heaven. Try with the AWP is down in lockers right now. He's also climbed the ladder. They're well prepared for this. Again, strong defensive positions.
They go up the ladder into the fights. Nissim able to grab one. You got Lato again in rafters, again getting impact. Just the one this time, though. As Try will follow up. Bomb is going to get planted in NQZ. It's a tough 1v2 because Art has already arrived towards Hut.
Yeah, I heard the footsteps, though, of Try outside. He would have known one's going to be coming in through Mini. Smoke broken open. Going to find himself back towards the vents. Yeah, it's going to be Art's job to clear this.
NQZ at CT vent doesn't know where Art is. He knows exactly where Try is.
They have utility on the CT side. No kits, though.
Yeah, not using it. NQZ wanting this immediate kill, and Artie's got it now. He's up against it. Oh, and he's got that too. NQZ steps up with a clutch, and that's going to fire MIBR up.
Damn, that's some nice shooting from NQZ. Really good reposition in that short amount of time he had after the bomb plant. 1v2 clutch for NQZ, and Legacy going to be put back. It felt like they had this secure. Lovely work coming up from the vents. We mentioned the miscommunication potential, LNZ, 4 Brazilians, the chance for them to not be able to coordinate and look good inside the server tactically, but he's actually called them 2 back-to-back really cool rounds from a man deficit.
And now they're going for a quicker call. Look at this, running towards this upper side. They don't really have the weapons to try and stop this, but Dumao will deny, and he will take 3 away with the 5-7, proving that the might of the pistol is enough to stop this attack. And into the site they go. There's still a shot at this for MIBR. Got the read to look towards Heaven. Nissim creeps up there quietly. Sound cue as Breno is detected down in the lower site. Art moves up, catches him, good trade from Lato, out from main. And again, NQZ in the 1v2. Can he do it back-to-back?
Well, this time he's got to create the opportunities with the AWP, and he's got to be the aggressor. Very unwieldy weapon, especially this upper bomb site. Lato doesn't peek. Nissim playing back in behind the bomb site.
Head spotted. Information called surely over towards Lato. Nissim takes NQZ down and secures the round win for Legacy. looks like he didn't call it in that moment. Like, he was so focused on getting the kill, he didn't call it to his teammate because Lato didn't react there towards main.
Yeah, well, maybe wanted to kill himself. A little bit of a hiccup here from MIBR.
Massive from Duval.
Yeah, trying to take advantage of this, the low economy, busting into the upper bomb site. Had success with it earlier, but this time up against the 5-7s. Utility's not perfectly in place. Dumao's got clear vision. And ruins your day. 4-2. MIBR's preventing Legacy from like grabbing any kind of a stranglehold in the game right now. They're hanging in it. But they themselves haven't been able to take control of the map quite yet.
Smoke down into the hut. Bruno going to be held back, and you can't really go for any advanced plays while this smoke is up. So he's waiting to put the utility into the upper side. Everybody populating the T roof. Almost off to clear the back cylinders. Art's going to play from CT vent. Again, they're just going to try and barrage this A site with utility and players, but with Legacy dropping smoke after smoke, that's delaying them.
Yeah, oh, Art, you're doing it. You're getting a little bit crazy. That is the diciest. Oh, boy.
And he's got team flash.
All right, let's just forget everything that just happened.
Breathe. Everybody breathe.
Nissim over towards ramp. He might be the next player to get attention his way because Legacy stalled out the initial 2 salvos of utility. I don't know if MIBR still feel like that upper bomb site is a great place to head to. If they knew Art had taken a ton of damage.
Nissim lies away, rifle in hand, out with the first, goes in for a second, NQZ taken away by Insani, but it doesn't feel like that has opened up too much of an opportunity here for MIBR just yet.
No panic whatsoever yet from the Legacy side of things. Still holding strong in the upper bomb site. Nobody's shifted downstairs, nobody's shifted in towards the vents.
Art really wants this fight at door.
I think he just wants the safety of vents, to be honest with you. Like, you might as well not even peek.
He's still peeking, and he is going to lose that fight towards the door. Lato and Dumao, they're going to clean up, and the bomb will spill to the ground. So LNZ will make his final maneuver. He's coming towards Hell. They know they've got the bomb in their possession, so he has to come to them and tries watching for the ladder. What goes and checks it in a no-scope. As LNZ is forced off the ladder.
5-2, a 3-round lead. Money broken for MIBR after that investment in that upper bus goes south. They've got no cash left over, 3,000 the most on Venom Zerup. So they talk things over about how they want to handle the eco and the buys moving forward. Losing bonuses moved up to 2. They'll get 2,400 in a round loss. And Legacy's looking at this round, licking their chops, hoping that they can build up some of their own money to shore this economy up for the later stages of the half.
Yeah, plenty of room to build on this now for Legacy. You've got a round here that's going to be free because you don't have anything to invest with here for MIBR.
Scoreboard's starting to look really good for Legacy, but MIBR, I think, has shown enough inside the server eye test-wise. A couple of cool rounds that ended in losses from LNZ. I still think there's some juice in this T side. Might be able to squeak a few more rounds out of it.
I mean, you're just going to be so frustrated. You let that one round where you call the fast A play and you get a triple kill on the other side. I think some Doom out with a 5-7. That could have been the turning point of the game. Such an important round for Legacy to have won. This one's going to be smooth sailing. They need a round like this on a couple of the Legacy players. You need Art sitting on $0, 100 for Doom out. Build up the money if they keep this one clean. MIBR hoping to get a bomb play out of this. And around the last time they played an eco round, they tried to burst one player down the vent. I'm using it as a bit of a timeout.
It makes sense. Talk some things over. I mean, I can't imagine, as much as I've kind of plotted a couple of the rounds that have been called, MIBR is not going to have a super deep map pool, right? Like, it's not going to be like well drilled all the way through all the pages. I've seen them like kind of lean, I think, a little bit on the upper rush in 7 rounds. I've seen it 3 times, so they're leaning a little bit on that to help them out in some cheeky rounds on timings. Really running this clock down, hoping that Legacy is going to be using utility and just wasting nades. That ain't happening. And now we move into our eventual deaths.
Yeah, just patience, and it's going to pay off for Legacy, so they keep all 5 players up, make a lot of money, and make that round look very easy, as it should have been. So now we get into the gun rounds again. MIBR are going to be picking up AK-47s across the board, and you were talking about the promise that has been shown, even in the round losses from MIBR on this T side, but promise doesn't net round wins. You got to go out and get it now. Then you have to start winning from this point. Otherwise, this half is just going to be too far out of control. LNC unfortunately having to play with a Galil. Well, initial utility going to be thrown out. I mean, MIBR have thrown a lot of quick upper hits, so you can try and pull some of that attention straight away towards the upper site and then actually go for the main thrust through that ramp smoke. And you catch Nissim trying to be aggressive in the position, so that opens up a real avenue to the lower site. And Sani lurking, finding success. It's got to be Dumao, and he can't double up.
Okay, Lotto's the next one. Try's going to try and find Insani outside, and he's got him. Now we can see if Lotto can create an opportunity. Does he want to risk it? Come through this smoke? Yeah, why not? You got some cash to play with. Big risk. Good shot from Venom Zera.
You can't win this now if you're Try. 1v3, having to retake the lower site. You're so far away, and you've got an AWP. So it's going to be a back away and save call here for Try, and MIBR do pull it off.
Yeah, cheeky win. It's a little bit of a cheesy one, right? You get that ramp play through the smoke. Nissim a little bit awkward, trying to turn from the flashbang, trying to get into position and find the kill. But then you hit that timing so hard that the rotation is always desperate. And yeah, MIBR is going to take one like that.
And even though you had a couple of round losses when you tried quicker A plays, you established that that is something you like to do. So when you throw out that fake utility at the start of the round, you do keep all the attention pinned on towards the upper side. Maybe pull a rotation away from Hell.
Making it a sore spot, especially because we've seen Legacy kind of emphasize late round. They're putting a lot of bodies in that upper bomb site, keeping them parked there as well. Seems like they understand there's a tendency of MIBR to finish on that part of the map. 3 rounds remaining in this opening half, 6-3 lead, and MIBR still fighting to stay in this.
Dumao sure feels like he could have done better in that position. Nearly gets away with a second kill.
This is the map pick of MIBR, where they wanted to take it in this series.
Yeah, next is Inferno. Like you see, love to bring the fight to Inferno. Here's Insani. Just gonna wait. That box outside and disruption of the smokes.
Ooh. Try's missed a couple timings, I feel. Art looking to punish off angle on the edge of the smoke. It's gonna fade in a little bit. He's got not a lot of time left to play this and backs into safety.
I think Art just waiting over towards Garage again. Patience paying off, but
I don't know what MIBR's plan is, unless they have some smokes drop that we don't know about, but they don't have more smokes to set up any kind of a wall to cross to secret is the problem, which means they kind of have to go through mini, which is exactly what Art is hoping for.
Yeah, he's hoping that this position he's found himself in, gonna net him a couple.
I think they're going to try and fake the upper exec, and instead of a smoke, they're going to use this as a fake to try and cross, and they're just going to walk quietly unless spotted.
And they are just able to do it. Yep, finally spotted by Try. He's going to peek out, and yeah, you're walking into the open, and now with those kills and information from Try, you get a call Dumao to come out, and Art was also fighting, and yeah, that round just absolutely crumbles for MIBR.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the plan, or if they just realized sitting in that position they didn't have the smokes any longer and tried to improvise something. But there was no chance of that working. No real commitment into the upper bomb site, nothing to keep attention, nothing to keep the gaze of Legacy in that.
Yeah,
bomb site.
Such a risk to go for a call like that or a play like that when the opponent has an AWP in play.
And to walk it, right? Like especially if the only way you're going to cross is with a fake, like you better sprint.
Just, we might lose one guy, but as long as we get a couple down there.
Try, he was like, I have all day to come over and line up this shot.
Yeah, exactly. Because they walk, he actually gets to reset, come back and get the second as well. You allow an AWP to get a multi-kill. And then you allow actually the riflers to get the information and just swing and fight with him. So.
Yeah, and the first kill he gets is the AWP or NQZ as well before he's posted up, so he can't even keep the AWP pinned down for those repeaks. Quite a calamity for MIBR in round 10. 2 rounds remaining now, 7-3. And once again for MIBR, it's mostly just pistols around this hero AK-47 in the hands of Pereno.
Yeah, it does feel like MIBR have had a couple of cool ideas, just haven't been able to execute the playbook, and now they're just getting executed easily here by Legacy.
And this is what I mean. Doesn't this round like this start to feel like you're really leaning way too much on upper bus, especially low econ rounds? That kind of like, for me, from the outside, that feels like the signal is that they haven't fleshed out enough of a playbook to have half by rounds, low by rounds, ideas for those. It's just kind of like, let's see if this works with the Tech 9.
Yeah, trying to get on the timing. Well, it's going to be a 9-3 half unless MIBR can figure it out down the stretch here. I mean, the round wins they've had have been a little gimmicky.
They've been cheeky and cheesy, and that's the bummer, because like those rounds are really nice to keep you in games and buy you time for the offense to click in.
Yeah.
But now that it hasn't happened, you haven't built anything up substantially on this to make us feel good about your chances in the second half when you switch sides.
Yeah, you go 9-3 down. It just feels like you haven't given yourself any wiggle room to get back into the game. QC going to be tossing outside smokes. 2 in place so far. A third now going over as well. See those CT nades going forward towards those smokes, just trying to break them open, disrupt them, gather info, but no one from MIBR has crossed behind them. Not yet, anyway. They're going to be throwing the utility in towards the A site now, over the top, through the skylights. But Doom out first is good. He actually spots the bomb, and he does a lot of damage to the carrier of it. Art actually wants to go and finish it off, but in the meantime, the A players are going down, and Art has to come back in and have an assist to the site. Nissim dives down. He's making it real loud, real obvious, but he just wants to get involved. And he's going to be very effective in removing Breno. And now with 40 seconds left on the clock, it's a 3v3. Still a shot at this, but you have to win this round. And Venom Zera's hoping he's the man to do it. Comes with the smoke, spots the second player out towards door. Nissim is given the warning shots, though. He's given a chance to stand and fight, and LNZ looks the wrong way. They're looking towards Heaven, expecting that to be the next fight, but that's freeing up all the attention away from Nissim, and he is just taking everybody out.
Awkward 2v1, though. Try doesn't like this position to try and help out his teammate. He's going to have to stay in the vents and just bait, but look at the time on the clock. 12 seconds. Venom Zera's got to make his move right now.
Nissim has done incredible work so far.
There's no time.
And he hasn't got the time to get back to the side. Nissim might just collect himself this kill as well. Fantastic from Nissim in this final round of the half. Played up on top of the rafters, drops down, plays on the hut, gets aggressive, looks for the next fight, and just fighting on all fronts to close that out for Legacy.
Yeah, a little bit of everything for him, wasn't it? That was a chaotic round, looking every which way. Beautiful reads and well fragging. 4 kills in the round for Nissim to save the day for Legacy. A 6-round lead they will take into the second half. They'll take onto their T side as the Legacy offense gets set to start underway. Dominant half, but yeah, I can't help but just have the feeling that I like some of the ideas that I saw from MIBR, not comprehensively across the entire half, but there's a few isolated rounds that I think were called very cool, but that offense could never find anything to latch onto, any kind of success that they could just repeat over and over again. 3 isolated round wins. And backs against the wall on this CT side. Dooley's on Venom Zera and Breno.
MIBR hoping that Art isn't going to be able to call a strong T side here, but I have a feeling things are not going to be too difficult here for Legacy in this half, especially if they win this pistol round. And they're going quick towards the upper bomb site. Venom Zera has the dual Berettas out, gets run over by Nissim, continues his hot hand from the last round into the start of the second half, and tries holding, waiting for this lobby push. Breno does actually get away with it. Oh, what? How has Breno been allowed to get that kill as well? The second is kind of ridiculous. Now, Lato hears the jump from LNZ, who is trying to draw attention towards his position. Breno's still coming in from lobby. Doomouts had to look away for a second. Breno hasn't been able to get a further kill, but this is somehow going the way of MIP. All of a sudden, Lato having a fight, and he just can't do it on his own. That's crazy they let that one go.
It's the kill on the flank. It's that one kill in lobby. Try missing that shot, the snap over from the dualies. That's the kill that actually secured the round for MIBR. That's where they grab the advantage, and all of a sudden the Legacy positions, you start putting Doomau in a position where he can no longer focus on one point. He's got to be worried about the hut flank. He's got to be baiting for his teammate inside the bomb site who's in an awkward position, and he's got to be mindful of both. And your post-plant setup just kind of collapses after that. Everyone feels like they've got to do a little bit too much. 5-round lead it's cut into. Good win for MIBR in the pistol. So we will get the test for Art calling this nuke T-side. Not the best map in their pool. 50% win rate across the last 3 months. However, they are stepping into this match on 3 straight losses against Maus, MIBR, and Falcons.
Insani sees the shadow. Trade from Doomau. Followed his teammate like a shadow as well. He's taking a second kill. No problem for Doomau. Finally finished off by LNZ. Lato getting one with the Molotov. And Lato trying to clutch this up. He's got it down into a 1v1. Good turn on LNZ. And Lato's down lower already with a bomb on his back. He's going to throw a smoke out, get that plant in if he desires, but he actually fakes it out.
Yeah, well, this is going to be awkward for Breno now. He's got to read the situation. He's going to start moving forward, clearing around the smoke. Lato, he's going to play around it, looking for the reaction to this. I don't think you'll expect the CT to be inside the bomb site.
My only worry right now for Lato is 4 bullets.
My only worry for Lato right now is the door's open, so Breno's just following him around. The only real...
Maybe overcooking a little bit, but Lato's going to go to the plant, and Brenno's just appeared. I think Lato actually outplays himself there by taking too long. Allowed Brenno to kind of lose his opponent.
Yeah, mind gaming too much, especially when you have the bomb and you either have the jump on the plant downstairs or you want to drop that smoke for the fake and go up. Remember, getting, like, as the T in that situation, like, when there's no information for either player, getting the bomb down gives you the information because you know exactly where the CT has to head. Lato playing that so slow gave so much time for Brenno to just kind of disappear on the map and get into a tricky position. So a couple hiccups here to start the second half for Legacy, dropping the pistol round in a 4-on-4. Lato here losing this 1v1 means MIBR gets a nice start. Taking 4 deaths though in round 14 means the money's not going to be great for the CT side. Still very, very low on 4 players because of the losses they sustain in the rebuys. So we see some investment from Legacy wanting to lean on that pain a little bit more.
MIBR taking the right steps at the start of the second half to get themselves back into it. Outside smoke's being deployed, but no one playing behind them here for Legacy. These are the kind of rounds that can be tough to deal with. The T's get close. If they find a little bit of success early on, a cheeky art play like this, but tries to get to the vent. LNZ is really aware of the possibility of that kind of maneuver. And he stops Art from getting safely into the vent.
I don't like that kind of a place just because I feel like one of the main goals of this round has got to be doing economic damage, right? Like, you're playing this to win it to a certain extent, but you've invested this money because you've already brought the money low. So I'd like this to, I would have preferred it being like more heads up, get some kills more than trying to sneak through a smoke and get something cheeky sliding down vent. Now you're not going to get any frags. So now you get one. Tries able to find one at the tail end, but it's not a whole lot of damage done to the MIBR side that you'd like. 3-round lead.
This is Art. Yeah, just walking right into LNZ.
He's looking for the vent. Obviously just missed it a little bit. Unfortunate for him. Maybe he could have slid in without being noticed.
But it's all about this round anyway. We've been waiting to see Legacy get into this situation. You see an AKs come out, 2 Khalils, and all the utility they could possibly want. So let's see what the T side has in store for us for Legacy. Well placed, Nate.
Very well placed, Nate. Initial utility is out, smoke wall outside. However, 4 members of Legacy are still upstairs in the lobby. 2 players on defense outside, LNZ in mini garage, so technically 3 players keeping eyes on this for the moment, while Legacy is lined up for an upper bus. If they come out hut, the only defender is Venom Zera. Now LNZ slip back in, and the attack will get disjointed and delayed a little bit longer.
Venom Zera keeps his head down, pull out the smoke just as Lato arrives. He gets into the site, LNZ and Insani with 2 of their own, and the defense all of a sudden back into a strong position, and Legacy actually don't get all the players out, so they still have to re-aggress for a second time, and it's much harder to try and break through that second time when all that utility's already used, when it's already gone, and now you're going back into a plan B of trying to get through the ramp room, but with nothing.
Well, let's look at the composure of MIBR. 4-on-3, San and Pat in their positions. Brenno's going to get the attention in his way. Tries covering for this peek. He's gone down. Good shot from Nissen in return. No utility to protect the plant. You're just going to have to go down and fight your way into this.
Yeah, sprinting down towards the double doors. LNZ already transitioning his way towards the control room, but that plant is through and actually allowing themselves to get towards the decon door. They've got a chance at this all of a sudden, Legacy. This fight's all important. And Sani not giving up his life. Nissim doing the same. But LNZ trying to get that angle on Nissim, who is very aware of the possibility. He's being watched from behind as well. Insani tentatively making his way forward. Nissim has just left the position, dropping back into the site. Insani to swing open that door to draw attention. Nissim's back turn, time ticking, and now it's all on Art Galil, waiting in the dark, but they know exactly where he is. And onto the defuse, they've got to stick it, they've got to hold it, and MIBR pull it off just in time.
Okay, I think we're getting a little tentative nature out of the Legacy players right now. MIBR starting to take some confidence in some of their game away from them. Really shocked Nissim doesn't just swing for that one-on-one fight on Decon. I don't think there's going to be many more opportunities in that scenario where you can find a better chance to turn that into a 2-on-2 and play the post plant with your teammate. scared to turn that corner, scared to leave his teammate alone for too long. And Legacy's getting beat up a little bit now. 4 in a row for MIBR on the CT side. Losing bonus completely built up. AK-47's coming back in for Legacy's attack.
This is first timing. You think it's going to be an absolute disaster there for the CT side because Venom Zero had a smoke out as that attack came through.
It's really good defensive utility. I think part of the reason that hit goes south is because all the counter utility when the hit comes in negates the ability for a player to get outdoor and negates his vision, so he can't protect them from the run through and mini from LNZ.
Yeah, I think it's good to remind everybody as well. It was 9-3 kicking off this second half for Legacy. 9-7 now, and not a great buy still for Legacy. Look how little utility they have, and they've conceded the first player.
I'll trade it off at the very least, so 4-on-4. Smoke broken open, and Dry just gets himself behind the boxes in perfect timing.
Try moving out behind those smokes. I mean, gotta make use of the limited utility you've got, and another piece going down towards main.
Yeah, but I think on some level, Legacy's like, okay, cool. They just used 2 smokes right there. Let's hit that timing. It's going to be just above 1 minute, about 1 minute and 4 seconds when those smokes fade. So until then, watch for pushes. Next play coming towards Radio.
Yeah, Nissim waiting, shadow against the wall. Nissim even knew his opponent was coming, couldn't do anything about it. And MIBR looking like the much sharper individuals at the moment, winning the important fights. And NQZ just confidently going into the open, challenging against Try. And leaving Lato in a 1v3 that he just has very little chance of getting into.
Yeah, Legacy having a hard time getting kills on the board in the second half. Going back to the pistol, which is the start of this calamity, right? Was Try with a couple shots on someone not even looking at
Dude,
him.
this could be wrapped up if that pistol goes well.
Exactly.
Better. If Try wins that fight, that is Counter-Strike, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird seeing it happen to like 3 or 4 different players across the 4 or 5 rounds we've played thus far. So Lato's going to back away and save this AK-47. You're right, they had the losing bonus. Bought up AKs, but missing a lot of the utility that they could have used in this round. MIBR is going to cut the lead to just 1. It's 9-8. And just like MIBR in the first half, Legacy's offense hasn't gotten anything going.
Counter-terrorists win.
And Legacy don't have any money, so this is going to be a tied game. This is going to be a tied game, which is crazy to think about, considering how little MIBR got done in that first half. Legacy matching the T side, actually worse than MIBR at the moment. Khalil's, Tech9's, and that one saved AK.
Yeah, they're down bad right now. Not finding a whole lot of success anywhere.
Let's see if got any sort of ideas for a round like this. I mean, you can't play it exactly standard.
What is it? Trying to activate Dumao outside alone. Looks like they got 3 guys kind of flirting with the idea of ramp room, 2 Tech9s and an AK-47 on Lato. You're going to have Art with the bomb following up, supporting with utility.
Now Bruno waiting with the rifle. Here's the first test. Flash goes too far, ineffective in blinding Bruno. Finally overwhelming him. The Tech9 does get through and the bomb will drop down lower.
And they're down fast enough, and they even got a Molotov for control side doors, so that's very nice for the safety. Venom Zera. His teammate's going to get a kill out towards the top of Secret outside, so Venom Zera can be patient over towards Decon as this bomb gets planted.
Yeah, it's done a lot of damage as well to the Legacy players. Lato and Try, 2 players with rifles, but 43 HP, 32 HP. And Art with just a Tech9. Legacy in search of their first round win here in the second half, but looking like it's going to be very tough to grab that. Art couldn't get the multi-kill. MIBR keep 3 players up, and they're starting to get very fired up, screaming across the other side because they finally tied up the game.
I was just thinking about that because you mentioned in the pregame what we've seen out of Legacy recently is that kind of the shouting, the yelling, the energy that they've brought over the years. It's kind of been something they've sort of drifted away from, trying to be a little bit more emotionally calm, a little bit more emotionally stable. MIBR on the other side, they're loving this. They haven't had a whole lot to be happy about in recent times, so they're going to cheer every chance they get, especially when they can feel their game starting to pick up like this. 6 straight rounds on the CT side, and MIBR has tied up this game at 9.
Well, Dumao trying to accelerate, but Utility meets him straight away. It's a grenade and a Molotov that's going to slow things down here. And Dumao really trying to challenge, really trying to force his way through, and he's actually managed to do it. I don't know how, but by brute force, Dumao's got out into the site. Try is right there with him, trying to force their way into a round win, and just enough bodies inside of the site to get the essential kills. But Insani has slipped through the smoke, and he's now at the doorway, ready to try and punish them coming out from CT vent. But all-important kill from Try. Second player, same position. You'll never expect Dumao. And he's made that round really work by just putting his body and life on the line.
Yeah, that's one of the great qualities of Dumao, and that's one of the things we talk about frequently whenever we mention, like, which one's going to be the player to make a play to get things started for you. Look at Dumao. He had no reason, like, he even comes in towards HUD. He wants that fight up towards Rafters. He actually misses the jump, slows down, Molotov HE grenade, and still just says, you know what, screw it, I'm going to find a way to do this regardless. Forces that Heaven player back, and takes a big risk pre-aiming on top of HUD to start the round.
It doesn't feel like it's enough it's not like a replicable round win over and over again, but what it is getting you off the starting block. It's getting you finally that first T-round win.
When you start losing 6 rounds in a row and a half, like, you almost feel like you're playing like holding your breath, like you're very tense. This releases all that pressure. Finally you have some success. You're off the goose egg. You got some positive feelings, and everyone can breathe a little bit easier. Now you got to do the extra hard task of building upon it, stringing them together, because the money for MIBR during that streak blew up. They got plenty of cash, plenty of weapons and utility here in round 20.
Aggressive play here from the CT side. Look at this for MIBR, just running, splitting, crunching that lobby, and that's Art dead. What's the response from Legacy?
I love it. Congratulations, you win your first round. Now we're going to change the game. Lovely work. 5-on-4 to the CT side off the aggressive call. LNZ though, oh, that's a bit much. And Nissim's gonna continue his tear, moves on 4, doesn't clear Mini, but saw that the bomb site was clear. So Lado, he slides in quietly, big win, up in heaven, and Sonny gets caught.
Amazing turnaround from Legacy. It didn't start so strong. Another barrel spotted coming up the vent, and Lato's got that as well. So Legacy really feeling like they can sigh of relief right now, because it's just fantastic to see them be able to withstand that, because that was a great call from MIBR. They got the start to the round they were hoping for as well.
I think they've gone less tactical. They're taking a few more risks now. You can see them sliding into these open spaces. Nissim finding that kill and saying, you know what, I'm going to see what I can get after it. And whether that's a plan, whether that was something they discussed, or whether they just felt like they were getting beat up and losing, that they just took the reins off the individuals, whatever it might be, it's working out in these past 2 rounds. First Dumao and now Nissim have found you the opening kills needed to get into these rounds. 11-9, they shoot right back into the lead.
Just trying to stay composed and get this job done now. This is their opponent's map pick. Legacy know if they come through with a win here on Nuke, they've got a great chance at a 2-0 going into Inferno.
Okay, there could be. Let's see what Legacy calls. I wonder if they're gonna have the right read of the economy. There's no way they could have known. NQZ had about 7K, so he's dropped 2 M4s over. There's a world in which Legacy might believe this is going to be a half buy or a low buy, but there's with an AWP in the field, but there's 2 M4s as well, 2 MP9s, plenty of nades. Opper's having a stalemate over towards ramp room. Try just gives up his angle. But having NQZ in position in ramp with the AWP means they can spread the defense out. Extra defender drops into the vents to keep an eye on Secret.
A little bit slower in this round compared to the last 2 we've just seen. But it does allow Dumao this space to walk through the smokes. Walk his way through that corridor of cover to get into the garage. He'll become a really important piece. Right now he's spotted. Another play coming towards ramp. We've got NQZ attempting to hold it with the AWP, because over the top, Dumao elsewhere has won his fight. More pressure now on Insani as his teammate had to drop lower. Nissim hunts him down, gets that pick, and Legacy about to go up to map point.
They gotta just find the finishing move. All the advantages in the world. 2 defenders have moved down to the lower bomb site. venomZera alone in upper, and he's in the hut with an MP9. This is the bomb coming at him, and this is the only chance if he can stop it here, but he's missed the timing.
Goes to heaven. It's a nice sharp headshot on Nissan, but they now know where he is. So applying pressure, throwing Molotovs towards the back of the site, forcing him into the engagement with Art, who will win it. And now with 2 players left, no money in the bank. You have to save. You can't go for this one if you're MIBR. And we're looking at map point for Legacy. They figured it out on the T side just in time.
Yeah, and I mean, man, it happened so suddenly, didn't it? MIBR playing with all that momentum, playing with the streak, 6 rounds in a row. All of them strong wins. 3 players surviving in pretty much in 5 of the 6 rounds, 3 or more. And then all of a sudden, 1 round is won by Legacy, and you've lost it. You've lost it all. Stylistic change feels like individuals taking a little bit more initiative, whether that's a tactical call or whether it's just a philosophical change in thought from the players. It's worked perfectly for Legacy. They've woken up. 19 kills on Dumao, 18 on Lato, 17 on Try. His addition has just been positive signs ever since he stepped into the jersey. And a timeout for MIBR. Trying to get that magic back from the first 6 rounds of this CT side and how they were able to put a stop to Legacy, but now that they're not getting some of those warning systems, now they're not getting the executes and the signals of what's coming.
Got to be such a stark contrast in emotions as well for MIBR, who start the second half so strong and tie it up from being 9-3 down to getting to 9-9, celebrating that, screaming across the other side, and then watching that just immediately switch the other way.
Yeah, Dumao's like, that's my thing. You guys aren't allowed to do it.
And he literally did react. He was the player that went out there and won that first round for Legacy, dragged them through the round. I mean, it wasn't pretty, but it was very effective.
It's Counter-Strike pretty. Blue-collar Counter-Strike is what it was. Round 22. Art sending smokes outside to set up a wall. Dumao playing out there alone, very far back for the moment. Going to start progressing forward as Big Garage is blocked off. Insani and Mini, LNZ close door. venomZera in the bomb site. Even got Breno up in the rafters, so MIBR says, we'll make our stand at the upper bomb site. You go elsewhere, we probably lose, but man, are we secure up here. And then things spread out when that hit doesn't come on a timing. 1 minute left on the clock.
And QZ, AWP, blinded, doesn't matter, goes out with a timing and just takes the shot anyway. Getting rained on with flashes, but he stays alive and he stands his ground.
Yeah, really lovely fight. So what do you do now? What is the option for Legacy if that play doesn't work? Wrap around towards heaven. Insani's in the big garage, so Dumao for the moment stalled out. 30 seconds. And it looks like they almost, okay, well, here we go. Dumao needs to find this kill. If Insani gets him, MIBR's in too strong of a position.
Hard to see how Insani doesn't win it. I mean, there we go. He does win it. He comes through, but the rest of his teammates are all going down. Tries taking Insani out of it. And now we're looking at a 2v2 as the fight is still on. LNZ moving up. Rifle out to the side, though. Art is taking the kill and has not just enough time to put that bomb down at the back. And you leave NQZ in a 1v2, having to retake. Coming back through HUD, he has got a chance to turn this into a 1v1. It's just Try up in heaven. NQZ has the read and sends the Molotov sky high. He's looking to make sure his opponent follows. He pulls out the AK, and NQZ will nail it. He will prolong play here for MIBR.
That's a shot and a half. That's nasty. Never giving him a second look at it. Try. That Molotov made him really uncomfortable. Forced him into a play he didn't want to make, and what a beauty of a shot. That's the second 1v2 I believe NQZ has won for them in this game.
Yeah, he's been very clutch, keeping them in the game this time. And it started with this too, right? It started with this initial kill from NQZ that forces Legacy into a different idea, that forced them into a different plan. Legacy do well to figure it out. With 10 seconds left, get the bomb down. You have to rely upon NQZ to clutch up in a 1v2 coming back in from lobby, and he does so.
Ooh, are we gonna get an upper rush? It looks like fast door, tons of utility over towards Midi. Another blind kill is gonna open things up. LNZ, there's the trade. But that's the lockdown shot from the op. Now it has to slow.
trying to get this one into overtime now, MIPI. Legacy thought they could go out for the knockout blow, try and sprint out into the upper site, but MIPI fired up again, a clutch and then a strong round victory. This really does have overtime written on it.
Yeah, and Legacy's going to take their third time out. Art wants a little bit extra time to think things out and talk things over with the boys. One final round. Where they've been winning is individuals sliding into gaps, as individuals finding a kill and being able to take the advantages off that, take the space off of it, but they need the openings. These rounds that have been faster, that have been a little bit more rushy, that feels like the ones where MIBR's having the most opportunities in them. Hard thing for that style to work out is now, once again, MIBR's got all the cash they could possibly desire. Op on NQZ still, Molotov smokes and diffuse kits on everyone. So those openings for Legacy are going to be few and far between and might have to be created. 2 Tech 9s in play for Legacy in this final round of regulation.
No one dares stand behind that smoke. Art now activates first. Oh, fantastic opening. Really important to find that headshot. Lato followed up. It puts pressure on Venom Zera. He's also got NQZ to help him. The clutch player looking to try and deliver impact with the off now as well. His teammates got 2 from the back of the site. That's going to keep them in the fight, but NQZ dead. It's got to be Breno this time, and he just can't do it. Right down to the wire. All the rounds required in regulation, but Legacy just about break through from a 9-3 half, a 9-3 lead going into the second half. They pull off a 13-11 win.
Oh, that's such a chaotic final round, MIBR. How deflating that has to feel, fighting all the way back for that to be how it ends. Even turn it into a 1v1. Hard-fought map, really cool map between both teams, but it's awesome seeing the difference of Legacy when they snap in the last 4 rounds of regulation.
My heart is in my throat right there. I can't imagine what it is for the MIBR guys. The clutch that wasn't, the NQZ clutch that almost brought them into overtime. It felt like they had that groundswell behind them, but a Tech 9 and the final shot is all you need. That is a much more exciting map of Nuke than it initially looked to be.
That's really Counter-Strike, isn't it? Like, NQZ can have 2 big clutches in the map, you know, really important round to keep them in the game, and then he misses one at Heaven that allows Nissim to get around with the Tech 9. So that's CS, and NQZ is going to be frustrated about that, but I mean, MIPR, the fact that they come back and have a shot at that, I mean, you have to just leave and take the positive if you can.
Yeah, that's got to be, I mean, you might not feel it at the moment. If you're LNZ and the coach, that's got to be the conversation, is the resilience, the comeback, being down 3-9, being buried in a hole after bad play, and then delivering a really good CT side to come all the way back and fight for overtime. So that's what you're going to want to focus on if you're MIBR. For Legacy, man, I love the way they ended it. Those last 4 rounds are like just classic Legacy in my mind, is like Art making an aggressive play, someone making an aggressive play, and there's another individual making a coordinated aggressive play at the same time. For a lot of that T side, it felt like it was just kind of like playing a tactic, everyone going through the motions, doing their job, but at the tail end, it's like they all kind of rediscovered themselves and they all started taking those initiative, and that's when they look at their best.
I think you can tell they're trying to add some more tempo change up to maybe their T sides, but at the end of the day, this is a team that became known for one thing, and that one thing is explosive, aggressive, in-your-face play, and when they do it...
It's because they're also good at trading. You know, everyone on this team is really, really good at trading, really good at spacing. And I mean, when they're not going for those plays, that's where you kind of go away from that strength a little bit in my mind.
I mean, that's exactly what that last round was, right? The fact that it was just a pure brawl of chaos inside the A site, and Legacy just came out on top of the trade.
The opening was beautiful from Legacy in that final round. Art going around towards Mini, got some space to work with, turns in, gets the opening kill. As soon as he turns, as soon as the first shot is fired, Lato's coming through the smoke, because as soon as the kill happens, the other defender is looking towards Squeak Door, towards Art, and then Lato has a free kill. And that's beautiful coordination. That's beautiful Counter-Strike, and that's how they win a map.
That's dream art ball as well, right? This is how it's supposed to function on the T side. It pairs up nicely with the players that they have there. You guys were highlighting the firepower core. It was the firepower quadrant by the end of it. I mean, everybody hitting Dumao in particular having a strong map, but this is the way that you want your team to be winning Counter-Strike games if you're Legacy. Maybe, a little less comeback involved in there, but a dub is a dub, and the players hit, and it's very encouraging for this young squad.
Yeah, super encouraging for the young squad. I mean, I think, again, I said it during the cast, like the addition of Try and how quickly he's looked good within this roster. There's a lot of reasons I think you have to feel good if you're Legacy, if you're within this Legacy team and organization of the direction this is headed. I think there's a lot of reasons we should feel excited about the direction that they're headed as well. I think if this team can get it figured out, I think they can elevate pretty quickly. And I said again too, I think the story of Art and his like trying to figure out how to be a proper IGL and how to figure it out to play like really good Counter-Strike as an IGL, I think that story is really fun to watch as well, considering where he was at one point, the conversations we were having about him as one point. That conversation's changing now.
He's also been talking about how much he's had to be more of a leader outside of the server as well, with now he's got a serious age gap on his teammates, not something he necessarily had to deal with in his time in Furia. There was kind of them all coming up and discovering it together. Now he's sort of the Jedi Master with his Padawans.
It's a weird feeling stepping into a Counter-Strike team and feeling like a parental figure.
Yeah. You wouldn't know anything about that.
No, I wouldn't know anything about that at all.
No, not at all.
It's not easy all the time, I'm sure, as well.
I think this is... No, I'm not going to get too bold. I was going to say a team that could maybe lift a trophy outside of China, but we'll see. We'll need to see a little bit more from Legacy.
Do you really want to go through it again?
I'll stake one.
All
I'll
right.
stake one.
Stick with
One event, one ridiculously bold claim an event, and then we'll lean in. I do have to say a huge round of applause to NQZ here. The clutches notwithstanding, some really impressive performance. Clearly a huge addition here for this MIBR team.
Yeah, kept it competitive. NQZ actually was a player that just kept his team in it, crucial moments in the game. I think he played ramp really interestingly as well. Like didn't feel like he was making too many mistakes at all that often, but was still willing to fight for ramp control, not just always dropping back. So NQZ's always been a good opera. I think I liked watching him in Pain. I like listening to his interviews, his mentality. I think he's a good player to add to a squad. It just feels like in Brazil you don't have too many options for operas, so you get the same sort of 3 operas going around a bunch of different teams. You're either, Safe played for MIBR, now he plays for Pain. You got NQZ who used to play for Pain, now
there might be like better operas in terms of like talent or skill and potential, but then you miss out on experience, and then you have to go through the pain of getting a young player kind of introduced to like the boneheaded mistakes that he's in. You have to put yourself mentally get ready to deal with that. Sometimes that's hard for players too. I thought this was it's a shame that MIBR's T side wasn't as good. I thought NLNZ had a few calls. The playbook isn't there, relied too much on upper bus, but there were a couple rounds where if it went their way, I feel like that half could have been a little bit different. They had some cool looks to them.
They did. Now the problem is, of course, that they are going to be stepping further into the series, having let this one slip away, so they're going to be thinking about that last shot, that last clutch, that last moment. They got to put those thoughts out of their mind, get the mom spaghetti off the jersey, and get ready for map number 2 when we come back from this break. Diving into map number 2 here between Legacy and MIBR Los, and MIBR will be looking to change their fortunes as we head to Inferno. They were maybe just a little bit stopped up early on that nuke map, but if they could get started on a better foot here, maybe they could get things flowing.
Yeah, that would be great. You know, you wouldn't want to get stopped up, that's for sure. And I think going into Inferno, there's a real possibility of that, though. In Banana, I think Dumao Lato, that's going to be a combo that's going to be stopping the flow of this T side for MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, with Legacy, usually when they attack Banana, there's that whole outpouring of like utility, and you have Dumao just kind of really following up. I mean, there's some cool things they do over in Banana.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to contain as well. I'll say this though, some of the best I've ever seen in MIBR look is when Insani's popping off on Inferno.
True.
Like him and Banana is going to be critical. Like I mentioned in the pregame, I feel like I always come back to Insani with this team because it feels like he has the most impact. NQZ you mentioned, which we saw in Nuke, but Insani on Inferno and Banana, critical part of the map, critical role to have on the team, best player on your team. Yeah. That's where he's going to be able to have the most impact. So if they win Inferno, I think if they're going to have a good T side, it's going to be off the back of Insani.
Yeah, I think it's fair. He's a special player, right? And if there's anyone who's going to pop the cork off on Banana, it is going to be Insani as that bottle opener. So it's what you're looking for. It's what you need. You need your star shining. We know NQZ did it. We had those moments from NQZ. Insani needs to be a difference maker.
More than anything about talking about like any individual player who needs to do well or who's going to pop off, blah blah blah, and all that is if you look back at Nuke stylistically for the Legacy T side, that is we kind of saw I think some of like the win conditions, right? If MIBR when they're on their CT side can slow down Legacy, make them feel a little bit shaky, don't let them get into that critical mass, like make them play the majority of how they played Nuke, which is more tactical, more execute heavy, make them fear the AWP a little bit more, make them fear taking risks in individual moves. If they can keep Legacy in that kind of a mindset, they can have a chance on this map. But if they let Legacy roll up into that kind of momentum and they let Legacy get the confidence in those individual plays and the players are starting to pop off, man, there's no chance. Like you have to keep them cold as long as possible. And as we saw in Nuke, even that isn't a guarantee of a win.
We'll see if they can do so. We're going to be diving into the action in just a moment, and again, it bears repeating that this is elimination. They've got their keys in front of them. These keys get crushed if they can't progress onto the round of 16, if they can't make it into the playoffs. A victory required here on Inferno if MIBR wants to keep fighting.
Yeah, my worry about Inferno from IBR is that they like to pick it. They first pick it quite a bit, but the problem is they don't get any wins when they just level up the opponent even slightly. It's always against very weak opponents. They get Inferno victories. Against Legacy last time they played it was a really one-sided affair. I just don't feel like MIBR are great on Inferno when they get up against good teams, and that's my worry because Legacy are a good team, and this is I feel like with the added pressure of elimination on the line here as well, you've just lost map 1 after dragging it all the way back to the final round of regulation. There's so many reasons as to why I think Legacy are winning this.
What is always a problem when that pressure tends to build, but we'll see if MIBR can find the release and survive here on Inferno.
All right, catch you later, Mike. This round, Inferno, we're live, map 2. Legacy up 1 in this series. Victory here, MIBR is going home. P250 and utility for this T side. Art's got the P250. They're gonna use that smoke to get up here quickly. Oh, it's a brawl.
And all the way up through the smoke is going to be Insani with the first couple, and that's going to be a spray away. Lato and Dumao both dead straight away in the triple redders. You couldn't ask for a better start than that. This is perfect. Nissim trying to backtrack, eventually does take Insani down, but he's finished off by Breno, and it's kind of exactly what you imagined there if you're MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, they had the perfect defensive call for that. You know, like right out of the gate, they were just set up with dualies on each side of the smoke. That was always going to be difficult. Flashbang's not nearly as effective because the dualies are playing inside the smokes as well. Well done from MIBR, and that's the first step towards what I just talked about. If you want to keep them cool, if you want to keep them calmed down, and you want to kind of be able to get on top of them early and prevent Legacy from building momentum, that pistol round's a good start. Winning a second round, start building up into this game. Give it 5 or 6 rounds before Legacy can really fight back. And certainly if you can take away their motivations to want to aggressively attack towards Banana.
Yeah, the rifle at the ready for Insani. Slow them down straight away here. Smoke will come in to block the half wall. Lexi will just have to wait it out.
This is a tense time of the round, though, for the defense, because you don't know now that they've gained Banana control whether they've fallen back to attack the A bomb site or whether they're going to hit B. And you're playing very passively, because you don't want to get in the close range engagements with Tech-9. So no information on the map right now for MIB other than the fact that they lost control of Banana. Makes Venom Zera the guy you got to watch out for to make a decision. Over in CT spawn, juggling his attention between the two bomb sites. Smoke towards library, pulls his gaze towards arches. No supportive utility for him either.
Yuto going up over the top. It's going to cover off that CT cross. LNZ, very committed position. He tries to get away. Just gets spotted as he moves into first oranges. Has to rely upon Insani to back him up, and he has done so. So LNZ sprays away and does some damage onto the further plays, which softens him up for Venom Zero, who comes in and sweeps up a triple kill. So MIBR are going to have a 2-0 start. They prevent that force buy victory from going against them. And we'll see Legacy sit in a situation where they got to take an eco.
Yeah, it took a ton of chip damage earlier, which made that very, very simple for Venom Zero to swing around the corner with the FAMAS. Third player never realized. LNZ as well chiming in with that MP9, a couple of dinks without getting kills. But a good strong hold of that B bomb site early on.
I was mentioning before this game started that I do feel like MIPR can sometimes have a very nice B setup. I think with LNZ and Insani together, it can be actually quite strong at times over there. But I'd like to see what the early signs, continue into the gun rounds. That's the only problem.
Yeah, we'll see what happens next. Flashbang here really quick. We're just going to poke and prod left and right, up middle. Lost the first engagement to Venom Zera.
Rifle at the ready. There's the top mid push. It's going to be Try. That Deagle kill. Venom Zera gone. NQZ will take a couple here. Try and Arc both gone. And they'll just try and do as much damage as they possibly can. I mean, 2 kills already is not bad at all. And it could be a 3rd kill here as well. Oh, Nissim's got that. What can they do here? Oh, they could win the round. Dumal's right behind them. Has to take that kill. He's got it. And it's now LNC alone, a 1v2.
HP, 33 combined health on the 2 remaining Legacy players. How does LNZ want to play this? Does he want to play the bomb, or does he want to start moving around the map and go away from it? 48 seconds left on the clock.
Got an HE grenade as well. It's a perfect piece to have here when your opponents are so low.
Yeah, you won't use it until you hear that bomb plant. So at the moment, just going to be patience.
And because of the health, they don't have the courage to go out and try and find the bomb.
They also know that a lot of it with this HP is just going to come down to timing, so they want to let enough time pass on the map to make it feel like one of them could have walked around the B bomb site to CT spawn.
Well, LNZ's about to spot the bomb again, and just spot Dumal, so he nips to that kill with 20 seconds left. You got a perfect time for the wraparound with the information. I don't know how Legacy have won that round, but they are loving it.
It's just one little slip through. That's incredibly played. MIBR, they're going to be frustrated on that one. Legacy able to just snatch it away, and a lovely 2-on-2, and you can just see, like, when you start having a little bit of success with these pistols on one side of the map up middle, this is great from Nissim. Dumal just tucks himself in, knowing there's going to be a reaction when the round slides down. It's going to be his turn to play late. That's just really well done across the board from Legacy. And a backbreaker for MIBR, starting to build momentum. Their money goes down. Deagle 5-7, MP9. Very busted by for the CT side.
Hoping that this A-stack's going to work out. You got 4 players at shore about to just swing and attack and try and get involved in these engagements. Nissim, grenade going to go out. His teammates are actually gone. Nissim falls too. And not making the most of this situation at all on Legacy.
They're going to press the issue, though. They're not going to wait around for this smoke to fade. They're going to bust their way right through. 2-on-4. Try and Dumal against the world. Utility is down. They've got safety for the bomb plant. Insani will give them time, will give them space, freedom to plant.
Right on top of Try's head, that grenade will land. 37 HP. Now they back off. There's not too many spots to hide.
Still a winnable clutch in this situation. B bomb site not easy to overtake.
Now the utility's going to go down. They'll isolate Banana. They'll throw a smoke there. They don't have to worry about it for the time being. They got a flash at the ready as well.
They're in front of the flash, though.
Dumal has to go massive. They all line up, and he gets 2. Nearly a 3rd kill, but the damage is going to be finished off by Try. And LNC has no kit on his back, and the time is ticking rapidly. 3 bullets left here for Try. It's just a tap on the defuse. It's not the stick around the corner, and that means no time for the round win. And Legacy do recover it. Sigh of relief, I'm sure.
Well, no, it's a yell of relief. Now you're getting it out of Dumal. Took him a little bit of time to warm up, but screaming as he knows he's had a critical round here. And I love the play from him and Try. Don't want to sit back in corners of the bomb site, play it passively, and let the retake come to them. Want to get close up onto a choke point. They don't have any smokes, any Molotovs to delay or block things off. So flood him through the narrow corridor, and Dumao has an easy lineup for 2 kills and a lovely clutch to tie things up. Timeout called by Legacy.
Yeah, pretty chaotic last couple of rounds. So you're probably trying to figure out what are your opponents going to have in terms of the purchase here.
I think that's what the timeout is for, right? I think the timeout is kind of like, yeah, we've won these rounds and we're happy about that, but we're put in these awkward situations because we're not playing great. They're scrappy, and we're kind of getting away with some. We're sneaking some wins out, but we need to clean up the early round, need to clean up the mid round so we're not constantly fighting in these post plants. One AK-47 saved by LNZ for MIBR in this round 5. Other than that, just pistols to surround it, so Legacy should have a chance to at least get a clean round beneath their feet. That's the rifle spotted at the B bomb site for the moment. Legacy's still going to go through the motions of taking control. MIBR's defense is pushed forward towards the A apartments, hoping to funnel them towards this single rifle.
This is what they want. This is the only chance they've got to have something significant in this round. It's LNZ who's actually done very well to get that first kill. So Dumao will fall and LNZ will drop back into the B site. So Utility landing forward, smoke for the cross, Utility flying in as well towards Dark and behind the fountain, limiting some of the strong positions that LNZ could have been standing in. They know where that rifle is. It's playing all the way back behind the coffins, but it's the distraction set up here for Insani. They haven't checked the new box. And he's come through with the kill on the USP, but it doesn't matter. The kills do come through here for Legacy. They get into the site. You'd imagine the AK is going to have an easy time to think of handling the pistols down Banana.
If LNZ was alive still, I'd say there might be a little bit of a chance, but he's trying to spam one down through the smoke, make it easier for the pistols.
Well, if nothing else, they have made them respect him, so they're going to drop back, and AK can be picked up again for NQZ, and Breno's got one too, so if you can slip away with both of these AKs, that would be amazing, but...
I mean, actually, I would tell both of them to stick around. You're buying next round no matter what. Yeah, the AKs are great, but take all these guns away from these guys. Don't let them get out of here for free. It's so painful losing all the AKs, losing all your rifles in a one round, so NQZ going to try and do it at the tail end. Good find from Try. Well prepared, he'll open up the escape route. A 3-2 for Legacy as they gain the lead. Remember, this happened on Nuke too. We'll have to see how this one plays out. But in the first half of Nuke as well, it was MIBR kind of grabbing like 2, cheesy rounds early on to keep things close, to keep them within reach, to keep them battling back, to keep Legacy honest, and then eventually Legacy just blew the scoreboard wide open. We're kind of at that same stage right now where MIBR off the pistol in second round, keeping it close, not in a bad place whatsoever. But there's a chance Legacy just crack it open here. Up in the hands of NQZ, Try as well on the T side.
Let's see, NQZ's AWP's out, so chance to show us what he's made of again that we got to see from the last map, and it's a good aggressive start. I mean, that was some of the moves we got to see from him on Nuke. He was confident to go for these picks, try and challenge, and he's got his team the opening kill.
And that's what I wanted to see out of this defense if it was going to have a good hold, is get that AWP working again. And now that you have an opening kill, the thing that killed you on Nuke was Legacy players finding a frag, taking the space and taking the initiative and finding gaps in the defense. Now you have the pick, so you're not going to see as many wild individual plays pressing the issue as much. Standard brackets control for Legacy. Left mid is smoked off. 3-2 split on the defense with Insani and LNZ at the B bomb site. Art going through the motions, wants to make the sounds, the noises as if they want to take Banana control to get the staging area for an execute here. It's pulled NQZ into CT spawn just a little bit further away from being able to help on this defense.
Now, 30 on the clock. Got Venom Zara in the site, Breno down in the pit. And you'll hear those steps charging towards him. Legacy going for the final move here in round 6 with 20 seconds left. Trying to get into the site. Dumel, the battering ram as he so often is, but the rotation has arrived for the CT side. It's Try having to take them out of this. He can't find Venom Zera. He just can't get to this. And the time that it's taken is allowing the rotation of Insani to arrive as well, but he gets that too. And just enough time to think about the plan.
No.
But LNZ's not going for it. He's lost it. He's lost it to time. Try's run out of it. LNZ was far away. And Try does so well to get himself in a position where he could have clutched up, but he ends up playing himself.
That's an absolutely admirable effort, and I can't even fault him for the fake tap and plant. You thinking maybe there's the last retaker is going to be coming from that position. You think he's going to be right there, and you might be able to lure him out into the open. Low HP as well. Try might have felt like that was his best chance. Tied up at 3. Here we are again, MIBR just barely hanging on. Fingernails gripping tightly onto Inferno, tightly onto their life in this tournament at the Esports World Cup.
Try just running up towards top middle. Oh, there's the chance. He just couldn't connect it.
Almost got it back.
Yeah, he did.
But this is the attitude now. Do you want to take that space? Look how fast you've got mid and brackets control.
Bruno's going to start moving back, but Try's moving forward. Smoke will block out the apartments for the time being. There's the peek from NQZ. Not going to work out. Breno had to trade. He goes back again. Good reposition. Couldn't quite take the kill, though. As Venom Zera tries to rotate towards Moto, but he's caught in the open. Lato moves through the smoke. The risks being taken here, paying off for Legacy and forcing away the MIBR defense. So that's going to be Legacy up to 4-3, claiming the lead of the game again. And know where Insani is. He doesn't feel like this one's possible. Isn't possible just yet, and it won't be, because Nissim rips his head off. And Legacy looking for some high fives here. Try as they're back in the lead again.
Yeah, really good find. I don't think MIBR ever thought for a second that positioning from Try's op so early on in the round was going to lead to a timing hit at 1 minute and 20 seconds at this bomb site. There was no real intensity. There was no urgency in the rotation back from the triple B start. I think they thought that was just going to be a pick attempt, and then it would fall into like a slower pace round as they've seen throughout this half. You might be onto something with them kind of working in these pace changes that clearly aren't there yet when they go slower, but you can see when they go faster, man, the players just know exactly what to do.
And that's that rhythm. Right now, Inferno is their jam because there's about to be a 5-3 lead. No issues for MIBR being presented. They don't have anything worth talking about. And then the Joe Berettas or Breno, he's on the adventure, but he'll take one. He's a second to really get this one going, and he gets a dink. They see the aggressive plays, and they've got Venom Zera's number here. That stack leaves B. They start to drift back towards the A side.
They might actually beat this play if Legacy continue moving forward. No banana control for Legacy. They'd have to move back into it and get it late in the round. Looks like they want to use most of the clock and let these MIBR players who don't have any weapons kind of get nervous with the timing of everything. See if they can bait out some peaks, some aggressive plays. It's coming right now.
As Try's kill towards top mid, and NQZ finished off. We'll see Dumel run up through short. Try and clear out the final two here. He's already spraying away behind that truck. Eventually taken out by USP. Just
hold the phone, low
they're
HP.
low. Yep, the USP gonna burn though. And that's gonna be enough. They know exactly where he is. So Lato primes himself and gets ready for the kill.
All right, 5-3. Pistol round goes the way of, or I should say eco round goes the way of Legacy. So now we buy back up. NQZ with the op. M4s being snatched for the rest of the MIBR defense. Good early find, probably made this round feel a little bit scarier to Legacy than it actually was. Probably made him a little bit nervous to see what was coming next.
I think every round has just had like a little moment of fear, right? It's never been clean, it's never been comfortable for either squad.
4 of the last 5 in the favor of this Legacy offense. They're cooking right now. Boost up with the AWP over the top of the smoke.
Yeah, this was our worry when we got to Inferno. Once the gun round started, MIBR fine at the start, get the pistol the early rounds, but as soon as you see Legacy get onto the guns and how comfortable they are on this very map, starting to see them show their class. Dumel going to be challenging this B bomb site setup.
There's 4 players here. They might just go with this. But I mean, at least for the moment, what they want to do, they like applying this much pressure early because it's forcing out the utility earlier than MIBR would like, which means late round, The stockpile is going to be softened up and depleted for a re-execute.
Yeah, they're going back because obviously the bomb's still in the T-stars, so they slow down for a moment.
And because you got that kind of control and applied that much pressure, now MIBR has to be nervous this entire round that a hit is going to come in. LNZ has one more smoke to chuck out. That'll delay things a little bit further depending on the timing of it. So right around the 30-second mark, if Legacy want to finish at the B bomb site, that's when that smoke fades. 3 defenders at this bomb site as well, and without them even investigating this round, without them taking brackets control or showing any presence there, it's going to be a hard-fought battle to break in. Advantage of utility to Legacy.
LNZ trying to disrupt the CT smoke. It's just going to play through it. I mean, it's 3 players here, so let's see what MIBR can do with 20 seconds left. You don't have a huge amount of time to clear this if you're Legacy, and this could work massively in the favor of MIBR. Dumao always finding a way to charge through, but his teammates are not following it up just yet, and then all of a sudden they do. Nissim and Try with the impact kills right at the end to put that bomb down with just enough time. And NQZ alongside Breno have to try and retake this, but Try has got the deep position, the deep angle all the way down towards CT spawn. He has just given it up, as I say so, but at this point MIBR are not really looking all that likely to attempt this because they don't have a kit nor enough utility.
Well, they're not going to risk NQZ. Actually, excuse me, he's the one being the most aggressive coming from Banana. They are sliding in.
I don't know why they're trying this.
Unless there's a kit dropped inside the bomb site that they can pick up on the way, there's no time for this.
And they're over the top and they're just losing their weapons. They're just throwing away their guns, and Breno didn't get the AWP. He's having to run away here. That's going to be a strange decision there from MIBR at the end of the round.
Yeah, all that attempted retake really accomplished for you was losing the AWP. Yep. The AWP moved in, died, and then you can't recover it. So that's a weapon you don't have moving forward. So yeah, head scratcher there from MIBR.
Yeah, I think that's why you get a timeout, because you're making decisions like that. You know, you got to get everybody back on the same page, a little breather, because you're not making the right decisions in crucial points.
Yeah, potentially they just lost some focus and maybe felt like it's a round where they could be a little bit more patient with things. Either way, time to talk things over, because as we kind of foreshadowed, it is feeling very similar to Nuke all of a sudden. 6 of the last 7 rounds in the favor of Legacy, 3 in a row. And MIBR's ability to stand toe-to-toe with his Legacy squad seems to be slipping as time goes on. Look at this, late round trades coming in, one of them through the smoke as well. Just layers of Legacy players streaming in on that execute, constantly with the information that their teammates had passed over to them. 12 kills on Try, 10 on Nissim, the only 2 players in double digits inside the server. 0 kills on Art, but he's got 6 T rounds on the board.
You know what? I think he's fine.
He's doing okay.
I think he's happy of it. He'll get his couple of impact kills at some point in this half. You got that feeling about it.
He's giving us that Kerrigan look right now. Here we go, Breno over the top.
Legacy are able to close this with a statement win, get a big result here, deny MIBR getting into double figures and close out the series. I think it could be really interesting to talk about and what they can do going into the round of 16, into the playoffs at the event, because they are a super fun team to watch.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Well, AK is holding the angle. Venom Zera's right here at the doorway, and there is a little bit of a trap set up, but you can't break that apart with utility. You can force them into the fights. And luckily that grenade comes off from Nissim.
I don't think they saw LNZ though. They're going to think Boiler is clear. Good find.
Yeah, Dumao able to make sure LNZ's out of there. So NQZ and Insani left in a 2v3. It's still a doable round here all of a sudden for MIBR. So you're starting to slowly pull that bomb away. And again, it's that same story we've been talking about all Inferno. Even though Legacy are winning these rounds, there's always moments where MIBR make it difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some real tough rounds that Legacy have had to grind themselves back into. That smoke doesn't cover mid, so NQZ going to get spotted but not caught.
Going to be coming back at Insani, and he does have the Deagle ready to go.
Smoked off. Coffin's getting smoked now. Legacy not missing any details. NQZ's rotating over in case this Deagle makes something happen. Oh, it does.
That is a sharp start, isn't it? Dumao's head shredded off the top, but Try. Good position, slightly elevated on top of first Oranges. Able to respond to Insani. But NQZ, we talked about his 1v2s on Nuke. Had a couple of them where he stepped up. They really need this one, and they're just going to deny even that chance. And there you go. Art gets his kill.
I was going to say, the only way he wins this one is if they really screw something up, is if Art just never peeks and he's able to spray them both down behind the box. But that bait and switch is so hard to deal with in a 1v2. It's up to a 4-round lead now. Legacy have taken complete control. Guns coming back in for MIBR. 2 more rounds in this half for them to scrape together whatever they can.
The last couple of rounds, and I mean, the scoreline was 9-3 in the first half of Nuke. MIBR managed to bring it back to the final round of regulation. Possibility that we see that very scoreline again here. Breno. Start of the apartments, no scoped away. NQZ fully committed, the pistol's out, it's absolute chaos, but it's all coming up Legacy because they thrive in chaos. Another round victory going to be found here. Absolutely no way into the round for MIBR. They are just getting completely outmatched by Legacy, and it comes back to what we were saying kicking off this game today. We were saying that there is a real possibility we come to the server and we watch Legacy blow them out of the water.
Yep, and it's happening as we speak. Got all the answers dictating the entire map. Showing some class here, Legacy, over their countrymen. Extended to 5, and Nissim going to try and hunt down these M4s. And yeah, unfortunately for MIBR, the story just continues still. Although I like that we've seen a couple things that we can at least latch onto positively. Obviously, it's hard to get super hype about it with the score lines being the way they are. But still plenty of progress for this MIBR team to make over time. Still the potential for a comeback when we switch sides. Just hard to build that confidence after we saw the T side on Nuke ineffective. And now this CT side, which was strong on Nuke, just getting overrun constantly.
Last round of this first half. Try 15-4. What a half he's had. Nissim 12-5. Not too far behind at all. I think that's something you were highlighting as well from the first half of Nuke. It felt like MIBR had a number of close round losses that one of those go in their favor. Could have been a different story. I think the same scenario here on Inferno in the first half.
Different feeling. Like there's been some close round. Like there's been some close rounds. You're right. Earlier on in this half that they could have won, maybe Savika rounds. But I think more than anything, it's like on Nuke, some of those close rounds were like gun rounds. Here, it's like they've had some 5-7 rounds. They've made a little bit sketchy.
USP stack somehow coming into a competitive spot. Well, I started the game saying that, I hope that MIBR's B defense can be strong once the guns come out, because the big problem is dealing with the aggressiveness that Legacy are going to throw at you, and it just didn't really stand it.
Part of it is they've played most of this half like really passive back into the bomb site. We've never really seen them pushed out towards sandbags, pushed out towards cars, so there's been like no real attempt to dissuade Legacy from attempting to take Banana. Like there's never been like a round where they just killed 3 and it's like, okay, well now Legacy has to try and break into A to soften up this kind of a stack. So I think if you talk to Legacy, I think, you know, guys like Dumao, guys like Art, with that kind of clear freedom in Banana throughout this half, they're going to say, that's the most fun we've had on Inferno in quite some time when you don't have to worry about it.
Art really didn't have to worry. Well, 9-3 again. Legacy hoping they can just close it out from this point and not allow that comeback to come through. If they do so, into the playoffs they shall go. They'll knock out MIBR and stay in the Esports World Cup. There's the double push up. Art, okay, he waited to the end. He got his first multi-kill right there.
Lovely. That's the thing of beauty. 3 kills for Art in the half. 9 rounds for Art on the scoreboard. 3 for MIBR. And yeah, Legacy just looking like they're just going to march to this victory and send MIBR packing and take their spot in the playoffs. Tri has 17 kills and 4 deaths. Nissim has 13 kills and 5 deaths. Great showing for Legacy too when you talk about, I mean, we mentioned it just very briefly during the veto process. The last time we saw these guys play, I mean, they looked great in their opening game here at EWC. FaZe stepped into the server and kind of embarrassed him a little bit. It was like a nice wake-up call, bucket of cold water onto the face.
Yeah.
And then they've come in here and they've kind of helped assuage any of the doubts that we might have had lingering from that FaZe match.
I'm looking forward to going to that draft segment of the show, right, and figuring out what games you've got for the playoffs. I think it's an interesting tournament so far because some of the big names in Counter-Strike have looked pretty weak at times.
There's some shakiness at the top.
Yeah, and that does open up a cool conversation when it comes to the playoffs or potential upsets.
Yeah, I mean, I guess two of the teams you'd point out as the shakiest so far, Vitality and Spirit. Maybe not the shakiest, but shaky considering what we
shaky
expect
compared
from
to
them.
the standard, right? The usual standard that we've been used to for such a long time.
They're both teams you'd say would have a good chance of lifting the trophy. Well, MIBR's creeping close to this step up the mid ramp. Try with an off angle towards Boiler. Nissim and Art playing double pit beside him. Spots 2 jumping. Might not get away. Art's got to defend and hold him back, but he's dead now. Good shot for the one. Oh, another.
Yeah, well, again, these kills are brilliant from Try, but the responses are there for MIBR. They're going to walk in with a couple, and that's the site taken. So this round's so important here for MIBR. Obviously, if they have any chance of coming back into this, and Legacy, they've got a lot of utility available for Lato. But getting back into this A side in the pistol round just seems so tough.
Especially with dualies. I don't know how you're going to do it. And no kit as well, so it's got to be fast. Might not even try. Might just look for some exit kills for some extra money moving forward into the next rounds. Keep the armor preserved. Keep the utility preserved. Might want to start running.
And they're coming through the archway, and Dumal going to be finished off by LNZ. So right now, 9-4. I mean, is this the beginning of the MIPR comeback that we've seen on Nuke? It's going to take a specialty side calling out of LNZ here. And we're going to see immediately Legacy actually force buying. And we know how chaotic the rounds have been so far in Inferno. We've seen a lot of those in the first half. So wouldn't be surprised if we get a real tough round coming up here for MIPR straight away.
Feels like a bold force buy, though, from Legacy. You're kind of putting a little bit of extra of your lead into the pot in the middle, you know, in case you lose this round. Extra round, you'll have to sit back, so it's going to help MIBR close the gap quickly. Good information for Art off the pop flash. Another one as well to keep hold of top banana. And really nice control for Art and Dumal. They're going to stay paired up at the B bomb site with half wall smoked off. Dumal has another one to replenish it. And if they wanted to take a risk, they could just bail out at this point, drop another smoke, one player leaves. But now the move from MIBR up mid, and the rotation now will be late coming in from Dumal. So this hold at the A bomb site itself better be spectacular.
It's all quiet now, but we know it's about to erupt. Try. Ripped off the balcony. Lato in the sight. 5-7. Rattles to the chest. Nissim also getting one of his own. Realizes being peppered from below and above. And it ends up being a situation for Nissim he just can't handle. So the force buy has not worked out here for Legacy. They're going to have to back away with the tail tucked between their legs. And this does open up that chance for MIBR to get a really strong start of this here in the second half.
That's really well managed from MIBR as well. I think it would have been simple to panic. It wouldn't even surprise me to see them panic a little bit in that situation when the wrap around the bomb site is taken away from them by the CT smoke. But just leaving a lurker, resmoking library, and falling all the way back around with the rifle, staying composed, makes that for a nice, easy closeout. And Legacy do lose out on that kind of a second round force buy instead of waiting for the third. So they'll save next. And MIBR have a chance to get up to 6 before Legacy can buy back into the rounds. Good kills.
Well, they do really well to get those kills, actually. MIBR lose every single member.
Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, this might change a lot moving forward. I don't think Legacy is going to take this round to force up. That'd be way, way too much. But you've taken some money away from them, so there's an element of where you might want to continue applying pressure because you know they've lost so much. Oh, this is gonna be divisive. Okay, so Art's picked up a lone M4. And his thought process is that a little extra punch in this weapon to get a couple extra kills, still hurt this economy, maybe I steal a round away, and he spotted 2.
The kill for Art. He's just snatched that one. He goes back in, though, and now he's kind of stuck.
The classic. It is the classic. We can't just take the advantage. We gotta go for a little bit more.
Ooh, that was so easy. Let me go get another one. I've handed that one right back. And that's why the house always wins, Jason. Yes, indeed.
Well, the question becomes now, MIBR handled the previous round really, really well. Legacy have the wrong read on this. They think after perhaps spotting the M4 at the A bomb site, MIBR might shuttle themselves across the map to the other side and attack B, but they're dead wrong. March through Palace. Defense has vacated the premises, so an easy 6th round for MIBR. And Dumao will be left to save the M4. So no harm, no foul into investing and bringing that weapon into this round. They don't lose it.
I mean, again, it's just a slow build-up to actually when the second half truly starts, which is when Legacy get a full buy, which is coming up soon. But MIBR loving how quickly they're closing the gap again.
Yeah, and I mean, this isn't. I'm not ready to yet to call this the start of a comeback. I mean, they are closing the gap really nicely, but you know, you haven't gotten, as you mentioned, it's the gun rounds yet. That's where we're going to see if you can actually overcome the defense when it's got all the weapons to fight back. But a really nice start, everything you could hope for. 4 players surviving here, not bad. You're building up some of that money that you lost in the previous rounds.
This is Art, and then being the hero, and then being 0 shut away. So, unfortunately, not able to make much of that. But here we go, into the gun rounds for Legacy. Orb going to come out for try. He's on a heater here on Inferno. Going to try and keep that heat going. That spark as he looks down middle. Some flames towards his face, and we'll have to peel away.
Yeah, no one's swinging wide on mid. Venom's there over in Boiler. Nissim right around the corner. Flashbang is out. Nobody spotted just yet. Very mid-centric defense. 2 at the corner, 1 boosted up, 1 underneath the balcony as well.
Nissim is in front of the flame, so he doesn't have to give up his position. He can maintain this right against the wall. Venom Zera is going to win that engagement, though. Dumao stepping out into the open. A crazy play, and it's not worked out for him at all. Luckily, Art was there, but you've got information. 3 players are stacked towards top mid.
This gets hard now, though, because the defense is the one who has to panic. It's the defense moving around the map and reacting to what MIBR has shown. I think... Okay, Art slips into the bomb site. I thought they might just go save. Once again, though, LNZ with the perfect call. Bringing his team against the weakness on the defense. And yeah, Art is going to slip back. And he just says, this isn't worth me sticking around. This round isn't worth us fighting for. And yet again, Legacy have to back away and concede. 4 in a row for MIBR now to start this second half. 4 very convincing rounds to start this second half.
Yeah, and if you're at Legacy, you're just like, oh, how can we not just close these out? Again, you're letting your opponent back into the game again. You might be able to prevail still. You might be able to still pull this off towards the end, but when you do this, when you get into the playoffs, you have a situation you're playing against a better team, you let them in when you have a big lead and they are going to punish you. And MIBR could still punish them here on Inferno. It's yet to be seen. But 1 step at a time, MIBR closed the gap to just 2. I think that's when you highlight the fact that you did throw a little bit more of your lead in there when you were going for the force buy.
Yeah, but it closes the gap really, really quickly, doesn't it? And I mean, also, you had him in that second round with, you know, eliminating all of them in a victory. You took all the weapons away. You made the economy very, very weak, but you've kind of let them off the hook in that regard as well with the back-to-back clean wins for them, 4 players surviving in each of them. So now you don't even have that thread to kind of latch onto. We reinvest. The losing bonus was fully built up for the Legacy side. 3 weapons saved, 1 bought, 1 dropped over. And we get underway in round 17, but Legacy yet to get started on the CT side.
Giving them the space and Banana. Legacy not challenging it. Gonna have a try, play with the AWP around long. It's a bait and switch as well between him and R2. He's tucked in the cubby. Decent grenades here. Landing right on top of LNZ. He's down to 41 health off the back of that util being thrown out by Legacy.
Yeah, really good chip damage for sure. Softens him up for later. They have to cross this AWP still. 4 smokes available for MIBR's attack. And Sani's going to be a little bit of a fake element over towards the B-bomb site. Throwing a CT smoke. Tries going to get aggressive with that Molotov and Boiler and gets destroyed. LNZ knows exactly what's coming.
Yeah, it's a really good opening kill, and that's the AWP gone.
And now 2 defenders here.
And no longer do you have this strong crossfire that Art had, the bait and switch rather. You have the AWP taking the first shot, then running past, focusing on that, and then you have Art then behind. He's now isolated, stuck in this corner, having to worry about crossing into the open, and he gets spotted as he does so. 30 seconds left. Nissim's on his own. He's isolated, trying to step up with just an A1S. His teammate smoked away. Nissim gets one. Second headshot, but not enough damage to bring down the victim. And Art steps out instead, and a lot of damage done to the balcony player, and spraying through is Dumal. So good work from Art and Dumal, and that has put really difficult situation in front of MIBR.
I can't believe they've even given himself a chance to win this. A great chance at that. You do have a Molotov on Lado. That looks like it's going to go into the bomb site. Oh no, towards the pit. Perfect. And then QZ burns down a 2, tucked against the back wall, dropped.
Now Breno's all on his lonesome inside of the pit. He's low HP. You've got 3 players. You're just going to swarm him, surely. One player gets onto the site. Going to get on that defuse. Breno hasn't been checked yet. He could spam the box, but he's not going for it. Breno not looking for it. Spraying away now. Where's the body? Black Dumal steps in as that defuse comes through last second on the clock as well. Legacy pull it through, and it's Art who does so much there from a position you just don't expect him to get anything done from.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a fight you love taking whatsoever. If you're Art, you feel like you're dead any second when you're taking those engagements. He gets away with one. A quick kill down on the ground, down in towards pit. Critical. The damage, the dink, and then the smoke pops, and it's hard to find him. But that damage softens everyone up to make that retake much, much easier. And finally a round on the board. It took them 5 rounds, but they've arrived here, 10-7. 3-round lead for Legacy's CT side.
Yeah, try getting aggressive. We've seen NQZ making the same play earlier in that first half. I think he's able to take a kill from it. Not this time for try. Mal receives a grenade, but we've seen how effective the utility was on LNZ in the last round. They're going to do it again. The one going over the wall.
A lot of sound cues outside the B bomb site, though. Pulls Art over in rotation for support. And as he slides into the B bomb site, MIBR dip away. Showing mid control. But defense not reacting. Art still convinced this is going to finish at this bomb site. Playing far back in CT with the support of Flashbang. Try sees nobody as the smoke breaks open. So Legacy convinced now that the B bomb site is the final play.
And Dumal up on top of the coffins. He's smoked away. There's a good shot from Breno, trying to charge in. Dumal steps up, sprays away. It's a very committed position and a very committed spray that only results in the 1 kill. And that does leave that B bomb site very weak indeed. There's no one home. Art's trying to slow them, trying to delay, but his teammates are planted safely inside of the A site. They will not move away from this. It's going to be a Legacy safe call, and MIBR battling through the B bomb site, which we talked about being such a strength for Legacy. Didn't look that way there.
You know, both these teams have been playing pretty relatively passive CT sides from what I'm used to seeing at the B bomb side. Well, at least for in Legacy's case, right? Like I feel like Legacy's that team we know Dumal's going to be battling, and some of that probably comes down to the fact they've played each other. You know, this is their 5th series they've played this year, including there's a best of 1 mixed in there as well on top. So they've played each other so many times stylistically, trying to shake things up, trying to make the opposition a little bit confused, but. The decision to play Banana passively round after round has just given both teams such a strong staging area for a set piece. Money for both teams. So Legacy buy back into the round. 2-round lead, 10-8. And this is cool because, you know, we left Nuke saying, man, LNZ and MIBR had some cool ideas on that T side. A few of them didn't pan out, but they looked they looked like they were the smart play, the right call. It just didn't actually fall in their favor. Here on Inferno, it's the same thing, except this time they're winning the rounds.
It all went wrong when MIBR tied up the score on Nuke. So 2 rounds away from doing that. Let's see if they can do it now. Got Legacy Still just hanging in there, getting enough money to buy, and coming out looking like they've got a chance at it, but there's burst through middle for MIBR. A couple of players already up through top mid.
It's just 2, though, so I mean, it's a little bit more strength behind this fake, a little bit more concern in the Legacy defense as they feel the pressure. Flashbang's going to come over. Dumal's going to have to back away, drops the smoke, sticks around at the half wall. They're going to have to barrel through it. If they want to get into the B bomb site, they have to come through.
Dumal, okay, there we go. That's more like it. Gets 2 headshots from the spray. Art trying to get back to safety while crossing that smoke. Bullet started to come through, panics a little bit, but he's able to find a comfortable spot to hide in. 45 seconds, the last-ditch effort. The attempt to get into the site is failed, and it's just Breno stepping out to his inevitable doom. 11 rounds to 8. That's more like it from Legacy.
Yeah, there we go for Dumal and Lotto, and that time you could see a little bit more willingness to fight for that half-wall control, to just have a presence, to just be a nuisance, slow it down, throw some obstacles in their path, and successful as they prevent MIBR from getting a clean look at the B bomb site. 11-8. This time MIBR, this comeback, as you mentioned just now, haven't been able to actually tie it up the way they were on Nuke. They've gotten close, but Legacy not letting them get to that point just yet. Maybe lured in by the fact that they haven't encountered any defense in that part of the map. Nobody really looking right whatsoever as that smoke is broken open, but it was a desperate situation. Once Lotto gets the kill on the other side of the map and that smoke drops down from Dumal, that's your timing. If you don't hit it, you lose. So forced into that play through the smoke to their death. And now a 3-round deficit. Money running low as well for MIBR. Running out of cash and runway in this series. Elimination just 2 rounds away.
Oh, try. 19 HP, there's Nissim. Good headshot onto Venom Zera. Opening kill here for Legacy. Searching for map point, for playoff qualification point.
Uh-oh.
Breno's in the smoke. 2 players on the other side of that smoke. And his teammates making their way up Banana.
Oh, there's the break.
Yeah, it just comes in. Brennan's going to be spotted. Couldn't even get a chance against Art. And Dumal's keeping his head down. Away from those flashes that eventually are going to be coming over the top. Still very effective in blinding him. And he's going to go back into the open. Blind again, running through the smoke. Insani making the hero play. And a second kill on Dumal's really opened this up. Insani fighting down CT spawn. But eventually Lato able to wrap around the back and put an end to Insani's antics. And ask NQZ once again to step up with a clutch. Bomb is not planted. He's going to give it a go. And puts that down on the ground. Now steps into the next fight, but Lato's picked it up, and Legacy at series point.
Really good job from Lato. I love the work from Art as well, breaking the smoke over on Rap side, not letting his teammate rotate away, not letting them sit there without the information of what's going on inside that smoke. And good work on the rotation over. Legacy closing things out convincingly at the tail end, just like the first map in this series. 3 of the last 4 in their favor. And that round win takes so much money away from MIBR. They've got a Galil, an AK-47, 3 Tech 9s to fight with. In what is potentially their last round at the Esports World Cup here in Paris.
It's always a brutal way to have to qualify by knocking out a team from your own country, but it happens so often. The South American squads. Legacy, the team that definitely have more promise once they get into the deeper stages of the tournament. Showing their class right now against MIBR. Tri-Wits inside of the library, about to silence Breno.
They're coming through.
He just moves off and gets over towards the archway instead. Actually, he's gone all the way to B. He's gone all the way to B.
Yeah, they're very, very quiet. Is he going to... Oh, now the awareness is there. Now Try should look, but does he realize they're already in the passageway?
He has to worry about that, but they have to go back and get the bomb. Lato dealing with Insani. They step forward again. The bomb is loose once more on the ground. Breno has got down Speedway. That will allow a kill, but the element of surprise now gone. Lato backs into the corner, trying to get away with it on the rifle, and he will. Legacy shall move forward into the playoffs, into the top 16 of the event, and unfortunately have to knock out MIBR on the way there. but they're going to be very happy with the performance they showed today. Certain points where they start to let their opponent back in, but getting it done in 2 and preventing double figures here on Inferno.
And that's okay, some of those little hiccups to let MIBR climb back into the match a little bit, in the sense that it never felt like Legacy truly lost control of the game. And every single time they had the answer, they snapped back in, and once they did, it was just convincing. Nuke was, 4 rounds in a row. Here they won 4 of the last 5 to close it out. So once they actually got their game underway, MIBR had no response.
Yeah, certainly the case. And big moments as well, right? Coming in, Art with that nice play through the smoke, making sure that the retake was possible on towards A, keeping things in their favor, having the ability to have the big individual game moments, individual player moments, combined with the overall picture, comes out very nicely indeed here for Legacy. They will be our last team into the top 6 team, our last playoff team here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and I mean, we started this, there were a couple teams that we kind of pointed fingers at, and we're like, you know, you're one of those teams kind of rising up. G2 was one of them, Legacy, another one was like, you have to make the top 16. So, look, first step is there. I don't think any of us are going to change our big picture opinion on this run they've had to get into the playoffs. That's just what you had to accomplish.
No, it certainly is. But it's nice to see Nissim slot back in very smoothly. It's nice to see the upgrade that Try's brought to the table as well.
Yeah, Nissim looks he looks like he's got some confidence in that short break he had on the bench. Yeah, he's coming reinvigorated after the major.
Yeah, and again, I think when I watch this, it's just Dumal's impact that he can get. Like, throwing himself in. He was the reason the T side turned its fortunes on Nuke as well. He's willing to just throw himself in, do the dirty work, and drag his team out of a bad patch.
You have 3 impactful volume fraggers on this team, and Dumal, Lato, and Try. Nissim just an impactful fragger, and Art the same thing. His kills not always going to be high volume, but the ones he gets with the plays he makes are going to be powerful, are going to make some things happen on the map.
And I mean, certainly at this point in his career, he's just the guy who's trying to do whatever he needs to do to set up the other guys as well, right? It's no longer so much about making the solo move somewhere on the map. It's how do I tilt the scales to help Dumal come in and kill 3? That's always going to be the priority for a guy like Art. Looking to the other side, it is going to be MIBR done here at the Esports World Cup. Their key will be crushed. We saw some promising moments, NQZ in that last series in particular, some moments here as well. In Sani, we always see the flashes, but it does feel like there is just a difference between these two teams.
It's just so unfortunate because for years it's been Insani's good, and cast around him aren't quite at his level. He doesn't have a team that's really, at the standard of him as a player, and it's sad to see. And obviously, maybe in the future we'll maybe see Insani get out of this roster and go to a bigger team. I know Legacy obviously wanted him, but unfortunately not happening. And Legacy's still playing at a very good level.
And I mean, well, let's say this for MIBR too. NQZ's only been in the team 1 month. There's still more to find on the upper limits. I don't think it's going to be like super high, anything crazy, but there's some more this team can discover.
There certainly is. To hear a little bit more about what they might discover, we have LNZ standing by with Freya.
The time is now for MIBR here at the Esports World Cup. LNZ, thank you so much for joining me for a few words after that one. I just want to get your initial thoughts after coming off that match.
I think it was a good game of Counter-Strike, I think, being played, but I think we did a bit too much mistakes. Not that it was many, but we did more than them, and they were also getting more of the multi-frags, and we were not trading that well, and I think in that case you lose the rounds, right? And I think that's kind of what happened.
When we're looking at both of these maps, right, you had to battle back from what were pretty, huge deficits in the first half. We're looking both at 9-3. How much pressure does that put on you as an in-game leader when you don't have that much room to work with when you go into those second halves?
I mean, it puts a little bit, but not too much, since I think you kind of need to know how to call out of it, right? And sometimes that doesn't always work, kind of like it was today. But I think, yeah, it obviously sucks to always be the one comebacking, but I'm happy that we at least put up a fight so that we just didn't fall flat today.
Just one final question. Of course, it's only the beginning of the second half of this season. We do have you guys on the cards for a couple more events in the not too distant future. What is the bare minimum, in your opinion, for MIBR to be achieving this season, considering you've brought a new AWP into the mix?
Good question. I think I would want us to break into the top 15 and be a consistent top 15 team. I feel like we're quite close, but not quite there yet. But we also just switched to NQC, which I think for us is a good fit. So we just need a bit of time to kind of integrate it, right, and get more experience, because we're still a pretty inexperienced team. So I would say that would be my goal for the season.
Okay, just as a small side note to that then, with the whole NQZ integration, you said, you've been through this before. How much time do you give yourselves to kind of get comfortable with that, considering it's been almost a month since that happened?
I feel like he's been integrated quite fast already, without too much practice. So I would say maybe between 1 to 2 months, and I think he's probably as comfortable as he should be in our team. And after that, I think it's not about him. It's, to be honest, not about him still. But we cannot use that excuse after that time, I think.
No, this is a hard moment for you, so really appreciate you giving me a few words upon your departure, LNZ. That is MIBR, sadly, the final team to be eliminated from the group stage here in Paris.
And MIBR out. Some wise words there from LNZ, recognizing, you know, the moment that there's only so long a change in players gives you as an excuse. At some point, you need to be delivering those results.
Yeah, and I mean, I think too, it's at some points. Yeah, that's going to come, but I think first it's like, show us the signs.
Sure.
You know,
yeah.
The more you show signs, the more of a reprieve you're going to get. You know, if we see things trending in the right direction, it's like not everyone's going to be jumping down your throat. Yeah, it's a tough team to make things work, and he has a really hard job over there at LNZ, so I don't relish that opportunity for him. But yeah, we'll see how they do. Top 15 is an admirable goal.
It's difficult to get there.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty challenging goal to actually make it to that one. I think for a team of MIBR, but
I think the more difficult part is that what he said was he wants to be a consistent top 15 team. I think that's the hard part. Maybe the ceiling you can reach it for like a month or something, but getting there consistently, yeah, that's the really tough part moving forward. And I'm interested to see what level MIBR are going to be able to get to over the rest of the year. But
I mean, they're at 25 now. I think this is this is HLTV ranking, so they're at 25 right now. VRS,
they're somewhere around there.
Yeah, hang on, keep going.
I think they knew that this was.
19?
I think
19 right
you know, LNZ knew that this was going to be a tough challenge when he came to this MIBR team. You're looking at a team that's been Brazilian, literally in the name and the identity for so very long. You're making it international. You're changing things up. You're trying to do what Stewie 2K couldn't, and build a different brand of MIBR.
If you want to look at it from an LNZ perspective, what the opportunity really is you have some cool pieces on this team,
Sure.
QZ and Insani. So if you're a prospective IGL that's like kind of trying to make your bones a little bit, make your name as an IGL. Honestly, like looking at that from that position, LNZ's probably seeing the opportunity and saying, if I can get these guys going that everyone knows is talented, that look really good, that have the abilities, if I can get them going and have this team playing well, and I'm the one who gets MIBR ignited, his stock is going to rise as an individual, as an IGL
Definitely.
as well. So, I mean, at the moment, it's a really, really rough, rocky road, but the payoff potential is huge.
Still, work to do, integrating visions, cultures, all those things. Now, language has always been a hurdle as well, and QZ, you know, added to that to some degree, although I don't think that's been the issue for them. I don't think we saw glaring communication issues come back to bite them. It just does feel like sort of the complete picture.
Not anything like out of the usual, like, I mean, some T rounds look like they got away from them, fell apart from them, some timeouts in late rounds and everything like that, but I mean, that's just natural. Every team kind of has some games where they go through that. Disappointing. It was tough hearing him sound so disappointed in that interview after getting eliminated.
And I mean, I think in fairness, again, like neither of those maps were so impossibly out of the realms against a Legacy team that we do rate quite highly. Yes, maybe they were never fully in control, but they at least did present a challenge, right? They were not just a speed bump here.
I think on the first map, yes. I don't think so on Inferno. I think they didn't do enough in the first half at all. And again, that's the story in both maps. But at least on Nuke, they were able to come back. And I think they were doing it in a cool style. And also in the way that they lost the first half, there were actually a couple of moments where were looking good. The T side, you could tell there was ideas. They just weren't executing the playbook properly.
Still, they are going to be crushed after that performance. And so will their key, because we have Tri standing by, ready at the Crusher. And White Glove Man will be joining him, I'm sure. Lots of work to be done tonight.
New shift.
He looks so official. He's like showing it off and everything. Try out there. He's very, very stiff. Loosen up.
Is it kind of like a superhero mantle where as soon as you put on the white gloves, you are the same person?
The key master, they call him, Mike, actually. So I guess there's a couple of key masters. And yep, that's MIBR's key gone.
Good pop.
There we go.
There's
That was
pop.
good. It's such
There's
a
that pop.
satisfying
All
pop
right.
this year. We never had such a satisfying pop over the last few years.
A solid shake as well of the machinery. I like that.
It was a little more distant in previous years. Now we get a nice front
That's
row
true.
seat to see the key crushing. You just turn around, it's right there, right in front of the fans. For all the glory, and Tri certainly seeming like he's relishing in the glory right now of the crushed key. MIBR out, thumbs are up, and Tri satisfied with that first trophy.
Yeah, happy to take a look at it as well, looking down at the broken key. And yeah, I don't think it's a surprise to see MIBR not make the top 16 this early with this roster. But you know, they can be happy at least they got to the final game of the tournament. It wasn't a complete disaster coming to EWC. And they lose to Legacy, who was a team that they've had back and forth results with forever, it feels
Yeah,
like.
that's the hard part about these regional. Whenever you get beat by like a regional team, you just know in your head, you're like, oh god, for like the next month, like they just gotta have this over us.
Yeah, exactly.
2 months.
And we're gonna beat them in the next tournament.
Every time I meet him in a pug, every time he's in a Faceit game, every time I see him, he's just gonna hold it over my head.
That's okay. Based on the track record this year, they'll get another chance to write that record before we know it. Possibly the next event they're at together. It just seems to be a little bit fated to have those interregional matchups coming on through. The hall is filling up now because, reminder, folks, you shouldn't go anywhere too quickly. We do have the draft show coming up in just a moment. The draw show, that is.
All the cool kids.
We will be drawing our matchups as we fly through the bracket so far. We have our 16 teams qualified through. From Group A, it's Gamer Legion, G2 Esports, Team Spirit, and Aurora Gaming. Any big surprises?
Well, the big surprise to point out is obviously going to be Team Spirit going to be down in one of the lower seeds coming out of this group, and Gamer Legion grabbing that top seed, which
that's
is
going to make things weird.
There's going to be a weird part of this bracket that someone's looking around and is like, God, I hate Spirit for doing this to me. You know,
GG Howell for doing it to them.
Hey, shout out to GG Howell one time.
Shout out to GG Howell.
Yeah.
Came in, showed up, ruined someone's tournament.
And then left.
And then left.
And fought their way in here too. LCQ team taking down world #1. That's the headline there, but the headline of Group B is that these are 4 different teams. Falcons moving on through, carrying on that nice major winning form. FaZe Clan as well, looking very strong indeed. And then Legacy and Astralis in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think Falcons look like the best team here at the moment, so they're going to be feeling happy that they got through so cleanly. FaZe, I think, great improvements. Amazing to see them be back to a good level. You know, against the teams they played, yet to be seen against the top opponent, but I'm happy to see FaZe Clan back in the conversation again.
I was surprised at how good they looked in their wins, and I was surprised eye test-wise in the server how good they looked playing with each other.
Yes.
That was crazy to me, so I'm hoping that doesn't fall off on these few days of break they've had.
I think they're the team that looks the sharpest coming off of a heavy grind in the break, right? A lot of teams got started a bit earlier than some of the tier 1, and FaZe have been in the server on the grind as much as possible.
Yeah, that's fair. They haven't had a break.
No, there's no break.
They've just been going. They've been
didn't
looking
earn
to recover.
the break.
Yeah, well, they're earning it now, doing a really good job. Group C, Bait coming through, Foot, Mouse, and Team Vitality. So much like Group A, the biggest surprise is going to be the loss that Vitality takes to Bait that drops them down and then having to fight their way through in one of the lower seats coming out of the group. So yeah, another little topsy-turvy moment for the draw.
I think this group was the weirdest one. Like, C, you have Mouse and Vitality, who would say probably the 2 teams that should be at the top side of the bracket going through. They're actually at the bottom, so that was strange to see.
That's a testament, I think, of a lot of these teams coming out of the break, not having grinded the way, you know, a team like FaZe had, and some of the tier 2 teams that are having to qualify to some of these events. So a little bit shaky, a little bit of ring rust after the major.
Always does happen. Here we had the clash of the 2 previous Esports World Cup champions. Na'Vi triumphed in that one to secure their playoff spot. Means Mongols is in the lower bracket. And then Furia on the other side, and one of the biggest surprises of the event, I think, in Magic, who looked downright deadly.
I mean, obviously getting the win versus 9Z, who had such a great tournament in Cologne, coming out, making it in playoffs, looking incredible. That's a huge result for Magic to pick up, who did earlier last season actually step up in Astana, really showed us a glimpse of what they're capable of. But I mean, this is a big result to get at the Esports World Cup, and I'm really excited to see what they can do in the future, because this is a team I enjoyed watching. I think their T-sides were very interesting.
I think based on the way they were prepping against like a 3D Max that we saw, I'd be very nervous about drawing them in the round of 16, where you're going to have a couple days off for them to really look into you.
I think the top teams wouldn't really enjoy drawing them, just because they strike me as a team that's like, I don't think anyone's gonna be necessarily afraid of them, but they're a team that is not like super tactically adept.
Sure.
You're not gonna be scared of like what they're doing strategically on the map, but God, they shoot. They get into the server and they shoot really hard. They're really aggressive. Yes. They're really active. They play some fun Counter-Strike to watch. It's a really cool style.
It is indeed, and now we've come to the close of the B-Stream here on the group stage of the Esports World Cup. We are going to be having that draw show in just a few moments, so stick around, folks. But first, the STC highlights.
Well, here we go. We're going to be doing a little bit of a playoff bracket draw. I say we because the whole world is watching, and also these two gentlemen here to my right. We got Moses. I've got Dinko. This is our first time working together here at EWC. Pretty cool, guys. You having a good time?
It's been a minute since I've been on a desk with you, Trace.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Who is that more, you or me? Welcome back.
You. It's been a minute. It's been a while.
Yeah, welcome back, man. It's been a while. Thank you so much for having me over here on the A stream.
It really does feel like the whole world is here. Like we've got every player just suddenly appeared over there. I don't really know what's going to happen, so I'm kind of along for the ride here. It's going to be a real surprise, and hopefully get some good surprises too.
Now, I would ask either of you guys if you want to take a stab at explaining what's going on here. We can do that if you'd like.
No, I'm good. You're welcome. I think you have it written down on that sheet of paper.
Oh, I do right here, actually. I have it put it, and I have it in the most variety way I could possibly put it, right? In an explain like I'm 5 sort of variety. The ELI 5. All right, so 16 teams are left. We started with 32?
Yeah, 32.
Right? Cool. So we've got 16 teams left. That means we've got 8 matches we're going to be making out of that. That means the round of 16. Pot 1 will be qualified through the upper side. Pot 2 qualified and survived the lower side. One pot. One pot. One team draws one pot.
This is like a nursery rhyme that you're busting out.
Yeah,
for me, Trace.
it is.
Yeah.
Then it is single elimination. So that is a nightmare once we get there.
Perfect.
Essentially, one pot's going to have all the good teams, right?
Yeah.
It should do, but it doesn't because we had some weird upsets that kicked off the tournament. So Team Spirit and Vitality are strangely in pot 2, which is going to be super weird.
That's the most interesting part about this is how does that shake up the bracket, right? With those two teams taking those upset losses and kind of finishing differently than what we expected, where's that going to shake up the matches going into that round of 16, that round of 8? How does it mess with the brackets playing into the grand final?
And those are all just because of the good old BO1s in the very beginning for the most part, or do you think it would have been?
GG Howe.
Yeah, GG Howe really did make an effort to make it interesting right
and
here.
Bait, don't forget Bait.
They also
did
that.
Never forget Bait. Yeah, I mean, best of one's also the break, I think, is a big factor as well. The fact that some teams obviously didn't have a break. We've seen FaZe, who just had to play every single tournament to make it here. So made it, and it paid off.
Yeah, looking really sharp, though. I mean, the consequences of that, like, yeah, it's a tough road, and it's frustrating, and you want to have that break. You want to get that time off, but you can see the level of their play looks so much sharper than what I expected to see them coming in straight away. So obviously the time that they've had grinding has done good work for the team and looking strong going into these playoffs.
Let's do it this way. We've got our qualified teams. I did tell you 16, so perhaps we can look at them visually to help you all understand at home or follow along, even if you're here with us tonight. The group winners and the group runner-ups. Now, we did talk about names that don't normally look like this in these positions.
Yeah, it's Team Spirit over there in the group runner-ups, as we alluded to. It's Vitality down there as well. To some extent, I think like some of the Legacy, even to me, a little bit surprising. But I like seeing Magic in there. They played some good Counter-Strike. Falcons off of their major championship, coming in and following that up and getting through to the playoffs at the top as well. So yeah, there's some cool results. And again, it's just what is this bracket going to play out, right? Like we felt like we knew who were the trophy contenders coming into this event, and it's all gotten shaken up.
You get a weird matchup. You get the likes of Game Legion versus Vitality, and that actually could work out coming in as a second seed. Interestingly, it could work out for these teams like Spirit and Vitality. They could get a matchup that makes sense for them. But I think for the group winners, the only real surprises there are the likes of Game Legion and Bait coming through, and they're going to end up being higher seeds. I think the best looking team so far is Falcons, and they're the highest level team, and coming off the back of the major, and then FaZe Clan, from the games we got to see, look really good.
Yeah, they've looked sharp. They looked really, really good at overtaking Legacy, and I mean, I'm just excited to see what they're going to look like come the playoffs. But same with like coming into this event, it was questions about like Foot with their roster change, what they looked like last year. Were they going to miss a step? That's nice seeing them. Mouse as well. I think they're worth stopping and talking about, making it through to the playoffs. Also, more experience exertion at the helm of that team, and hasn't dropped off the way I kind of thought it might. They've actually looked much stronger than I expected. So I like seeing this run in the playoffs, and I like to see what they're going to be able to do against the best teams.
You know, because it is the Esports World Cup Club Championships, and the fact that we did have such a crazy draw right there, the Falcons could stack up between a Spirit, Mouse, Vitality right out of the gate, which is pretty scary stuff. So let's just see how this movie plays out, chat. Let's get it going.
Thank you, Trace. All right, I'm here to take you through the process of this bracket draw. I've got the Keymaster Jacob here to select the balls. And as Trace mentioned, we have 2 seed pools. Closest to me, we have the group winners. And on the other side, we have the group runners-up. Both teams consist of 8 teams. 2 from each group as to how they progress to this point. We've got the group winners punch their ticket exclusively through the upper bracket, while the group runners-up had to progress through the lower bracket. Now, at random, we will draw 8 group winners and place them into the bracket from 1 to 8, top to bottom. We will then draw from the group runners-up pool to establish the round of 16 matches. An important note before we draw: a lower bracket team cannot be matched against an upper bracket team from the same group. So we've established that. Let's get this one underway. You've already looked at the teams. Mr. Keymaster Jacob, could you please draw the first ball? So the first team to populate match number 1 will be G2 Esports. Okay, first group winners team to populate the bracket. Now for match number 2, the next team to populate will be Furia. Okay, so G2 and Furia both in the top half of the bracket. We'll have to draw their opponents coming up after. Team number 3. See that one, Foot Esports. So G2, Furia, and Foot all in the upper half of the bracket. Next team selected is Gamer Legion. Okay. That's the top half of the bracket populated. Let's get into the other side. Next team selected will be Navi, Natus Vincia. Okay, and we'll populate match number 5. We've got G2, Furia, Foot, Gamer Legion, Navi. 3 teams remain. Next team will be Team Falcons. 2 more names to draw. The next team selected is FaZe Clan. And that leaves us with 1 final team to pull out of the hat. The final team of the group winners, the high seeds, will be Bait Esports. Okay, so we populated the group winners into matches 1 to 8. It's G2, Furia, Foot Esports, Gamer Legion, Navi, Team Falcons, FaZe Clan, and Bait. And as mentioned, we are going to select the next balls in a moment. We just need to populate the bracket before we draw. I'll get Keymaster Jacob here to shake this up. But just to remind people before we draw them, the group runners up for looking like, oh, excuse me. It's my page in the mix here. The internet's a tough thing, isn't it? Okay, the group runners up the lower seeds. For Group A, it's going to be Spirit and Aurora. For Group B, it's Legacy and Astralis. For Group C, it's Vitality and Mouse. And for Group D, it's Mongols and Magic. Again, I just want to draw to people's attention. A lower bracket team cannot be matched against an upper bracket team from the same group. In the case that gets drawn, it'll be placed into the next available matchup. And if it works out in a scenario where we have a certain set of teams stacked on either side of the group, it will determine the placements. Now, we're going to grab our first ball to determine our first matchup. First team selected will be Aurora Gaming. Now, Aurora also herald from Group A. They are not able to play against G2 Esports, which means they will take on Furia. So Furia versus Aurora, the opening match there. Furia obviously running through as the highest seed. Aurora battling through that lower bracket after the upset loss to Big. So we'll draw our next team in a moment to see who will be taking on G2. Let's grab our next ball, please, Jacob. Next team selected is Astralis. Astralis coming from Group B, which means they can match up against G2. So G2 versus Astralis will play into the winner of Furia versus Aurora. Astralis taking down NIP of the last game today to secure themselves a spot here in the playoffs at EWC 2026. And G2 making light work of that group stage to lock themselves in through the upper bracket. All right, we can draw our next ball to determine who's going to be taking on Foot. Remember, it cannot be a team from Group C. Next team selected will be Magic from Group D. So we'll have Magic taking on Foot. Magic today upsetting 9Z, probably the biggest omission from the group so far to the playoffs. That leaves in this upper half of the bracket, Gamer Legion will draw to see who they'll be playing. Gamer Legion will be taking on Mouse from Group C. So Gamer Legion versus Mouse. That leaves us with G2 versus Astralis, Furia versus Aurora, Foot versus Magic, and Gamer Legion versus Mouse for the top portion of the bracket. We can start populating the lower half. Let's select the next ball, please. Next up is the Mongols from Group D. They cannot play against Na'Vi, which means they will be taking on Team Falcons. It'll be Falcons versus the Mongols. Have 3 more matches to populate right now. 3 more teams to select. Na'Vi, FaZe, and Bait looking for their opponents. Na'Vi from Group D, FaZe from Group B, and Bait from Group C. We're going to throw this one over to the desk.
Yeah, okay, some cool matchups out of the gate. Falcons, Mongols, we just established that one. Gamer Legion, Mouse. I'm also looking for a G2 Astralis and Furia Aurora. Think of.
I'm worrying about the other side of the bracket. They're the ones that haven't been drawn yet. That's the big ones, right? We're still waiting on Vitality and Spirit to come out, and the likes of Na'Vi and Bait are going to be looking at that as a game that is very worrying. FaZe still there waiting for their opponents, so that's the scariest part, right?
Dude, I actually think that Foot versus Magic game is actually just going to be fireworks. That is just going to be fragging. It is just going to be in your face, trying to take every fight. That's going to be a fun match to watch. I would definitely put a little leaf on that one to tune in for that whenever that one gets scheduled. I like G2 Astralis. I think Fury Aurora is going to be an interesting test for Aurora, and Fury the shakiness we've seen, but Aurora with the new roster coming in, a good test for them early on against a strong team that was just in a major finals.
And we're going to hear from the Falcons and Mongols here shortly. To my knowledge, absolutely that. I do feel like we're in a situation where the Falcons may or may not get tested by the Mongols.
Yeah, that's one of those games where, I mean, they could show in and just blow it out. But you know what? Mongols has shown us so much resilience through all these roster changes of still being able to somehow muster up good games and being able to stand up against some of the top teams that I'm going to at least give them the benefit of the doubt and see what they look like when they roll into the game that day. But yeah, you don't want to be drawing the reigning major champs when you get your first game of the playoffs in the round 16. That's not an easy match for the Mongols to take on.
Yeah, Bait at least won't have to play Vitality once we get to that stage already. Obviously, played them in the group stages, got the win, so you won't get that rematch yet. So that means, you know, you're looking at other squads. You're looking at FaZe potentially getting a Vitality, Na'Vi Vitality. That's an opportunity in this series. And then obviously Spirit still up for grabs there for Bait. So your reward for beating a good team, it could end up being having to play Spirit in the first round of playoffs.
I think what's kind of cool. I think that G2 game for me is a lot of fun because I like this G2 roster. I want to see where it goes. But I mean, when we casted them on the opening day, I believe it was, the Wrinkle played excellent. So all the conversation about him stepping in for Sunpias, Wrinkle looked really good for the squad.
Let's hear from the players right now, and let's hear those reactions.
Yeah, lots of excitement when we're looking at this draw, not least because, of course, we've got Falcons taking on the Mongols. Techno, do you remember the last time you played up against Falcons?
I think it's on PJ Dastana maybe, and it was 3 map and we were winning, I think, and we lost unfortunately in that time, and I'm happy to face them again, and after that they became major winners. It's really nice to play with them.
What about you, Carrigan? What are you making of this as your first matchup in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think whatever happened in the draw, I think it's always going to be tough. And I think Mongols is a dangerous team because of the 2 new players. We know out of that region they have brought a lot of great players up the last 2 years. So it's going to be interesting because last time we played was in Astana. And like I said, they were pushing our limits in the beginning. And hopefully we can maybe control the game a little bit more this time.
Just one final note. Obviously, we're looking at the club championships as well. A lot's been changing as of late when we're looking over at Rocket League. How much pressure is there on your shoulders now to kind of keep the form up for Falcons?
I think the pressure is more on ourselves. We want to prove that what we did in major, we can replicate that. We didn't do it beginning of the season, so we're here to show what we're capable of, and so far so good. But Mong is going to be a tough task, and hopefully we're going to play great and take it from there.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. I'll let you have a little fist bump before we do indeed be heading things back to Chad Sponge Birchill.
Hello. All right, 3 more teams. This side of the bracket is looking awfully stacked. Let's draw our next ball, please, and determine the next matchup. Vitality, Spirit yet to come out. The next team selected will be Legacy. That means they can take on Na'Vi. So Legacy versus Na'Vi. Winner of that will play into Falcons versus the Mongols, who we just heard from there in a quick little interview. So this side of the bracket, leaving us with Spirit and Vitality, the last 2 teams to be drawn. And I think, well, that puts us in one position and one position only, but we'll draw it to make sure we've got the right names in the hat, as next team out will be Team Spirit. And I believe that means they will have to take on Bait, as Vitality are not able to take on Bait again in the round of 16. So that would mean the final match we have is FaZe Clan taking on Vitality. And that does mean that we have Falcons, Vitality, and Spirit all on the same side of the bracket. Now this is turned out. Let's just double check, make sure. Drawing the final ball. And of course, it will be Team Vitality taking on FaZe Clan to round this out. So from top to bottom, we've got G2 versus Astralis, Furia versus Aurora, Foot versus Magic, Gamer Legion versus Mouse. And then to populate the lower half of the bracket in those final matches, we were just going over Na'Vi, Legacy, Falcons, Mongols, FaZe, Vitality, Bait, Team Spirit, and we'll throw this one back to the desk.
Thank you very much to our Keymaster and the gatekeeper of Chad Burchill, the gatekeeper of the bracket.
Yes, that's his nickname. That's his middle name.
Yeah. Middle name. Okay, that's a, yeah. Okay, so
Chad,
regardless, cool
gatekeeper,
matchups.
Yeah, really cool matchups. I think FaZe obviously feeling rough about the fact they've got Vitality straight away in the round of 16. They are playing really well. I was hoping they'd see some great potential, but if you're FaZe, you haven't really played against a great opponent yet. You played against good teams, you certainly have, but now you're going up against Team Vitality in a playoff environment. This is the true test of the new guys.
Yeah, it really is. You couldn't get a bigger one than this. I mean, what a hard thing to draw in your first one, but you know what? I think with the way they're playing right now, I think Twist is going to almost be relishing this opportunity. I think he's got to be looking at it feeling confident with how his guys are, and looking over on the other side, you saw Vitality drop a match during the group stage, kind of licking your chops here and saying, you know what, if I'm going to get an opportunity, now is the best time for it.
Well done, Bit. You've beat Vitality in the group stages, a massive win for you. Get into the playoffs, now you got Team Spirit.
But you cannot possibly tell me that you feel like Bait doesn't have a chance in that matchup,
really
right?
do,
Like, again, Spirit with getting upset as well in the group stage, and we've seen some of those struggles, the tough match that they had to qualify through, and you have a young Team Bait that shoots really hard, get him into the server, and that can easily be an upset. I think that's a pretty scary prospect for Spirit coming into this, not playing their best Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it sets us up, I mean, just all across the board. I am low-key thankful.
We haven't even touched on, Na'Vi Legacy as well is like a sneaky banger. Like, that could be really cool. Legacy trying to mix more tactical gameplay in, Na'Vi as that tactical mastermind team, but then you have Legacy that has like this brute force, like just fragging in your face style to it. There's some contrast in that can make exciting Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you're absolally right.
Sorry, I just got jacked up for a second.
No, I saw that, man. That was crazy. Dinko, you got anything you want to get jacked up to?
Might as well end of the day.
Let's head down to the stage. I'm pretty sure Twist, Flames, Freya, what's up?
Some good energy going on down here. Of course, Flames, Twist from FaZe and Vitality, respectively. We're looking at this matchup head-to-head. We'll talk about the bracket in just a second, but what do you make of these FaZe guys? Do you remember the last time you played against them?
Atlanta, and then before that the Major, I believe. But yeah, of course I remember FaZe. Who doesn't remember playing against FaZe? And I'm excited.
Are you excited to face Vitality? I mean, they haven't looked so sharp. Maybe I shouldn't say this so loud, but what do you think of them?
I mean, we would have picked them anyway.
I'll let that one hang right there. Looking at your side of the bracket, though, I mean, we got the likes of Spirit, we got obviously yourselves, Vitality, we got Falcons on the bottom side, Flamesy. So this one's going to be tough to get through, no?
Yeah, for sure. I think we obviously need to step up the game because we've been playing like shit the last few games we did. But yeah, if you want to win one of the biggest events, you got to win everyone. So it doesn't matter who you get early or later. It's just Counter-Strike, and everybody's competitive nowadays.
Chris, you're taking on the ultimate captain role here. Flamesy pointed it out. You're the one that's come back to represent FaZe Clan. You leading by example here?
Yeah, of course. I'm looking forward to the game. Like he just said, you have to play everyone anyway if you want to win the event. And yeah, looking forward to a true test.
Gentlemen, I'll let you shake hands and we will throw this one back over to the desk.
Two lovely lads. Can I call them lads? Makes
You
sense.
can call them lads.
Yeah, I mean,
You know him personally?
yeah, I think so. I like to think so, at least. Not maybe too personally, but I would say that in the server, those are two fun guys to have in the server.
Yeah, I think this storyline is full of personal storylines as well, right? I mean, Vitality were untouchable for such a long time. Doesn't feel like that is the case right now. FaZe are getting confidence building, and obviously, I'm just excited to see, a chance for Vitality to actually lose to FaZe Clan for once. Like, if a couple of months ago, you would never say this is possible at this time, but now it is actually a real possibility that FaZe can give them a very tough time.
Yeah, I mean, and that's obviously going to be the marquee matchup of this round of 16. That is the one you look at and you're just like, oh my god, what a game that can be. I think as well for FaZe, you look at Twist and the way he's evolved as an IGL. We saw him calling a lot of plays for himself, calling a lot of plays for his young players as well. This will be a good test if you can maintain that faith in your kind of young rookies, if they're going to deliver for you against one of the best teams in the world and a team that has been the best for a long time. That's going to be a test for Twist if that trust can maintain throughout the entire series.
Are we kind of thankful that we sorry, we're getting heckled by players. This reverse roll
it's all over the place,
doing,
man.
Yeah. Are we kind of happy that we didn't get this Vitality Spirit sort of thing happening? I mean, it might very well still happen, but
It could, yeah. I mean, it could happen there. Obviously, being in the both losers on that side of the bracket at least could match up with each other in the round of 16, but can match up with each other in the next game. It's definitely possible. In fact, that's the most likely outcome.
Yep.
But it's obvious that one side of the bracket is a lot weaker than the other. But I think the other side of the bracket, although it may not have the biggest names, I think it has a lot of interesting matches that'll still keep us very entertained as we move through.
Yeah, it's kind of like the bracket is like halved to make it so all the teams of a certain experience level or a certain level inside the server are like in the same half of it. So it's going to be really, really grueling. I mean, even if you want to add Na'Vi in there, because it'd be Falcons, Vitality, Spirit, we'd say are the teams that would likely to win the trophy, but Na'Vi would be like that kind of like A-tier team that you'd also have. That's a ridiculous half of the bracket, Trace.
It is. I've got just 9 minutes after 10 o'clock on the 16th of August, gentlemen. I think we call it right here. It's been a long day of some Counter-Strike.
You have 9 minutes? That's 39.
Yeah, it's at 9 minutes after 30.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I gotcha.
Anyway, I'm from Alabama. What's your excuse? Let's call it there. I hope you all enjoyed the show today. Tons of Counter-Strike still to go, but that does mean the playoffs are set. The brackets are all there. So let's call it right then and there. Good night, everybody. We'll see you on the other side.